Chapter 1355. In the refining pavilion of Scorching Flame Island, which had already been turned into a refining island in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island, Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun were anxiously helping to merge the Cloud Moon Saber and the Lunar Shadow Saber. Aside from Xiao Chen, there was no one else outside the refining pavilion. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen had not been idle. He had been trying to comprehend the peak saber strike that he executed during the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. That saber strike gave Xiao Chen an extremely wondrous feeling. He had already touched the surface of the state of space. When he swung the saber, he used the saber to control space. He could not feel the existence of space. He was clearly still in the water, but it felt like he had already leaped out of space. It was extremely wondrous. After that, Xiao Chen tried several times. His saber domain could still merge all his energy and execute a peak saber strike. However, he could no longer find that feeling of using the saber to control space. It was like it had never appeared before. Since that day, many Emperor Wu came to seek advice from Xiao Chen on the mysteries of that move. Xiao Chen did not hide anything, honestly telling these people his views on the saber domain. At the same time, he shared his doubts and questions with Emperor Wu, who came to seek advice, helping each other. After chatting openly with many different Emperor Wu and seeing all sorts of ingenious viewpoints, Xiao Chen gained a lot. No matter how smart a person was, there would always be things that one could not think of. Perhaps it was these small, unexpected things that one could not think of that would be the key to a breakthrough. Although Xiao Chen could no longer find that state of using the saber to control space, he became increasingly familiar with merging all his energy into the saber domain and executing a peak strike. Xiao Chen gave this saber strike a name, Void-Breaking Stance. The word break represented the breaking of his understanding of the olden era's saber domain. It represented his rebuilding after breaking, creating a brand new Tao. Xiao Chen had a vague idea in his heart. He was preparing to accumulate everything he had learned in his life and create another saber technique, merging all the mysteries of the saber techniques that he had comprehended into this saber technique. This saber technique was called the Flawless Saber Technique, and the Void-Breaking Stance was the first stance of this Flawless Saber Technique. As for how many more stances there were, that would depend on fate and could not be forced. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Xiao Chen continuously analyzed the saber techniques he had learned in his mind. Many years ago, Xiao Chen had been trying to create his own swordsmanship. Even if he obtained the swordsmanship of others, he would try his best to adapt it to his own. The Wukuei Saber Technique, the Rushing Thunder Chop, the Four Seasons Saber Technique, and the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique. It looked very tiring and required a lot more effort, and he might not even succeed. But many years later, when Xiao Chen looked back on the path he had taken, he was very glad that he had taken this step back then. At sunset, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a small black dot appeared in his eyes. As the black dot got closer, it turned into a graceful and gentle woman. It was the eldest senior sister, Shui Lingling. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and quickly stood up. For his eldest senior sister to rush over at this time, something urgent had to have happened. First senior sister, what's the matter for you to be in such a rush? Xiao Chen asked quickly after he stood up. Shui Lingling frowned somewhat worriedly. Her expression turned grave as she said, the various factions of the deity Dao Union have already gathered in the Haotian province 3 days ago. After a round of ferocious attacks, they have already broken 9 of the 18 layers of formations in the periphery. What? When Xiao Chen heard this, he was mildly startled. The thing that he worried about the most still happened ahead of time. However, this day would eventually come. Xiao Chen's mental state was rather good. After a while, he recovered. Xiao Chen's expression recovered its calm. Without hesitation, he said, do you need my help? As long as Big Brother Ing says the word, I can ask the many seniors of the heavenly starry ocean to help at any time. When Shui Lingling saw Xiao Chen's expression, she felt moved in her heart. She smiled and said, there's no need. It is not that time yet. It is just that we currently lack martial emperor experts to protect the formations. Master has already spoken with the Fox King and is currently searching the entire Kunlun realm for Emperor Wu's help. He got me to come and see if junior brother can help. Xiao Qin let out a soft cry of surprise, indicating that he understood. Right now, it was not the most crucial moment. Those holy lords were the final trump cards. There was no need to use them yet. Right now, they lacked ordinary martial emperor experts. Big brother wanted to ask Xiao Qin to help. It looked like the Haotian sect had indeed reached an exceptionally dangerous moment. Otherwise, Big Brothering would not have asked Xiao Qin to help. That's not a problem. I'll go with you after I report. Naturally, Xiao Qin would not reject Big Brother Ying's request. He turned around and headed for the refining pavilion to inform them of this matter. In the refining pavilion, the expressions of the two girls changed drastically. They said at the same time, "No way. How can you go at this time? Your lunar shadow saber and cloud moon saber are only halfway merged. Let's wait for another 4 days." When Shui Lingling heard what happened, she revealed a gentle smile. It is good that junior brother is so kind. Since the lunar shadow saber still needs another 4 days to merge, then wait for another 4 days. I'll just wait for junior brother in the Haotian sect. It's fine. I'll go back with you. Even without a saber in hand, I am confident of fighting with Emperor Wu. Xiao Qin smiled faintly to comfort Big Brother Ying. Since Big Brother Ying sought him out, it meant that the situation was dire. He had to go. Perhaps nothing dangerous would happen in 4 days. However, if something did happen, it would be too late for regrets. Xiao Qin did not want to regret it. In the refining pavilion, Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Big brother Xiao Qin, wait for a while. Elder sister Bingyun and I will come out soon. Don't be in a rush to leave yet. Mo Chen's voice came from inside. Could there be a turning point? Xiao Qin turned his head to Shui Lingling and said, "In that case, let's wait for a while more." Shui Lingling nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to junior brother." The two chatted as they waited. During this time, Shui Lingling gave a simple explanation of the Haotian sect's current situation. The Haotian sect could rely on only the Thunder and Lightning Palace to block the attacks of the three holy masters. Aside from the Haotian Prime, it also relied on the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation. If the Grand Formation broke, it would be very hard to defend the Supreme Sky Sect's mountain just by relying on the Supreme Sky Prime alone. As Xiao Qin listened to Shui Lingling's calm explanation, he could sense the overwhelming danger that the Haotian sect faced. Xiao Qin became even more determined to rush over. No matter what, he had to do his part. 1 hour later, Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen worked together to carry a rectangular bronze box out of the refining pavilion. Buzz! After they landed by Xiao Chen's side, they quickly put down the bronze box. The ground immediately shook, and their bodies trembled. Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock, "What is inside? It is so heavy." Mo Chen wiped the sweat off her forehead and panted. She said, "There is a formation in there. It contains 500 tons of frost flame. There is no way to put it in the universe ring." Xiao Qin asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Yu Bingyun explained, "Since you want to leave early, we can only think of a stupid method. After the new lunar shadow saber absorbs all the frost flame, you will be able to use it. The advantage of this stupid method is that there is no need to worry. The disadvantage is that we do not know how long it will take to absorb all the frost flame. Perhaps 10 days, perhaps 1 month. So long. Isn't it just 4 days?" After Shui Lingling heard that, she felt somewhat guilty for interrupting Xiao Chen's matters. "It's fine." Xiao Chen smiled and picked up the bronze box with one hand. It was indeed rather heavy. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was comparable to that of many experts who focused on cultivating the physical body. It was not too difficult to pick it up. After making some preparations, Xiao Chen carried the bronze box on his back. A warmth immediately came from the bronze box. This warmth turned into a warm flame flowing through the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. His entire body felt warm. Grand mist energy automatically flowed out. With the help of this warm fire, his entire body felt warm. With the help of this warm flame, the primordial energy quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Xiao Chen's cultivation speed was about 20% faster than usual. Furthermore, it was very stable. The most important thing was that it was cultivating automatically. This bronze box was extraordinary. You can feel it now, right? This bronze box is the sword box of an ancient powerhouse. Now, the treasure sword in it is no longer around. However, even if this sword box exists on its own, it is still a peak emperor grade secret treasure, Yu Bingyun said with a smile when she saw Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It is indeed a treasure. At this rate, even if I am walking, it can still help me cultivate." Yu Bingyun said, "You like it? In that case, I'll give it to you. In the future, I'll tell you about the many other uses of this sword box." Most people would not dare to carry such a heavy sword box on their back. Not only would it slow down their movement technique, but it would also easily distract them. There were pros and cons, that was indeed the case. In that case, I'll leave with first senior sister first. No way. I already discussed it with elder sister Bingyun. This time, I have to go with you, Mo Chen suddenly said in a resolute tone. Chapter 1356. Xiao Chen simply could not convince Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen. In the end, he still brought the two girls with him, returning to the Supreme Sky Sect through the transportation formation with Shui Lingling. A light flickered, and the four appeared at the Haotian Sect's transportation formation at the same time. Xiao Chen was rather familiar with the Haotian Sect's transportation formation. He had used it several times before, so he was familiar with the surrounding environment. As the four sized up the surroundings, they could feel the tense atmosphere in the air. Everyone's faces were solemn, and their brows were furrowed. "Greetings, first senior sister." "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." When the Haotian sect disciples around the transportation formation saw the group appear, they bowed in greeting. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and walked out of the transportation formation. Immediately, a young disciple came over and said, "First senior sister, the sect master has been waiting for a long time already." "I got it. You may withdraw first." With Shui Lingling leading the way, the four soared into the air and flew towards Haotian City. The transportation formation was not far from Haotian City. In just a few breaths, the four saw the majestic Haotian City. The once familiar Haotian City was now filled with desolation. The ordinary people in the city had already evacuated, leaving behind only the Haotian sect disciples. When the four approached the city gates, Xiao Chen, Mo Bingyun, and Mo Bingyun immediately felt a sharp aura coming from the city walls, locking onto the three. It was like a terrifying ferocious beast suddenly opening its eyes and locking onto the three. Xiao Chen did not panic. He knew that this was a critical period, and the formation in the city must have been activated long ago. The people guarding the nodes of the formation did not know the three's identities, so they had to take precautions and could not be careless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures tore through the air, each with a scarlet rope tied to their right arms. There was an ancient armband tied to the middle of the scarlet rope. Xiao Chen had some impression of the one on the left. He was a blue-robed emperor elder of the Haotian sect. However, he could not recall his name, having only seen him a few times. As for the one on the right, he was certain that he had never seen him before. He was also a blue-robed emperor-level character, and his body was filled with a thick aura of thunder and lightning. Xiao Chen recalled that the Thunder and Lightning Palace was now stationed in the Haotian sect. If he was right, it should be an elder from the Thunder and Lightning Palace. "Miss Shui, please show me your token and armband to prove your identity." Shui Lingling frowned slightly but did not refuse. She took out her identity token. After memorizing the red armband, the two elders' expressions softened. They were so cautious because they were afraid that some Emperor Wu would change his appearance and sneak in. This is my junior brother, also the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. The three of them don't have armbands yet, Shui Lingling explained. The Haotian sect's elder smiled and said, it's fine. I'm afraid it's impossible to imitate the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen's temperament even if you wanted to. Lingling, it's enough that you can prove your identity. Here are 3 armbands. Give them to them. Shui Lingling received the armbands and handed them to the 3. She explained, this red string armband looks simple, but it was personally refined by the sect master. Others cannot imitate it. With this armband, one can enter and leave the various formations of the Haotian sect at will. Once it is taken away, it will instantly burn with just a thought. After Xiao Chen and the other 2 dripped their blood on the armbands, they bound them to their right arms. After passing the city walls, the 4 flew to the floating inner city. After a while, they passed through the layers of guards and arrived at the inner hall. A huge sand table was placed in the simple and unadorned inner hall. The sand table simulated the situation of the entire Haotian province. Different from ordinary sand tables, the one before them was a miniature version of the Haotian province. Furthermore, everything that happened in the Haotian sect was displayed in detail. It was very mystical. Xiao Chen focused his gaze. After staring at it for a few seconds, the originally small scene in the sand table suddenly enlarged and was reflected in his mind. He could clearly see the teleportation formation outside the city. There were about 10 people standing outside the sand table. Apart from the Haotian priming Zongtian, Xiao Chen did not recognize the rest. However, they were all experts at the level of Emperor Wu. It looked like anyone who could enter this inner hall either had a high status or had a cultivation similar to Emperor Wu's. Beside the Haotian prime stood a middle-aged man in purple robes. His entire body gave off a sharp light. Xiao Chen only took one look and felt a huge pressure. Apart from this person, there were many other martial emperors present. All of them pressured Xiao Chen. Even if he used his Dharma world, he might not be a match for those martial emperors. As they arrived, all the Emperor Wu raised their heads and looked at them. Ing Zongtian nodded with a smile when he saw Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, you're fast. I originally expected you to arrive tomorrow. Since Big Brother Ing invited me, I'll naturally arrive as soon as possible. In front of the big shots, the atmosphere was terrifying. Xiao Chen wore a calm expression and carried the bronze sword case on his back. His state of mind did not fluctuate at all. Many Emperor Wu present nodded in approval at his demeanor. It had to be known that when ordinary juniors saw a group of big shots like them, they would already be in a mess, unable to speak properly. Let me introduce my friends here to you. Ing Zongtian introduced Xiao Chen one by one. Apart from the Haotian sect and Emperor Wu of the Thunder and Lightning Palace, the others were friends that the Haotian sect had invited. As for the middle-aged man in purple robes that Xiao Chen was particularly wary of, he was the deputy palace master of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. The Thunder King had not been in charge for a long time, so he had become the actual ruler of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. His name was Nzixuan, and he had the cultivation of the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen then realized that this person was Njuanqi's father. No wonder he looked familiar. Then, Ing Zongtian introduced the current situation to Xiao Chen. The reinforcements of the Ghost race and the Shin race had arrived. Now, the Haotian sect was completely on the defensive. The 18 layers of the Heaven-Earth-Mountain-River Great Sun Formation had been forced to 9 layers. The situation was extremely grim. With every layer that was broken, the Haotian sect's situation would become even more dangerous. Without saying much, Ing Zongtian said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, I'm afraid I can't let you rest. Right now, we are short on manpower. If it is convenient for you, can you help guard the 9th layer of the formation now?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "As you wish, big brother." Ing Zongtian revealed a smile on his face. He gently pointed at the sand table, and a scene leaped out from the sand table, appearing before the group. It was a lake in the Haotian prefecture called Maple Leaf Lake. It was one of the many nodes of the ninth layer of the formation. It was extremely important in the entire ninth layer. Take my token and go and take over this place. I'll leave Maple Leaf Lake to you. Ing Zongtian handed the token to Xiao Chen and said seriously. He had just arrived at the Haotian sect, yet he was already sent to the front line. Xiao Chen did not have any complaints. However, he lamented that the Haotian sect's situation was even worse than he had imagined. Zongtian, this Maple Leaf Lake is extremely important in the ninth layer of the formation. It is only second to the few core nodes. Once it is broken, it will implicate the entire ninth layer of the formation. Shouldn't we be more cautious? One of the martial emperors present said, worried about Xiao Chen's strength. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, I think it's a waste of little brother Xiao Chen's talent to be placed here. My original intention was for little brother Xiao Chen to fight the enemy martial emperors with us. Emperor Wu was shocked when he heard this. The Haotian sect currently had two battlefields. One was the battle for territory, which was the defense of the Heaven-Earth-Mountain-River Great Sun Formation. The other was the battle between the peak experts. This was more intense and ferocious than the former. Ing Zongtian wanted Xiao Chen to join the latter. Could it be that Xiao Chen had the strength to fight against the greater celestial Emperor Wu? Xiao Chen laughed when he heard this. Big brother is flattering me. However, I am confident that I can defend Maple Leaf Lake. Please rest assured, seniors. After saying this, he received the token and bowed before leaving the inner hall. Chapter 1357. Xiao Chen knew about Maple Leaf Lake. Hence, he did not get anyone to lead the way and rushed over with the two girls. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not see any ordinary people in the vast territory of the Haotian province. Many of the originally bustling cities were empty because they were not strategic nodes, looking desolate and cold. As Xiao Chen flew, he spoke softly to the two girls. When he recalled the past scenes of the Haotian province, he sighed in his heart. Whoosh! 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 Occasionally, the Haotian sect disciples brushed past them. They all appeared to be in a hurry, appearing to be in a hurry. However, they all showed a common hatred for a common enemy, their fighting spirit still present. Suddenly, a group of people flew over from the front, coincidentally meeting with Xiao Chen's group. When they looked up, both sides were slightly stunned. The person leading the group was tall and stout. His eyes contained a strong fighting spirit. The person beside this person had delicate features and looked ordinary. However, there was a black chi on his forehead. Xiao Chen thought for a while and quickly recalled the identities of these two. The stout one was Situ Gang, an outstanding talent from the battle realms. Unfortunately, he did not rise up. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the Kunlun realm, he had sought trouble for Xiao Chen. The one on the right was Zhuo Yushi. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the Kunlun realm, he had a good relationship with this person. However, Xiao Chen discovered that this person did not have a firm heart for the Tao, so they broke off contact. The matters of the world were unpredictable. Unexpectedly, they met again today. Situ Gang felt somewhat bitter. When Xiao Chen came out of the Kunlun realm, his cultivation was lower than Situ Gang's. Now, the difference was like heaven and earth. Xiao Chen had already become a truly major character. He founded the Dragon's Gate and could compete with martial emperors. After a long time, Situ Gang and Zhuo Yushi said together, "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Just address me as Senior Brother Xiao. Based on your poor complexion, you must have just returned from the battlefield." Situ Gang nodded and said, "We just returned from Maple Leaf Lake. I'm fine, but Junior Brother Zhua is rather injured. His internal injuries are rather serious." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. He went over and said, "Let me take a look." When Xiao Chen placed his finger on Zhuo Yushi's body, he immediately frowned. Death chi flowed through Zhuo Yushi's meridians. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had sustained significant damage. If he delayed any longer, his condition would worsen. Making a prompt decision, Xiaoqin mobilized his primordial energy and directly swept away this deathly qi as easily as breaking dry weeds. Puqi. Zhuo Yushi spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his complexion became much better. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, senior brother." Yu Bingyun stepped forward and handed Zhuo Yushi a bottle of medicinal pills. She said, "These are Yang essence pills. They are very good for recovery for cultivators injured by death qi." Yang essence pill. This is the Lunar Palace's holy medicine. Zhuo Yushi felt startled. When he looked up and saw Yu Bingyun's fairy-like appearance, he was shocked. "Are you the Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Bingyun is no longer the holy daughter. Now, I am just an insignificant guest elder of the Dragon's Gate." Xiaoqin was more concerned about the attack on Maple Leaf Lake. He asked Situ Gang, "Junior brother Situ, you said that Maple Leaf Lake was attacked earlier. What is the exact situation? Can you tell me more about it?" Situ Gang wondered why Xiaoqin asked this. However, he still answered honestly, "The deity Dao Union launched a surprise attack on Maple Leaf Lake's node. 2 corpse race Emperor Wu and many corpse race experts came at once. Right now, the battle is in a stalemate. The elders said that the inner palace already sent new experts to hold down the fort. So, they told us injured disciples to withdraw for now." Xiaoqin nodded. After saying his goodbyes, he quickly rushed to Maple Leaf Lake with the 2 girls. As Zhuo Yushi and Situ Gang watched Xiaoqin leave with the bronze sword box, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Once upon a time, Xiaoqin had been on the same starting line as them. This was especially so for Zhuo Yushi. Back then, he had been on pretty good terms with Xiaoqin. Now, it looked like even the Lunar Palace's holy daughter had become Xiaoqin's confidant. However, back then, Zhuo Yushi had hesitated over whether he should call her a friend or not. 1 hour later, Maple Leaf Lake appeared in Xiaoqin's vision. It was a vast lake. On the mountain beside the lake, there were red maple trees as far as the eye could see. When the wind blew, fiery red maple leaves would fall like rain. This was how Maple Leaf Lake got its name. In the past, it was a famous scenic spot in the Haotian province. Now, the peace of the lake was broken. A group of corpse race cultivators was on the lake. These corpse race cultivators controlled the demonic corpses unique to the corpse race to charge at the small island in the middle of the lake, wanting to uproot this node. 2 of the corpse race cultivators attracted Xiaoqin's attention. These 2 people sat cross-legged on a coffin in the air, coldly watching the battle below. The 2 had a golden armband on their right arm, a stark contrast to the red armband of the Haotian sect. It was clear that the 2 corpse race Emperor Wu had not made a move yet. This was because the person in charge of Maple Leaf Lake had not used the power of the formation yet. The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu swept their gazes around and discovered Xiaoqin and Imochen rushing over. Are the reinforcements sent by the Haotian sect? There is not even one Emperor Wu. To think that the Haotian sect looks down on the 2 of us. Old Yuan, I'll leave these 3 to you. I'll keep an eye on the situation below and see if there is an opportunity to severely injure this node. Whoosh! A dark-skinned, hemp-robed old man radiating death qi laughed maniacally as he quickly flew over on the coffin. In a few breaths, this old man arrived before Xiaoqin. "Insignificant blue-robed emperor, and you dare to come and provide reinforcements? Die!" This hemp-robed old man was not willing to waste time with Xiaoqin. He did not even bother to refine the demonic corpses under the coffin. He leaped up and flew towards Xiaoqin, throwing a palm strike. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. A skinny, white bone hand crawled out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, looking exceptionally scary. Xiaoqin's lips curled up in a smile. To think that the first Heaven Emperor Wu dared to be so arrogant before him. Truly, he must be tired of living. Carrying the bronze sword box on his back, Xiaoqin did not move at all. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a 1,000-year flame. Even after 1,000 cups of wine, the lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness in one's chest were all in this 1 month. The bright moon was like fire. With the force of Xiao Chen's palm strike, the bright moon descended from the sky and smashed into the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The horrifying mysterious phenomenon immediately scattered. That hemp-robed old man was immediately covered in wounds. He flew back in a sorry state and landed on the coffin. Primordial energy. You, a blue-robed emperor, actually no primordial energy. You are Xiao Chen, the blue dragon king Xiao Chen. The hemp-robed old man on the coffin revealed a horrified expression. He no longer had any desire to fight, so he turned and fled. At the same time, he sent a voice projection to the other corpse race Emperor Wu, "Quickly leave. Quickly leave. The blue dragon king Xiao Chen is here. You and I are not a match for him. Quickly retreat." In the heavenly starry ocean, Xiao Chen had even killed the 5th heaven greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This had caused a huge commotion in Emperor Wu's circle. Although they knew that Xiao Chen had used some kind of magic treasure or secret technique, who knew if Xiao Chen could do it again? These 2 corpse race emperors wanted to snatch military merits in this sneak attack. They were not willing to die here for nothing. It's him. The other corpse race Emperor Wu was greatly startled. He shouted to the corpse race cultivators below, "Retreat." The corpse race cultivators on the small island in the middle of the lake could not understand what was going on. They clearly held the advantage. 2 Emperor Wus came to sneak attack this maple leaf lake. Why did they retreat? However, the higher-ups already gave the order, so they had no choice but to retreat. They immediately dove into the water like the receding tide. The disciples on Maple Leaf Island were similarly shocked. They did not know what was going on. Why did the corpse race cultivators suddenly retreat in such a panic? Even the 2 corpse race Emperor Wus fled in panic. There was clearly no 3rd Emperor Wu present. This meant that there was no Emperor Wu among their reinforcements. However, why did the other party suddenly retreat? "I'll be right back," Xiao Chen said to the 2 girls beside him. Then, he carried the bronze sword box on his back and executed the fish dragon art to give chase. If he let 2 First Heaven Emperor Wus escape, then Xiao Chen would not be able to forgive himself. Chapter 1358. Xiao Chen carried the bronze sword box. Although his speed had decreased, his fish dragon art had already broken through the limits of space. In a few breaths, he caught up to the 2 fleeing corpse race Emperor Wu, who were less than 10 kilometers away. How can he be so fast? The 2 corpse race Emperor Wu were frightened into a fluster. They hardened their hearts and chose to take the risk of tearing space, intending to flee into the void to increase their speed. Without comprehending the state of space, traveling in the void was extremely dangerous. The space-time flow there was always present. If one was not careful, one would get struck by it. Otherwise, one would be sliced into countless pieces or forever lost in the space-time flow. Hence, although the Emperor Wu could tear space, he rarely used it when fleeing. He was afraid of panicking and getting struck by the space-time flow. Only when he was relatively calm would he choose to flee into the void and travel. Of course, this only applied to the Kunlun continent, where space was relatively stable. If they were in the boundless starry heavens, given sufficient time, they would not dare to casually tear space. If they were careless and triggered a starry heavens storm, they would not even have a corpse left. When Xiao Chen saw this, he was not in a rush. Even when he entered the void, he was not in a hurry. Even if he fled into the void, these 2 Emperor Wu's speed would not be able to match his. As long as he attacked fast enough, he could force them out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed twice in the air. Every time he stopped, he would throw a palm strike at the void. When Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, the primordial energy infused with it shook the entire space. Every time Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, he would knock a corpse race Emperor Wu out of the void. By the time Xiao Chen threw 2 palm strikes, he had already arrived in front of the 2 corpse race Emperor Wu, blocking their path. The two corpse race Emperor Wu on the coffins showed extremely sullen expressions. The hemp-robed old man said, "Blue Dragon King, why are you in such a rush? If you force us into a corner, even if you kill us, you will suffer. Get out of the way. The two of us are willing to offer 50,000 origin essence stones." The amount of time that Emperor Wu could cultivate primordial energy was limited. Most of the time, he still cultivated the power of the demonic laws. Essence stones were the hard currency that Emperor Wu used. 50,000 primary essence stones was already a large sum of money. The two corpse clan Emperor Wu were also very sincere. Unfortunately, Shao Chen was not willing to accept this. Shao Chen said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to swear an oath to leave the Haotian state for 10 years. At Emperor Wu's level, he knew that the seemingly ethereal oaths and karmic luck, as well as the heavenly Tao, truly existed. An oath absolutely couldn't be made recklessly. Once it was violated, one would absolutely suffer a backlash from the heaven Tao. The two corpse race Emperor Wu did not say anything. They transmitted their voices to each other, discussing something. After a while, the hemp-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "You might not be too naive. The two of us came here to accumulate military merits. We want to obtain sufficient primordial pills and other treasures from the deity Tao Union to raise our cultivation. You can forget about leaving. In that case, there is no point in saying anything more." Shao Chen did not waste his breath. His figure flashed as he flew towards the hemp-robed old man, wanting to kill one of them first. A pained expression flashed in the hemp-robed old man's eyes. He slapped the coffin lid he sat on, and a demonic corpse with overwhelming death chi charged out. The other corpse race Emperor Wu also had a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes as he released the demonic corpse in the coffin. The two corpse race Emperor Wu intended to give up on the emperor-grade demonic corpse that they had worked so hard to refine to delay Shao Chen and give themselves a chance to survive. Emperor-grade demonic corpses were not easy to refine. For the two to be able to steal their hearts and give up on them, they were extremely decisive. The demonic corpses did not fear death. They directly launched themselves at Shao Chen. Dense death chi spread from their bodies, dyeing the clouds in the sky pitch black like ink. Break! Shao Chen narrowed his eyes. If it were in the past, he would have found these inanimate objects with no spirituality extremely difficult to deal with. However, he now comprehended a saber domain. His saber intent was much stronger than before. When Shao Chen punched, 100 dragon force surged in his body. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness surged and gathered on his fist. The 100 dragons behind Shao Chen appeared and roared ferociously in unison. However, the moment Shao Chen punched, the sound of a treasured saber being drawn completely drowned out the dragon roars. Shao Chen punched like a saber, showing an unparalleled sharpness. The 100 dragon images behind him seemed to turn into sharp blades, forming a sharp saber wind. With two punches, Shao Chen shattered one of the demonic corpses that the other party valued. A berserk saber intent surged everywhere, shredding the demonic corpses into countless pieces. No matter what, they could not reform. The demonic corpses could not stop Shao Chen at all. Instead, they allowed his aura to soar higher. Shao Chen roared, and his body moved like a fish in water. Then, he turned into a dragon that went out to sea again. Shao Chen moved incredibly fast, catching up to the two corpse race Emperor Wu again. After Shao Chen got close, he brought out the Taiji force field. This time, the two corpse race Emperor Wu could no longer flee. Bang! 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 In the air, Shao Chen fought one against two. However, he held the upper hand, suppressing the two corpse race Emperor Wu. On the island in the center of the lake, a purple-clad old man appeared somewhat entranced as he watched the scene in the air. The crowd of cultivators at the side was also somewhat dumbfounded by what they saw. White robes and white hair. It looks like this really is the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chen. The rumors are true. Although our Thunder and Lightning Palaces and Juanxi and First Senior Sister Shui Lingling could defeat Emperor Wu, they did not seem to have it as easy as he did. Xiaochen forced the two corpse race Emperor Wu to the point where they could not even flee. This is simply incredible. How incredible. I wonder, why did the Blue Dragon King pass by our Maple Leaf Lake? As these people spoke, two girls in their prime flew over to the island. One wore a veil, making it impossible to make out her appearance. However, based on her graceful figure and her spirited eyes, it was clear that she was a great beauty. When the other girl's appearance became clear, everyone on the island was shocked. The purple-clad old man guarding this place felt it was strange. He asked, "Isn't that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun?" While it was strange, the two girls had the red armbands refined by the Haotian Prime on their arms. There was no mistaking their identities. The purple-clad old man led his subordinates out of the island in the center of the lake to welcome the two girls. "I am the Thunder and Lightning Palace's elder Ma, guarding this island. Might I ask why the holy daughter is here?" Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Now, I am no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Elder Ma, there is no need to be so polite. This is my sister, the Dragon's Gate's Vice Sect Master, Mo Chen. The two of us are here to wait for someone." Wait for someone. The purple-clad old man looked at the battle in the sky and said subconsciously, "We are waiting for the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen." Right. The Blue Dragon King received orders from the Haotian Prime to come and take over Maple Leaf Lake. "The two of us can be considered to be accompanying him," Yu Bingyun explained softly. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, the purple-clad old man's group immediately revealed expressions of joy. They asked quickly, "Really?" "Of course. When the Blue Dragon King comes down later, you will be able to see the Haotian Prime's command token." Mo Chen smiled, her voice as pleasant as a flowing mountain stream. "That's great. That's great. With the Blue Dragon King here, we will definitely be able to defend this node." "That's right. In the past, we always bullied Maple Leaf Lake because there was only one Emperor Wu. Now, let's see who dares to sneak attack us." The purple-clad old man's group could not contain their joy. With Xiaochen here, not only would the group's chances of survival increase significantly, but they might even be able to obtain many military merits. As the two of them were chatting, two violent explosions came from the sky. Rumble. The world shook, and pillars of water shot up into the sky. A black whirlpool storm appeared in the air. These were two corpse race Emperor Wus choosing to detonate their hearts of an emperor in despair. However, these two were only First Heaven Emperor Wus. Xiaochen sensed them long ago and dodged far away, suffering only some aftershocks. Xiaochen gently flung his sleeves, and a strong wind blew, scattering the dense black fog of death qi. Then, his figure drifted down and landed on the island in the center of the lake. "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." Such elegance convinced the many disciples on the island. When they saw Xiaochen descend, they all bowed in greeting. By now, Xiaochen was already used to these rules. He did not feel restrained, much less vain. Xiaochen stepped forward and handed the Haotian Prime's command token to Elder Ma. After the purple-clad old man looked at it, he returned it to Xiaochen. Then, he said with a smile, "The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation. He killed two Emperor Wus with one move. That is enough to accumulate 100,000 military merits to exchange for 10 primordial pills." Xiaochen felt startled, somewhat surprised. He had not expected that killing two Emperor Wus would be enough to exchange for 10 primordial pills. Chapter 1359. Blue Dragon King, this way, please. I want to discuss the handover with you in detail. I will send someone to arrange lodgings for Miss Mo Chen and Miss Bingyun. What do you think?" The purple-clad old man said respectfully. Although he was as strong as Emperor Wu, he had to be respectful to Xiaochen, who easily killed two First Heaven Emperor Wu martial emperors. However, the purple-clad old man felt that the rumors were somewhat exaggerated. Based on the strength that the Blue Dragon King displayed, he was merely a peak minor heavenly Emperor Wu. However, his emperor's might and aura were clearly weaker than the Fourth Heaven Emperor Wu. Perhaps he had used some secret treasure or secret technique to kill a fifth heaven martial emperor. Of course, no matter what, the peak minor heavenly emperor Wu was already sufficient for the purple-clad old man to be respectful to. There was no need to think too much. Xiaoqian nodded and followed the purple-clad old man to a pavilion on the island in the center of the lake. As for Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun, they were given a small courtyard near the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the purple-clad old man brewed a pot of tea for Xiaoqian. After he personally filled it up, he said, "Blue Dragon King, it is like this. The handover is not complicated, but it is extremely important. However, it is very important, so do not be careless. I hope that the Azure Dragon King understands this responsibility." Xiaoqian nodded, indicating that he understood. "Elder Ma, there is no need to address me as Blue Dragon King. You can just call me by my name. Right now, we are all on the same side. There is no need to be so polite. There is no need to hide anything." Elder Ma smiled and said, "In that case, I will not stand on ceremony. Brother Xiaoqian, this is how it is. There are two main points to guarding this maple leaf lake. The first is what you just experienced. Stopping the deity Dao Yunyan's sneak attacks and destroying the nodes of the formation are rather common. The second point is that when the deity Dao Yunyan launches a large-scale attack, activate the formation plate and resonate with the entire ninth layer of formations. Normally, this is the most troublesome aspect. Once the enemy launches an all-out attack, the pressure will be immense. Only by relying on formations can one withstand it." After saying that, Elder Ma handed a fiery red array card to Xiaoqian. The front side of the array card had mountains and rivers imprinted on it, while the back side had a fiery red sun. Xiaoqian took it, refined it again, and held it in his hand. Immediately, he felt that his entire body was connected to Maple Leaf Lake. In this Maple Leaf Lake, he was able to control a huge amount of energy. Both his offense and defense were greatly enhanced. This is the formation plate near Maple Leaf Lake. The Haotian disciples in the formation will be strengthened by the formation. Since you have the formation plate, the support you receive will be even greater, and you can summon the formation spirit to battle at any time. Elder Ma explained to Xiaoqian the various details of the array formation in detail. He was exceptionally serious in his explanation. Xiaoqian was naturally intelligent. He only needed to listen to it once before he understood most of it. All Xiaoqian needed to do was try a few times to understand the rest. Normally, these are the 2 points. Right now, we cannot lose even one layer of formations. If we lose one layer, the might of the formation will decrease significantly. The Haotian primes and those martial emperors will be able to draw less energy from the formation. Elder Ma smiled and said, "However, with the Blue Dragon King guarding Maple Leaf Lake, this node should be fine." After that, they chatted for a while. Then, Xiaoqian mentioned military merits. Earlier, Elder Ma casually mentioned the 10 primordial pills. Xiaoqian still remembered this. The primordial pills that the Flame Rock Sovereign obtained had greatly benefited Xiaoqian, giving him a deep understanding of the importance of primordial pills. Elder Ma said, "Since this is a battlefield, both sides will have military merits as incentives. I do not know about the deity Dao Yunyan. The Haotian Prime said that if one kills a first heaven emperor Wu, they will be rewarded with 5 primordial pills. As you know, for primes, primordial energy has already been cultivated to the limits and cannot advance any further. Hence, they can easily refine primordial pills. Furthermore, I heard that before the Thunder King left, he handed a large number of primordial pills to the Haotian Prime. Hence, the military merits on our side are very bountiful." Elder Ma said enviously as he looked at Xiaoqian. As a fellow Emperor Wu, he naturally knew the wondrous effects of the primordial pill. After chatting for a while, Elder Ma took his leave. The other party still had many things to do, so Xiaoqian did not try to keep him. After Elder Ma left, Xiaoqian left the pavilion alone. He wanted to see for himself what the Haotian province had become. Maple Leaf Lake was actually very far from Haotian City. If it were an ordinary person, even riding a horse, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. However, there was an even vaster territory in front of Maple Leaf Lake. That place used to be peaceful. At this moment, Xiaoqin stood at the summit of a tall mountain by the lake and looked into the distance. Everything he saw had turned into rubble. The cities, mountains, and rivers were all destroyed beyond recognition. The deity Dao Union cultivators occupied the capital cities that were in better condition. The sky was dark, filled with the various warships of the deity Dao Union. Their banners fluttered loudly in the wind. As Xiaoqin stood on this tall mountain and looked at all this, he felt how insignificant his individual strength was. In such a large-scale battle, his individual strength was extremely limited. Even if he was just in this 9th layer of formations, he would not be able to play a decisive role. He could only do his best. The battlefront was too long and involved too many cultivators. He could only rely on the strength of a team. Xiaoqin watched for a long time on this tall mountain filled with maple trees. Then, he stepped back and walked on Maple Leaf Lake. The sun set in the west, and the stars flickered. Night arrived quietly. Xiaoqin calmed himself and started practicing the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance, on Maple Leaf Lake. At the same time, he quietly comprehended to see if he could come up with the second move. Thus, he was rather free. As for the deity Dao Union's headquarters, which was responsible for destroying the formations, it was a different scene. In a small room, the 4 greater heavenly emperor Wu of the corpse race, ghost race, deity race, and human race sat in the front row. A group of minor heavenly emperor Wu followed behind them. There were a total of 4 greater heavenly emperor Wu and 46 minor heavenly emperor Wu in this room. Nearly all the emperor Wu that the deity Dao Union sent to destroy the formations were gathered here. As for the stronger emperor Wu, they were like the Haotian sect, coordinating with each other. This was not the time for them to make a move yet. In reality, this was also a formless contest. The side that could not hold on first would send out the peak emperor Wu, and that side would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. For example, if the Haotian sect's formations could no longer hold on, they would need to send out the greater heavenly emperor Wu to put out the fire. As for the deity Dao Union's greater heavenly emperor Wu, he would smile like a flower, watching these greater heavenly emperor Wu exhaust their energy. When the other side was almost exhausted, it would be much easier for the deity Dao Union to make a move. 2 of the corpse race's emperor Wu died in the direction of Maple Leaf Lake. This is somewhat abnormal. None of the corpse race cultivators that accompanied them returned alive. This is already somewhat abnormal. We have to figure this out. Otherwise, it will affect the overall attack tomorrow. The deity race's greater heavenly emperor Wu, who sat in the middle, was called Leng Zhenyang. He was the nominal commander of the allied army of the 4 races. What is there to check? The corpse race's emperor Wu was only average in the first place. He was greedy and took risks. Due to his carelessness, he ended up getting wiped out. I think this is quite normal, the ghost race's greater heavenly emperor Wu said with a smile, not minding it. This infuriated the corpse race's greater heavenly emperor Wu. Everyone knew that the corpse race and the ghost race were not on good terms. It would be strange if they did not fight when they met. Leng Zhenyang shook his head and looked at the human race's greater heavenly emperor Wu. An elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace asked, Brother Qianqing, what do you think? This old man's name was Su Qianqing. He held a high position in the Phoenix's Passion Palace. This deity race martial emperor did not dare to underestimate him. Su Qianqing said, it is not a big deal. Maple Leaf Lake is not the main node. Our primary target is still Meteor Trail City. That is the main node of the 9th layer. Good. It is settled, then. The plan for tomorrow's overall attack will not change. We will do our best to destroy the 9th layer of formations within half a month. Chapter 1360. As Xiaoqin walked over Maple Leaf Lake, he practiced the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance. After a few more deductions, his comprehension of this move became more and more perfect. The various aspects of this move became increasingly clear in his mind. The initial void-breaking stance was simply infusing all the energy into the saber domain with the flawless saber Dao. After that, he used the explosive power of the 3 sabers to draw out this saber strike, achieving a miraculous killing power. Previously, the Cloud Moon saber broke. Although the Cloud Moon saber took the initiative to seek death, it also had something to do with the might of Xiao Chen's saber strike. If it were another person, given a chance to break, the saber in their hand would still break. This was because that person was Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chen who walked out of his own flawless saber Dao. When he executed the void-breaking stance, he used the saber to control space, shocking the heavens. That time, the void-piercing slash was executed in a hurry and was completely improvised. As a result, no matter how he tried, he could not achieve the effect of using the saber to control space. However, as Xiao Chen continued to perfect it, this saber strike had already taken form. As long as he continued to practice it and reached consummation, it would naturally achieve the effect of using the saber to control space. More importantly, he had already completely comprehended this move. He could start comprehending and practicing the next move. Xiao Chen already had a vague idea of the second move of the flawless saber technique. The day it took form was not far away. Whoosh! 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 2 graceful figures flew over the calm lake surface. They were Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun, who had settled down, flying over to him. At this moment, it was almost dusk. The 2 girls flew over close to the lake surface, basking in the light of the setting sun. She moved through the fiery red maple leaves. Her exquisite figure was like that of a fairy. Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he stopped comprehending and stood up to welcome the 2 girls. After walking around, what do you think? Mo Chen asked with a smile. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, to think that you can still smile. Furthermore, you are still comprehending and cultivating. It looks like your mental state is rather stable. With the army approaching, it is already pretty good that you can remain so calm. The 2 women asked and answered, and Xiao Chen said what he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen said, adapt to the circumstances and do your best. Although the deity Dao union was strong, it was not without weaknesses. It looks astonishing and covers the sky, but it might really be to hide the fear in their hearts. If they could bear the price, they would have launched an all-out attack long ago. How so? The 2 women looked at each other. They both felt that Xiao Chen's words had a hidden meaning, and they seemed to have discovered something. That's right. After walking around, Xiao Chen did find something. He said, the deity Dao union is very strong, at least twice as strong as the Haotian sect and the Dragon's Gate combined. But they haven't launched an all-out attack yet. They only want to take down the Haotian sect at the lowest cost. It might seem safe, but it exposes the schemes between the various powers. No one is willing to make more sacrifices, afraid that they will have to bear the price. This is our chance. The true strength of a force can't be judged by its appearance, but by its internal sharpness. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Chen continued, if a person loses his sharpness, he will lose his sharpness. If a faction loses its sharpness, no matter how strong it is, it will just be a pile of loose sand. You sound like that makes sense, Mo Chen said with a mischievous smile. In that case, Big Brother Xiao Chen, have you thought of any way to defeat the enemy? Can you share it with us? When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he laughed loudly and said, little girl, why are you always so smart? I can't bring you out any more in the future. After saying that, the 3 started laughing. Xiao Chen had said so much. While it seemed like he made sense, it was actually all futile. They could only do their best. However, this was not the main point. What was important was the mentality of the 3. Even in such a precarious situation, they could still laugh heartily, looking down on everything. In life, how could everything go as one wished? There was a way to resolve everything. One just had to adapt to the situation and do one's best, doing one's best. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, the three used the lake as a table. As the maple leaves drifted about, they tasted wine and chatted leisurely. Boom! When the sky brightened, rumbling suddenly came from the distance. Following that, it sounded like thunder rumbling endlessly. Xiao Qin stood up and looked into the distance. Then, he muttered to himself, "They are really fast." He felt somewhat nervous in his heart and somewhat expectant at the same time. In a moment, he would personally witness this great battle, one that the Kunlun continent rarely saw in 10,000 years. Big brother Xiao Qin, is the deity Dao Union attacking? Mo Chen asked softly. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "They are. However, this place does not seem to be the main focus. Let's return to the island in the center of the lake first." Right. The three gently pushed off the ground and flew to the island in the center of the lake. The many disciples on the island were already prepared. Clearly, this was not their first time experiencing such a scene. The purple-clad old man quickly flew over to Xiao Chen's side and asked for Xiao Chen's instructions. Xiao Chen said politely, "Old sir, there is no need to do this. I'll leave everything to you. If a strong enemy attacks, I'll fight them personally." Combat was Xiao Chen's forte. However, when it came to commanding, he felt that he was still much weaker. When the purple-clad old man heard that, he revealed a smile on his face. It is rare for brother Xiao Chen to be so magnanimous. In that case, this old man will do as you say. Blue Dragon King, please hold the line. Just leave everything else, big or small, to this old man. Xiao Chen nodded. This was the effect that he wanted as well. This was to his liking. After 10 breaths, the deity Dao Union's warships appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The largest warship headed straight for the core node of the 9th layer, Meteor Trail City. It did not pay much attention to Maple Leaf Lake. Whoosh! In the next moment, the ancient demonic energy cannons on the warship tilted down. Beams of gorgeous light crisscrossed, looking like rain as they descended on the various nodes of the 9th layer. Whoosh! Meteor Trail City sent out surging energy to the left and right of the warship. Closely following that, the various nodes of the 9th layer activated the formation plates in their hands. The 9th layer of the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation formed a circle. The various nodes were at least 500,000 kilometers away from each other. However, at this moment, with the activation of the formation, all the nodes were tightly connected. Mountains, rivers, and cities occupied the nodes of the formation, all of them tightly connected. As Xiao Qin stood in the middle of the formation, after Meteor Trail City activated the formation, he infused law energy into it. Rumble. As for the situation elsewhere, Xiao Qin did not know. All he could see was a blurry barrier appeared in the sky above Maple Leaf Lake, blocking the incoming ancient demonic energy cannons. The lake water surged, and pillars of water soared into the sky. An enormous explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, deafening the crowd. The entire world seemed to tremble. At this moment, the land for millions of kilometers around did not remain calm. The ground was like the sea, rising and falling, with surging waves. No matter where one stood, one could feel the strength of the wind and waves. The Haotian sect and Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples on the island in the center of the lake showed anxious expressions as they grasped their weapons, waiting for the upcoming battle. Xiao Qin closed his eyes. His white robes and hair did not change at all. After a while, Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. The 4 deity Dao Union warships in front flew straight for Maple Leaf Lake. The many deity Dao Union cultivators descended from the warships and charged towards Maple Leaf Island. Xiao Qin formed hand seals and infused a strand of primordial energy into the formation plate. Immediately, the cultivators on the island received the support of the formation. Their bodies glowed with a sun-like light, looking as warm as the sun. The deity Dao Union cultivators who landed on the lake all radiated sinister auras. Their complexions were pale, looking like spirits from hell. These were all ghost race cultivators. For Ghost Race Emperor Wu stood on the bows of the four warships, looking coldly at Maple Leaf Lake with sinister expressions. They are ghost race cultivators. Panic appeared on the faces of the disciples on the island. The enemies that they did not want to run into the most were ghost race cultivators. The methods of the ghost race were mysterious and unfathomable. Aside from cultivating death chi, they could also use human souls to fight, inspiring great fear in others. The purple-clad old man on the island in the center of the lake also showed shock on his face. Why are the ghost race cultivators not attacking Meteor Trail City but coming to our Maple Leaf Lake? Chapter 1361. The ghost race cultivators gave Xiao Qin a headache. If only he had not used up the Daoist divine lamp in the Yellow Springs Hell. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's mental energy had increased significantly. He even condensed a dermic incarnation in the depths of his sea of consciousness, which gave him strong resistance to the attacks of the spirits. More importantly, his mental state was now stable. The ghost race's methods should have difficulty affecting him. Outside the invisible barrier, hundreds of ghost race cultivators formed hand seals at the same time. As the ghost race cultivators' hands moved, evil spirits of various shapes appeared. Some of the strong cultivators even summoned 4 or 5 spirits in one go, looking exceptionally scary. With the appearance of these specters and evil spirits, the temperature of Maple Leaf Lake dropped a little more. A chill spread to the island. Several disciples trembled in the depths of their bones. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. This won't do. Before the battle started, they were already afraid. Even with the support of the formations, they would not have much of an advantage. One should not underestimate these hundreds of ghost race cultivators. Although the strongest among them was the blue-robed emperor, when they worked together, they only had the ability to kill Emperor Wu. When Xiao Qin fought with the ghost race Emperor Wu, these ghost race cultivators broke through the island and destroyed the nodes of the formations. Even if Xiao Qin killed all 4 of the other party's Emperor Wus, he would still be the one defeated. In such a huge battle, one had to consider the overall situation. Blue Dragon King, do you have any ideas? The purple-clad old man asked worriedly as he stood beside Xiao Qin. He had not expected so many ghost race cultivators to charge to Maple Leaf Lake. Xiao Qin shook his head. There was no way to quickly dispel his fear of the ghost race cultivators. He could only think of other ways. Let's end the battle quickly and minimize our losses. Later, Bing Yun, Mo Chen, accompany Elder Ma to fight. Deal with these ghost race cultivators before they reach the island. I will deal with their Emperor Wu. The moment Xiao Qin said that, Elder Ma, Yu Bing Yun, and Mo Chen looked at him in shock. The purple-robed old man said, that won't do. They are 4 Emperor Wu, and I'm one of them. It should be Emperor Wu of the 3rd heavenly layer, and Emperor Wu of the Ghost Clan. I have to help you. Xiao Qin said, Elder Ma, you don't have to worry about me. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still protect myself. Given the current situation, Xiao Qin's plan was the best solution. The other side would never have imagined that Xiao Qin would dare to take on all 4 of them by himself. Let Elder Ma, this Emperor Wu, participate in the battle below Emperor Wu. As long as he eliminated or repelled the 100 ghost race warriors on the lake, the other side would have to retreat even if they did not want to. So. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, hundreds of ghost race cultivators appeared on the lake, leading even more specters and malicious spirits. After entering the range of the formation, he charged at the island in the middle of the lake with surging killing chi. The instant the ghost race cultivators entered the range of the formation, their auras and speed weakened visibly. This was the might of the formation. However, when facing the ghost race, their auras were not very strong. Since that was the case, they could only forcefully bring out their auras. Before Elder Ma could say anything, Xiao Qin soared into the sky, heading for the warship carrying the ghost race's 3rd heaven Emperor Wu. Before Elder Ma could recover from his shock, he saw half of the flag falling from the sky. The instant Xiao Qin charged onto the warship, he killed the 2 ghost race cultivators guarding the banner. Then, he chopped off the banner with a palm strike. Immediately, the disciples of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace on the island were startled. After being stunned for a while, they recovered their wits and cheered. It's the Blue Dragon King. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, came out and chopped off the other side's banner. When the ghost race cultivators, who had been charging forward, saw the banners suddenly fall, they all paused. Their charging footsteps paused for a moment. How can this be? The banner broke in an instant. Who is this person? He is very fast. Panic spread in the hearts of these ghost race cultivators, and their auras immediately weakened. Mo Chen, who was beside Elder Ma, stepped forward and said, Elder Ma, if we do not fight now, when will we? A brilliant light flashed in Elder Ma's eyes. His emperor's might spread out as he shouted, disciples guarding the island in the middle, heed my orders. The Blue Dragon King has already chopped off the other side's banner. We will definitely win this battle. Everyone, come with me and kill all these ghost race cultivators. Kill. With Xiao Chen chopping off the banner and Elder Ma and the two girls leading the charge, the many disciples on the island in the middle burned with fighting spirit, charging forward with a flourishing aura. A fierce battle broke out on the vast lake surface in an instant. When Xiao Chen suddenly appeared in the sky and chopped off the banner, the ghost race Emperor Wu, who stood on the bow of the warship, showed an extremely sullen expression. The black-robed Emperor Wu's pale face filled with murderous intent. He looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, I was wondering what was going on. The two corpse race Emperor Wu never returned. It turns out that the famous Blue Dragon King is here. The white-robed Xiao Chen, who carried a bronze sword box on his back, stood on the warship's railing. Aside from the broken banner, there were also the corpses of two ghost race martial sages. Xiao Chen said indifferently, there is no need to delay. I'll give you a chance to bring your companions over. Whoosh! 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 A figure flew over from each of the other three directions. The ghost race Emperor Wu from the other three warships appeared at the same time. They each took a position and surrounded Xiao Chen. The black-robed Emperor Wu at the front was a third heaven martial sage. He did not fear Xiao Chen. When he saw his companions coming over, he smiled and said, it is good to be courageous. However, being too courageous makes one arrogant and ignorant. The ghost race is far stronger than you imagine. Today is the day you die. Remember this old man's name, Su Muqing. With his companions here, Su Muqing no longer bothered speaking nonsense with Xiao Chen. His figure flashed, and he charged over like a phantom. Su Muqing's footsteps were swift, and his afterimages flickered. It was like there were three people moving. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. When Xiao Chen got close, he discovered a specter with auras no weaker than his own on each side. While it looked like only one person made a move, there were actually three strong Emperor Wus attacking at the same time. The other three Ghost Race First Heaven Emperor Wus also took advantage of the situation to charge over at this moment. Each of them had an Emperor-grade specter that was no weaker than the main body. The situation immediately turned into 9 against 5. No wonder this Su Muqing did not panic when facing Xiao Chen at all. This was a critical moment. There was no time for Xiao Chen to think. Xiao Chen's figure moved left and right. It looked like he had 2 more clones, clashing with the attacks of Su Muqing and his 2 specters. Bang! The 3 sounds of fighting overlapped. Su Muqing took 10 steps back, and the 2 specters each took 100 steps back. The afterimages merged, and Xiao Chen stood at the warship's railing. He did not move back at all, and his robes fluttered loudly. Only then did Xiao Chen discover that Xiao Chen did not have any clones. It was just that he was too fast. After attacking 3 times, the afterimages did not have time to fade away, giving the illusion of him splitting into 3. What vast primordial energy! This fellow has not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. How does he have such accumulations? Su Muqing felt startled in his heart. He revealed a grave expression as he shouted, "Don't hold anything back. kill him directly. The contribution we will make will be much greater than conquering Maple Leaf Lake. Xiao Chen, who was at the bow, did not have much time to rest. He had just knocked back Su Muqing when the other 3 Ghost Race Emperor Wu's specters surrounded him. Xiao Chen stood at the warship's railing, using his palm as a saber. His figure was like a fallen leaf in the wind, swaying up and down. Xiao Chen faced the Ghost Race Emperor Wu's relentless barrage of attacks like a storm. Xiao Chen's body seemed unsteady at times, falling over. However, the moment he was about to fall, he suddenly straightened up like a dragon. Xiao Chen tumbled back and forth, swaying left and right. Occasionally, he stood on one leg and spun around. Xiao Chen's figure changed unpredictably, leaving behind countless afterimages. In this small space, he brought out the fish dragon art to its limits. It looked like there were thousands of changes, but in reality, his feet had not moved at all from start to finish. Xiao Chen brought out the profoundness of the fish dragon art to its fullest. Several of the attacks looked like they had struck him. However, he was like a fish in the water, separated by a layer of water. Being hit was just an illusion, but in reality, he had still brushed past Xiao Chen. Big Brother Su, the brothers below can't hold on any longer. A ghost race cultivator, who was distracted by the battle below, asked somewhat anxiously. His mental state had clearly turned anxious. Su Muqing said coldly, "Don't worry about it. As long as we kill him, we'll make a huge profit. I don't believe that he can outlast the 4 of us. No matter how profound his movement technique is, this old man will drag him to death." During the intense battle, Xiao Chen fought to his heart's content. When he heard this, he said coldly, "That's right. Indeed, I cannot outlast the 4 of you by myself. However, when did I say that I would definitely outlast you? From the start to the end, it has been me, Xiao Chen, delaying you, not you delaying me." When Su Muqing heard that, his expression changed. Before he could react, he saw a powerful saber intent within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen. Suddenly, a powerful saber intent with unparalleled sharpness appeared in that strange force field. That was the result of Xiao Chen merging his saber domain and the Taiji force field. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's eyes. His clothes fluttered, and his aura suddenly changed. It was like his body was a powerful treasure saber with a wanton sharpness. Xiao Chen ferociously pushed with his left and right hands. A melodious saber hum came from his body and spread throughout the place. Like a treasure saber being unsheathed, as Xiao Chen pushed with his hands, the incoming saber intent turned into a strong wind, pressing at the 4 Ghost Race Emperor Wu. The sharpness of this saber intent inspired fear. The 4 Ghost Race cultivators, who had been attacking Xiao Chen non-stop, saw a saber light flash before their eyes. A saber light flashed before everyone's eyes. When they saw the incoming saber wind, their attacks paused, and they had no choice but to block. When Xiao Chen pushed with his hands, it was like a treasure saber being unsheathed. The fighting spirit in his heart blazed like a blazing fire, burning endlessly with hot-bloodedness. "Many thanks to the 4 of you for your relentless attacks, turning the situation around on this island in the center of the lake. It has been hard on you. This Xiao will borrow your heads again." Xiao Chen laughed loudly, filled with lofty sentiments. Then, he kicked ferociously, and the huge king-grade warship under his feet exploded. The few Emperor Wus exchanged moves in the sky, causing the clouds to churn and the sky to change color. Countless mysterious phenomena appeared in the clouds. As Xiao Chen laughed, winds blew and clouds churned, shaking the surroundings. Normally, this would definitely attract the attention of many cultivators. However, at this moment, such scenes were happening everywhere in the Haotian province. The phenomenon before them was just an inconspicuous wave amidst the surging waves of phenomena. However, there was no rush. After this battle, this unremarkable wave would kick up a huge wave with the support of the Blue Dragon King's name. Chapter 1362. Following the King-class battleship's violent explosion, the entire void began to shake violently. Xiao Chen, who had been defending, suddenly turned sharp. The merger of the Saber domain and the Taiji force field was the start of Xiao Chen's transition from defense to offense. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he dodged Su Muqing's attack. Then, he arrived before the Ghost Race Emperor Wu, who was only a First Heaven Martial Emperor. Using his palm as a saber, Xiao Chen executed a profound martial technique. For thousands of years, the dynasty will not be destroyed. As he chopped down with the force of his palm, many cities, rivers, and mountains materialized under Xiao Chen's feet. When Xiao Chen got close, an imperial city appeared under his feet. As he stood at the peak of the imperial city, he gathered the luck of a dynasty. Many figures knelt in the tens of thousands of cities, rivers, and mountains for tens of thousands of kilometers, shouting, "Long live." Invisibly, Xiao Chen's aura soared up again. The cultivator that Xiao Chen attacked felt space and time change. He felt like he was not facing a person but a bona fide dynasty. Before that aura, the cultivator suddenly felt an urge to kneel and worship, scaring him into breaking out in a cold sweat. After the cultivator recovered his senses, he quickly retreated. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding air was as viscous as water. The ripples in the air even twisted space slightly. Space was like water, so one could use water as a saber. As a result, this Ghost Race Emperor Wu found it extremely difficult to take even one step back. Furthermore, he had to face the ever-present yet formless saber qi. After taking just 10 steps back, several wounds appeared on his body. Left without a choice, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Then, he led the Emperor-grade Spectre beside him and roared ferociously as he clashed with Xiao Chen's saber. Spectre burst. Emperor Wu shouted, and the eyes of the Emperor-grade Spectre beside him suddenly turned scarlet. Then, it charged straight at Xiao Chen. Bang! The Spectre directly exploded. A formless soul storm burst out like a tsunami, instantly charging into Xiao Chen's mind. Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment, and his movements slowed down. "You bastard, you caused me to lose an Emperor-level Spectre. I want your life." That Ghost Race Emperor Wu was heartbroken. It wasn't easy to raise an Emperor-level Spectre. It was his lifeblood. Seeing the confusion in Xiao Chen's eyes, he roared furiously and charged at Xiao Chen. However, it was this decision that caused him to lose his life. If he had taken the opportunity to leave, he would have been able to live. Life and death are often separated by a thin line. Xiao Chen's boundless sea of consciousness suddenly surged in. Hordes of evil spirits practically occupied the entire space in his sea of consciousness. They turned into a tsunami, trying to occupy the entire sea of consciousness. It directly devoured Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, turning him into a living dead with only a physical body but no soul. At this moment, tens of millions of negative emotions rushed into his mind. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. He was momentarily at a loss and was on the verge of death. However, at this critical moment, the azure-robed dermic incarnation with a startling baleful aura in his sea of consciousness suddenly drew his saber. A saber light swept through the entire sea of consciousness like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. This saber light was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Thousands of negative emotions died under this saber light. When the Ghost Race Martial Emperors arrived before Xiao Chen, they suddenly discovered that the Ghost Race Martial Emperors had already arrived. A vicious light flashed in Xiao Chen's confused eyes. Before he could react, Xiao Chen's saber, which had paused for a moment, chopped down. "How can this be? You are not of the deity race. How can you resist the soul storm of an Emperor-level Spectre's self-detonation?" This startled the Ghost Race Emperor Wu. He had not expected Xiao Chen to wake up so quickly. Xiao Chen said coldly, "There are many things that you do not know." Xiao Chen's palm descended, and the saber light of the dynasty's luck materialized. This made his palm radiate a saber light even more dazzling than the sun. Whoosh! The resplendent saber light directly knocked back the Ghost Race Emperor Wu, causing him to vomit blood. Xiao Chen stepped forward, and electric light burst out from under his feet. Then, he punched again. 100 dragon force surged out and exploded this person's body. The physical bodies of the ghost race were much weaker than those of the corpse race in the first place. The ghost race was already severely injured in the first place. Now that Xiaoqin punched again, he naturally did not even have a corpse left. The heart of an emperor shattered, and a large amount of life essence scattered. Specks of light fell like rain. Whoosh! Xiaoqian's figure flashed, moving like a fish in water. At the critical moment, he dodged Su Muqing, who came to help. Then, like a dragon swinging its tail, Xiaoqin moved as fast as lightning. Su Muqing's reinforcements arrived too late. When he saw the ghost race martial emperor die without a corpse, his expression turned extremely sullen. As Su Muqing watched Xiaoqian's figure flicker like a saber light, appearing and disappearing, he forced the other two ghost race martial emperors into a fluster. Su Muqing immediately felt dispirited. Only now did Su Muqing discover that Xiaoqin had been holding back all this time. Xiaoqin had not been delayed at all. Instead, he had forcefully delayed the four of them. This caused the ghost race martial emperors below to suffer a crushing defeat. Under the lead of Elder Ma and Mo Chen, the two women, the ghost race martial emperors slaughtered their way out. Let's go. I'll block him. Su Muqing was extremely decisive. Once he made up his mind, he did not hesitate to charge over and block Xiaoqin. Right now, Su Muqing only had one thought: he could not allow the losses to continue increasing. This time, he completely admitted defeat. Elder Su, many thanks. Elder Su, take care. The two ghost race martial emperors heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly turned and fled, not daring to linger for even a moment. Xiaoqin was currently in a killing frenzy. He used the Taiji Saber domain to fight the two ghost race martial emperors and two emperor-level specters alone, forcing them into retreat. After Xiaoqin heard Su Muqing's words, he immediately felt disappointed. The other party did not let anger get to his head. This somewhat exceeded his expectations. As long as Su Muqing still hoped to get lucky and kill Xiaoqin, then Xiaoqin would have no problem killing two more ghost race First Heaven Emperor Wu. Now that the other party realized his mistake and blocked him, allowing the other ghost race Emperor Wu to flee, Xiaoqin could only sigh. After all, Xiaoqin could not use his saber right now. He also did not want to expose his Dermic World trump card, so he did not have the ability to take down Su Muqing instantly. After withdrawing his aura, Xiaoqin showed no intention of giving chase. He looked at Su Muqing and smiled. You are a smart person. Even after suffering such losses, you can still maintain your final bit of rationality. Su Muqing gritted his teeth in hatred. This time, Xiaoqin had tricked him too badly. When he heard Xiaoqian's words, he wanted to eat Xiaoqin alive. Don't give me a chance. If you give me a chance, I will definitely pull out your soul and let you experience all sorts of torture. After saying that, Su Muqing prepared to turn and leave. He was a peak Third Heaven Emperor Wu. He believed that if he left, Xiaoqin would not be able to do anything to him. Xiaoqin retorted coldly, "Who allowed you to leave? What's wrong? Are you thinking of keeping me here?" Su Muqing turned around and said with a mocking smile, "I have a rough idea of your strength. You are just a peak minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. You are just relying on the advantage of that mysterious force field and the saber domain. If you really force me into a corner, you will be the one crying indiscriminately." Su Muqing smiled coldly, thinking that he had seen through Xiaoqin and had nothing to fear. Xiaoqin smiled and said, "You are right. However, you are only half right. If you want to leave, you will have to receive a saber strike from me first. If you cannot receive it, then there is no need for you to leave today." Right after Xiaoqin spoke, the area within 1 kilometer of him suddenly turned pitch black. When Xiaoqin reappeared, he brought with him a saber light that was even more dazzling and resplendent than the sun. He soared into the air in an unparalleled manner and sent out a palm strike. This was the first move of the flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. The smile on Su Muqing's face froze. He had not expected Xiao Chen to erupt with such a sudden saber strike. The intense saber light immediately blinded Su Muqing, making him see only a hazy light. Within the hazy saber light, a figure bathed in golden light appeared, looking like a deity. In a moment of desperation, a beam of light shot out of Su Muqing's body and formed an ancient stone pagoda, encasing him within. This was Su Muqing's life-saving trump card. At a crucial moment, it could block the full power strike of an ordinary greater heavenly emperor Wu. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The saber light landed, and the stone pagoda shattered, turning into countless shards shooting in all directions. Pitch-black cracks appeared in space, densely packed and even more complicated than a spiderweb. With his life-saving trump card shattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Su Muqing's lips. He was frightened into a fluster and quickly fled. At this instant, Su Muqing regretted what he said earlier. If he had another chance, he absolutely would not have stopped Xiao Chen and let his companions flee first. Xiao Chen watched Su Muqing flee miserably. Then, he scattered the saber light and the Taiji force field around him. Then, he said calmly, "I hope that you will be as lucky next time." This fellow actually had a defensive emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, that saber strike would have taken half his life. Chapter 1363. Emperor Wu killed one fleeing, and 3 more fleeing. The ghost race cultivators below nearly all died. No matter how one looked at it, this was a complete victory. Xiao Chen gently drifted down and landed on the lake. Elder Ma was currently directing the cultivators to clean up the ghost race corpses and some war trophies on the lake's surface. When Elder Ma saw Xiao Chen land, he immediately flew over with a smile. "Little brother Xiao Chen, you are really something. This battle was really delightful." Xiao Chen had a clearer understanding of reality. He smiled softly and said, "It is just that the deity Dao Union does not know that I am here. Next time, when the other party is prepared, it will be much more difficult." Elder Ma thought for a while, and his face sank. "It looks like I rejoiced too early. However, no matter what, with little brother Xiao Chen here, I am very confident of defending Maple Leaf Lake." "Right, that's right. As long as the Blue Dragon King is here, Maple Leaf Lake will definitely be able to defend." The disciples of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace laughed at the same time. Clearly, Xiao Chen was now like a stabilizing force in these people's hearts. Xiao Chen felt worried, but he could not show it in front of everyone. After chatting with Elder Ma for a while, he returned to his wooden hut alone. It was already noon. However, many mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Space trembled endlessly, causing the clouds to churn. The sky was dark, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. The battle at Maple Leaf Lake had ended. However, that did not mean that the battles at the other nodes had ended as well, especially the core node of the 9th layer, Meteor Trail City. At this moment, Meteor Trail City was enduring wave after wave of intense attacks. Most of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu and the King grade warships were gathered there. As long as they broke Meteor Trail City, the 9th layer of formations would shatter and cease to exist. The deity Dao Union's frontlines would advance as well. Inside the wooden hut, Xiao Chen did not care about the situation elsewhere. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his knees. He circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to nourish his law energy. In the heart of an emperor, the 100 strands of primordial energy intertwined, forming a purple whirlpool. At the bottom of the vortex was a lake that was formed by the pure power of the laws of the world. Countless purple specks of light fell like raindrops, nourishing the lake. Then, the lake began to feed back the purple vortex, condensing 100 strands of primordial energy. This was a rather troublesome cultivation method. If one could directly absorb primordial energy, then there would be no need to continue cultivating the laws of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, in this land of exile, the absorption of primordial energy was limited. It was rumored that only after reaching the Supreme Being level would there be no more restrictions. This was also the reason why Supreme Beings could calmly refine the primordial pill. While Xiao Chen was silently cultivating, the mysterious sword box on his back also released a warm current. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that Xiao Chen had absorbed was strengthened. It was extremely miraculous. 2 days had passed, and the weight of the sword box had lightened considerably. However, it was still unknown when it would be completely unsealed. Without a saber, Xiao Chen's strength dropped by a quarter. Furthermore, this was under the condition that he comprehended the flawless saber Dao. If it were any other bladesman without a suitable saber, their combat prowess would drop by at least half. Dong! 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 Knocking rang out, and Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the door gently opened. Elder Ma, Mo Chen, and Yu Bingyun entered at the same time. They handed Xiao Chen 3 jade bottles and said with a smile, "Little brother Xiao, these are your rewards." There are 3 bottles of primordial pills, and each bottle contains 5 primordial pills. They correspond to the 3 Emperor Wu pills that you killed. The envoys of the inner palace were all stunned by your military merits. No one has ever obtained so many primordial pills before. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The primordial pill. That was truly good stuff. Right now, Xiao Chen had 100 strands of primordial energy because the Flame Rock Sovereign had given him the primordial pills. As Elder Ma handed the jade bottles to Xiao Chen, he could not hide the envy in his eyes at all. Xiao Chen smiled. This was human nature. He would not bother about this. How are the battles at the other nodes? Xiao Chen asked as he received the medicinal pills. He clearly felt that the deity Dao Union's attack this time was exceptionally ferocious. Elder Ma sighed and said, "It was very dangerous. Several nodes nearly fell. Fortunately, the fiend race's reinforcements arrived. The battles in most areas have already ended. The casualties are very severe. Only Meteor Trail City is still fighting." The fiend race's reinforcements arrived. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he asked, "In that case, should we go and provide reinforcements?" Elder Ma shook his head and said, "There's no need. Our nodes are also very important. If Meteor Trail City needs reinforcements, there will be a meteor soaring into the sky. Anyone within 5 million kilometers will be able to see it." Xiao Chen nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the entire defense suddenly trembled intensely. Undercurrents surged in Maple Leaf Lake, and the fallen leaves on the lake's surface scattered everywhere. What's going on? Horror flashed on the faces of Mo Chen and Elder Ma as they asked in confusion. This horror came for no reason, appearing out of nowhere. It was incredibly strange. Only Xiao Chen and Elder Ma felt horrified. They exchanged glances and roughly guessed what happened. These two had the heart of an emperor and were extremely sensitive to the aura of experts. If they guessed right, a prime had appeared. Elder Ma said with a grave expression, "Right now, the deity Dao Union has 3 primes on the surface, Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. It is impossible for Emperor Forsaken to appear. If he did, his aura would be even stronger. It can only be the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God or the Dongyue Ghost Emperor." Xiao Chen added, "The aura of the ghost race is extremely sinister. If it is the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, we should be able to feel a chill. It might very well be the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God." Mo Chen exclaimed in shock, "A prime appearing so early? Are they bringing forward the final battle?" Elder Ma rejected that idea. "No. Neither side can bear the consequences of the final battle now. This should just be a probing exchange. However, when primes fight, even if it is just a probing exchange, the shockwaves will spread far and wide. Furthermore, if anyone ends up at a disadvantage, it will be a huge blow to their morale." Xiao Chen agreed with Elder Ma's opinion. In reality, he had always believed that the crux of this battle was not with primes. It had never been among primes. Instead, it was among martial emperors below primes. Primes were existences that stood at the peak of the Kunlun realm. They would not fight to the death with each other. Even if they were mortal enemies, they would have a tacit understanding with each other. Ingzongtian, since you became a prime, you have not fought with anyone yet. Do you dare to fight with this corpse god? A boundless laughter rang out in the sky, which was filled with strange phenomena. Following this laughter, a loud laughter rang out. Following this laughter, the many mysterious phenomena in the sky vanished like smoke. The continuously churning clouds split in half and retreated. Whoosh! The long-awaited sunlight reappeared. The dark and gloomy sky was swept away, and sunlight illuminated the surrounding 5 million kilometers. Gazes peered through the wooden window into the wooden hut that Xiaochen was in, leaving mottled spots of light behind. Xiaochen looked at the sky through the window. He vaguely saw a stocky, middle-aged man with his upper body bared walking towards the sky above Meteor Trail City. Instantly, the auras of the deity Dao Union cultivators attacking Meteor Trail City soared, and their attacks became much sharper. Corpse God. Big brother Xing Tian, we both know that there are no gods in this world. Why do you have to be like those deity race cultivators, deceiving yourselves? A blazing sun rose in Haotian City. This sun looked like fire, burning the sky for 5 million kilometers around. A figure slowly walked out of the sun. His gaze pierced into the heaven-punishing corpse god from a boundless distance. Gods or not, those are just minor details. There is no need to speak nonsense. Let me ask you this, do you dare to walk out of the worldly mountain river Great Sun Formation and fight? The heaven-punishing corpse god said as he met this gaze. It had been 1,000 years since the heaven-punishing corpse god became a prime. He was very confident in facing Ingzongtian, so he challenged the heaven-punishing corpse god again. Why not? Ingzongtian stood on the sun and soared into the sky. A battle between primes was about to begin. Chapter 1364. This was a battle between primes. Xiaochen's heart surged with excitement as he rushed out of the wooden hut. The others quickly followed, not willing to be slow, either. Primes were already rare. A battle between primes was something that had not happened in the past 1,000 years. It was hard not to be excited. The other disciples on the small island in the middle of the lake had already left their wooden huts long ago, staring at the sky without blinking. High up in the sky, Ingzongtian, who stood on the sun, crossed 5 million kilometers in a few short steps. From the distant Haotian City, Xiaochen directly arrived above Meteor Trail City. Clearly, he already grasped some state of space. He was not like Xiaochen, who only scratched the surface and did not even cross the threshold. When the stout Xing Tian, who looked like a deity, saw Ingzongtian arrive, he smiled and said, "Just 10% of my strength. How about playing a little?" Ingzongtian wore long robes and looked rather frail. The instant he left the formation, the sun under his feet vanished as well. Then, he said indifferently, "That's exactly what I wanted." Clearly, the two could not truly engage in a life-and-death battle. At their level, there were many things that they did not care about. There would not be any deep grudges between them. Once they truly fought to the death, the shockwaves would be too great. Neither side would be able to bear it. I have not fought for a long time already. Ingzongtian, I hope that you will not lose too quickly. The Xing Tian laughed loudly and clenched his right fist. Ka xie. Ka xie. His bones crackled, and winds blew. Clouds churned as thousands of dragon images appeared behind him. This startled Xiaochen. This was 1,000 dragon force. 10% of his strength was 1,000 dragon force. In that case, wouldn't his full strength be 10,000 dragon force or even higher? Furthermore, the dragon images behind him were clearly more realistic. The dragon images appeared indistinct, hard to distinguish between real and fake. The Xing Tian's use of vital qi was probably much more brilliant than Xiaochen's. Even if they both used 100 dragon force, Xiaochen would not be able to defeat the Xing Tian. I've long heard that the heaven-punishing corpse god is the first person to prove his Tao with his physical body. His physical body is now comparable to a top emperor-level magic treasure. Ordinary magic weapons will not be able to injure him, Elder Ma said with slight surprise. It was obvious that the heaven-punishing corpse god's combat prowess was deeply shocked. Boom! The heaven-punishing corpse god pushed off the air and appeared in front of Ing Zongtian in an extremely phantom-like manner. He raised his hand and punched out. 1,000 dragons roared behind him and gathered in his fist. His entire right arm transformed into a dragon, shining with a resplendent golden light. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He saw through this heaven-punishing corpse god's movement technique with one glance. This was using force to control space. The principle was the same as Xiao Chen's using saber to control space. In truth, the heaven-punishing corpse god did not move. He merely used his vital qi to control space. His body didn't move, but the space around him seemed to shift, and he was now directly in front of Ing Zongtian. This was the final mystery of the void-breaking stance. However, the heaven-punishing corpse god was already very familiar with this set of moves. It was like he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. As for Xiao Chen, he was still bitterly pursuing it. There was a huge gap between them. Xiao Chen no longer dared to look away. He had a feeling that after watching this battle, his flawless saber technique would improve further. When the heaven-punishing corpse god punched, it was like a true dragon came to life, charging over forcefully. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that Ing Zongtian was not as strong as the other party and would not clash head-on with this punch. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, Ing Zongtian did not choose to dodge. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in his palm. It vaguely seemed like a sun was forming. Facing the heaven-punishing corpse god's punch, Xiao Chen pushed with a flip of his palm. At this instant, it seemed like dawn had broken. A blazing sun leaped out of Ing Zongtian's palm. The blazing light dyed the sky for millions of kilometers behind Ing Zongtian red, as if half the sky was dyed red with blood. When the fist and palm met, the sun clashed with the true dragon. The entire sky trembled intensely, and space immediately turned blurry. The two sides fighting in Meteor Trail City felt this the most. Countless shock waves turned into motes of starlight as they descended. When the motes of starlight touched them, they exploded, radiating for 5,000 kilometers around. However, even under such circumstances, the two sides still fought intensely for Meteor Trail City. Looking at the sky again, in just a single glance, Ing Zongtian and the heaven-punishing corpse god had already exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Their movements were so fast that Xiao Chen could no longer see them clearly. He could only catch some traces of their movements from their trajectories. However, even if there were only a few traces, Xiao Chen felt that he benefited greatly, unable to take his eyes off them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fiery red mote of light mixed with the true dragon's fragments, falling towards Maple Leaf Lake like a rain of light. Oh no! Quickly run! Elder Ma's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in extreme panic. This was an undeserved calamity. Although the two primes fought with only 10% of their strength, the shockwaves from this clash were not small. Be it the deity Dao Union or the Haotian sect, they were both affected and suffered significant losses. Don't panic. Xiao Chen remained calm. He waved his hand, and the formation plate appeared in his palm. Then, he formed hand seals with one hand and sent primordial energy into the formation plate at the same time. Suddenly, water splashed up on Maple Leaf Lake. The formation spirit at this node turned into a huge water bird shining with spiritual light and broke out of the water. As Xiao Chen held the formation plate, his figure flickered like a divine dragon swinging its tail, kicking up a strong wind. Then, he landed on the formation spirit water bird bathed in a gentle light. Riding on the huge water bird shining with spiritual light, Xiao Chen soared into the air. As he stood under this formation spirit, Xiao Chen could clearly feel the wind blowing and grass moving within 5,000 kilometers of Maple Leaf Lake. He could feel the pulse of the tall mountain, the breathing of Maple Leaf Lake, and the surging spiritual energy in the formation's patterns. Xiao Chen felt like he had completely merged with the formation. With every move, he could easily drive vast energy. The energy of the formation, this was the support of the formation. Xiaochen felt very confident. As he faced the descending rain of light, he threw 2 palm strikes. One palm strike was called Thousand-Year Flame and the other was called Thousand-Year Death. 2 full moons soared up from behind Xiaochen. When the 2 moons appeared together, they shone with boundless light and clashed with the descending rain of light, not letting a single drop fall. Boom! The rain and the full moons clashed. A startling explosion rang out in an instant. The shock wave surged over, and Xiaochen could not dodge in time, getting struck by it. Xiaochen tumbled a few times in the air before landing safely. Casually wiping off the blood at a corner of his lips, Xiaochen looked at the sky and smiled bitterly. Is this really just 10% of a prime's strength? Just the shock wave alone had caught him off guard. If not for the fish dragon art allowing him to dodge at the last moment, he would have been severely injured. Big brother Xiaochen. Mo Chen and the others rushed over and asked about Xiaochen's injuries. Xiaochen stood up and waved his hand. He smiled and said, "It's just a superficial wound. It's worth it." Xiaochen only suffered some internal injuries in exchange for the safety of the entire Maple Leaf Lake. Of course, it was worth it. When some of the Maple Leaf Lake disciples saw this scene, they immediately felt incredibly moved. Xiaochen could have avoided getting injured. However, at the crucial moment, he still charged forward without hesitation. Just as the group was about to speak, their eardrums suddenly trembled. Several of them revealed pained expressions, temporarily going deaf. Xiaochen looked up and saw the 10 blazing suns in Yingzongtian's palm in the sky slowly entering his palm. The surrounding afterglow turned into rainbow light and slowly faded away. The heaven-punishing corpse god retreated quickly. Dragon patterns covered his exposed upper body. The dragon patterns flickered with light, looking like huge dragons swimming around Xing Tian's body. As the heaven-punishing corpse god retreated, the scenery in the sky seemed like a reflection in water, moving forward. Yingzongtian performed a cup fist salute and said with a smile, "Brother Xing Tian, I defeated you by half a move. Many thanks for going easy on me." After saying that, Xiaochen flung out his long sleeves and directly returned to Haoyan City. Xing Tian's expression turned sullen. Clearly, he could not accept this fact. However, he was someone with status, after all. Even so, he could control his temper. After snorting coldly, he turned around and stepped back, feeling depressed and unresigned. After reacting, Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He clenched his right fist tightly. Victory! Big Brother Ying won. Xiaochen thought about how the heaven-punishing corpse god came in a ferocious manner and left in a depressed mood. Chapter 1365. The short fight between the 2 supreme martial artists ended with Yingzongtian winning by half a move. Only 10% of their strength was enough to affect the camps that were thousands of miles away from each other. After the heaven-punishing corpse god lost by half a move, the morale of the deity Dao Union's side plummeted. Furthermore, the fiend race reinforcements arrived. The deity Dao Union could not take down the heaven-punishing corpse god even after a long time, so they could only retreat helplessly. The mountains around Meteor Trail City were no longer mountains, and the rivers were no longer rivers. The battles of several martial emperors had destroyed the landscape of the mountains and rivers, which were not supported by formations, beyond recognition. Although the battle had stopped, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky showed no signs of disappearing. Dark clouds covered the dusky sky, stretching for thousands of miles as far as the eye could see. There were explosions in the sky from time to time. That was the power of the sun of the Haoyan supremacy. Dragon roars could be heard within the black clouds. That was the heaven-punishing corpse god's surging vital qi. There were also all sorts of mysterious phenomena, which were the martial techniques executed by the other martial emperors. On the city wall, the 3 old men looked at the destroyed battlefield and did not say anything for a long time. The 3 of them had powerful auras and dense battle intent that had yet to dissipate. The person in the middle was the vice-sect leader of the Haoyan sect. He was a genius. 10 years ago, he was only a hair's breadth away from Emperor Wu. Now, he had reached the 6th level of Greater Celestial, Emperor Wu. He was much stronger than many of the seniors who had advanced to Martial Emperor earlier. He was the leader of the entire 9th layer of formations. On his left was a supreme elder of the Thunder and Lightning Palace. His cultivation was at the 5th heavenly layer, and his name was Wang Su. His comprehension of the Tao of Thunder and Lightning was astonishing. As for the person on the right, he looked travel-worn. He was the great emperor of the monster race, Jiang Chuan. The Haotian sect's vice-sect master, Fang Baiyu, said, "This time, many thanks to brother Jiang Chuan for coming to help." Jiang Chuan smiled and said, "It's fine. We're here on the Fox King's orders, so there's no need to be polite. Furthermore, given the current situation of the Kunlun continent, after the Haotian sect falls, the deity Tao Union will definitely target the Fiend race. The Fiend race had the most people, and Emperor Wu also had the most. However, there were only 2 sovereign martial emperors. They were actually the weakest of the 5 races. If the Haotian sect fell, the Fiend race would definitely not be a match for the deity Tao Union. Helping the Haotian sect now was the same as helping himself. The Fox King could see it clearly. Wang Su said at an opportune moment, "The deity Tao Union does not seem to have any intention of launching an all-out attack. They have been testing the waters these days." Fang Baiyu nodded, expressing his agreement with Wang Su's opinion. He continued, "The other party is probably very ambitious and wants to defeat us in one fell swoop. It's not as simple as the 9th layer of the formation. Let's not talk about this. After today's recuperation, gather the people in charge of each node and discuss it together. Yes, it's time to discuss countermeasures." In Maple Leaf Lake, after the battle ended, Xiaoqin immediately chose to meditate. He had gained a lot from the Battle of Primes and gained many new ideas for the flawless saber technique. At a rather desolate area on the vast lake, Xiaoqin stood on it with his eyes closed in deep thought. The scene of the heaven-punishing corpse god controlling the air with force flashed in his mind. Controlling the air with force was a very difficult technique. It required extremely high attainments in the state of space to accomplish. Xiaoqin could not do it, he was far from it. He did not have such thoughts either. Xiaoqin only had one thought, to advance the flawless saber technique's void-breaking stance further, to consummation, to the point where he could control the air with the saber. Even a space of 5,000 kilometers could be called space. The state of space was abnormally profound. Even Emperor Wu could only grope around the edges, unable to fully grasp it. Forcefully tearing space like how Emperor Wu did was not comprehending the state of space. That was the stupidest and most barbaric method. Only the heaven-punishing corpse god and big brother Ingzongtian could be considered to have grasped the state of space slightly. The space Tao was ethereal and unpredictable, controlled by the saber. Originally, Xiaoqin had inadvertently achieved controlling the air with the saber once. Now that he saw the Battle of Primes, he gained a lot of comprehensions. Countless strands of light formed clues in Xiaoqian's mind, intertwining with each other. Many ideas appeared, but they were quickly rejected. Xiaoqin eliminated the clues in his mind. At the same time, Xiaoqian's body started to move slowly. The lake water under his feet alternated between being calm and moving. That was Xiaoqian's continuous trial and error. Time passed slowly. After some time, only one of the complicated clues remained in Xiaoqian's mind. Just at this moment, Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he instantly executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. Break. The instant the light vanished, Xiaoqian's body vanished as well. When Xiaoqin reappeared, he was 100 meters away. Then, he used his palm as a saber and slowly descended. A crack that was 1,000 meters long silently appeared on the smooth surface of the lake. Looking down from the crack, one could see the silt below with the naked eye. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The crack that had appeared on the surface of the lake still hadn't closed. It was like an invisible wall had forcefully parted the lake water in half, looking exceptionally strange. However, only Xiao Chen knew that the thing spreading through the crack was the saber intent of his void-breaking stance. What was even stranger was that such a mighty saber strike did not cause any commotion on the lake surface. Xiao Chen revealed an excited expression as he muttered to himself, "This is really wondrous. Controlling the air with the saber. So, this is how it feels. Controlling is not truly controlling space. Instead, it is leaping out of space, turning it into a flat ground and moving about. This saber strike of mine can be considered to be truly perfected. Next, I will use this battle to derive the second move of the flawless saber technique." Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with strong confidence. He had a premonition. He had a premonition that the day this flawless saber technique was completed would be the day the Kunlun realm's saber sovereign would change hands. Naturally, it would be Xiao Chen. "Blue Dragon King, the Vice Sect Master invites you to Meteor Trail City." Just as Xiao Chen was savoring the many mysteries of this move, Elder Ma quickly flew over. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and withdrew his joyful and excited expression. Then, he asked calmly, "Elder Ma, do you know why the Vice Sect Master is looking for me?" Elder Ma smiled and replied, "He did not say the specifics. However, I heard that the Vice Sect Master gathered all the people in charge of the 9th layer. He probably has something important to discuss. In that case, I'll go." Meteor Trail City was very far from Maple Leaf Lake, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Even when Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art to rush over, it took him 4 hours. The Emperor's aura lingered at the city gates, but it still did not scatter. When Xiao Chen looked up, he could still see the remnant marks in the sky where the two primes had fought. It was like the two primes were still fighting. As Xiao Chen stood below the city gates and looked back, he could not help but sigh when he saw the shattered mountains and rivers. That place had once been a bustling city of the Haotian province. Now, it had turned into a patch of yellow soil, flattened. "Is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen below the city gates?" Someone shouted from the city walls. Xiao Chen found this voice somewhat familiar. When he looked up, he saw a person dressed in purple with a sharp gaze. This person's handsome face gave off a resolute air, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. How familiar! Xiao Chen thought for a moment and immediately recalled who this person was. The Thunder and Lightning Palaces and Juanxi, the former leader of the Tianwu Domain's 7 giants. The first time Xiao Chen saw this person, the might of his whip had shocked him greatly. However, it was not strange for this person to be in Meteor Trail City. So many experts of the Thunder and Lightning Palace had come, including the Vice Palace Master. And Juanxi's presence here made perfect sense. If Xiao Chen guessed right, Juanxi should be like Xiao Chen, responsible for guarding a node. When Juanxi saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Xiao remembers who I am. Activate the formation plate in your hand, and you can pass through the barrier and enter directly." Just as Xiao Chen was about to go up, a small head suddenly appeared on the city walls. This person looked pure and charming. Her skin was as smooth as snow, and her eyes looked like pearls and gems. "Elder Brother Xiao Chen, quickly come up. Quickly come up. Bai has been waiting for a long time." Chapter 1366. Bai. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his calm face. Back then, when he learned that the fiend race reinforcements were rushing over, he wondered if Bai would come. Unexpectedly, she really did come. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and activated the formation plate in his hand. Then, he easily landed on the city wall. Xiao Chen saw not only Juanxi and Bai on the city wall but many of his friends as well. First senior sister Shui Lingling, the Fiend Race's Peacock King Kong Yuan, and the Fox King's personal disciple, Yuan Su, were all there. When Bai saw Xiao Chen arrive, she immediately stepped forward without any fear and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. Then, she giggled and said, "Elder Brother Xiao Chen, why are you only here now? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I was already very fast." If I had known that Bai was here, I would have been even faster. When Xiao Bai heard these words, a blush appeared on her fair face. She did not look like the famous adopted daughter of the Fox King, the next successor of the Fiend King. Shui Lingling knew about the relationship between Bai and Xiao Chen, so she did not mind. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Don't let the vice sect master and the others wait too long." Right. The conversation between people of the same generation was very lively. As the group spoke, they arrived at the palace lord's residence. Along the way, Xiao Chen discovered many buildings in the city. Although there were formations supporting them, they were already significantly damaged. Dusk hung over the city walls, making everyone feel somewhat worried. This made everyone feel somewhat worried. After the repeated attacks, the damage that Meteor Trail City received was slowly increasing. Over time, the more time passed, the greater the pressure of defending the city would be. Formations also needed time to be maintained. However, the deity Dao Union's attacks rarely stopped. The speed of repair was far slower than the speed of damage. However, there was no fear of the city breaking. The fear was that the moment the city was broken, they would not be able to retreat easily and the other party would break through several layers of formations. For example, it was like this at the start. The reinforcements of the deity Dao Union's ghost race, deity race, and corpse race suddenly arrived. The Haotian sect was caught off guard, and the martial artists at the outermost perimeter retreated one after another. As for the deity Dao Union, they did not give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath, frantically giving chase. The Haotian sect only managed to regain their footing after breaking through 5 layers of formations. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the Great Hall of the City Lord residence of Meteor Trail City. In the main hall, the people in charge of the other nodes had already arrived. Sitting in the middle was Vice Sect Master Fang Baiyu. The Fiend Race Great Emperor Jiang Chuan and the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su sat on his left and right. In the entire hall, there were only 3 people who had the cultivation of Great Emperor, and the rest only had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Before the arrival of the monster race Emperor Jiang Chuan, there were only 2 greater celestial Emperor Wu guarding the entire 9th layer of the formation. The pressure of the deity Dao Union's attack was easy to imagine. It was not that the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace did not have other greater celestial Emperor Wu. It was just that the other greater celestial Emperor Wu had even more intense battles to fight and could not free himself. Seeing Xiao Chen enter, the 3 greater celestial emperors smiled faintly and stood up at the same time to welcome him. Fang Baiyu walked over with large strides and sized up Xiao Chen. He said, "Not bad. I still remember the first time I met you. You were not even a martial sage. Now, in a mere 10 years, you have already become an influential person in the entire Kunlun realm. Everyone, let me make introductions. This is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, the Dragon's Gate's master. He is also the disciple that my Haotian sect is most proud of." After guarding Maple Leaf Lake for 2 days, he already killed 3 Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union. Whoosh! The crowd was shocked. Killing 3 martial emperors in 2 days, this result was too valiant. Normally, even if Emperor Wu could not defeat his opponent, he would still be able to flee. Unless the difference in strength was too great, there would be no way to kill Emperor Wu. After all, the Haotian sect and the deity Dao Union had been at war for a long time. They had severely injured many Emperor Wu. However, the number of Emperor Wu killed could be counted on 2 hands. Bai opened his eyes wide and said with a smile, "Elder brother Xiao Chen is really incredible. You are still as incredible as before." And Juanxi and the others also revealed shock in their eyes. They had long heard of the Blue Dragon King's name. Now that they personally heard of his accomplishments, they realized that he truly lived up to his name. Immediately, everyone present stood up and greeted Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already experienced many situations. He smiled and dealt with them calmly, not arrogant or impatient. After exchanging greetings, Fang Baiyu got everyone to take a seat and discuss countermeasures. At the same time, the upper echelon of the various races gathered in the headquarters of the deity Dao Union, which was responsible for attacking the ground. They frowned heavily as they read the battle reports. There was a total of 6 people in the room: the deity race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor Leng Zhenyang, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianqing, 2 old men from the White Emperor City and the Divine Martial Gate, and 2 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors from the Ghost race and the Corpse race. Without exception, these 6 people were all Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. They were also the ones responsible for attacking Meteor Trail City. Compared to Meteor Trail City, which only had 3 Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors, the deity Dao Union's side was more than twice as strong. What does everyone think about this note at Maple Leaf Lake? Leng Zhenyang asked softly as he put down the report in his hand. At Maple Leaf Lake, the Ghost race elites were completely wiped out. Of the 4 Emperor Wus, 1 died and 3 were injured. Of all the nodes of the battle, the casualties were the most severe, nearly unbearable. The Corpse race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor smiled and said, "The Ghost race Emperor Wu is only a so-so. He seems even weaker than my Corpse race." Some time ago, the Corpse race lost 2 Emperor Wus. The Ghost race old man mocked the Corpse race old man. Now that there was an opportunity, the Corpse race Emperor Wu naturally retorted rudely. The Ghost race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor snorted coldly and said, "That is the Blue Dragon King Shao Chen. Even if it were you, you would not be able to do anything to him. Stop arguing. In my opinion, we might as well give up on this node. The 6 of us have to attack Meteor Trail City and cannot get away. As for the other minor Heavenly Emperor Wus, they are just cannon fodder. As long as we take down Meteor Trail City, he will have no choice but to retreat." The Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianqing suggested. "Speaking of which, when are the 3,000 Emperor Wus of your deity race preparing to make a move? As long as the deity race steals themselves, the 3,000 Emperor Wus will be able to sweep through the entire Haotian sect in an instant." The old man from the White Emperor City said with some dissatisfaction. The moment this old man said that, the Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors of the other races immediately looked at Leng Zhenyang. The deity race relied on the power of faith. They claimed to have 3,000 deities, all of them as strong as Emperor Wu. Although those that relied on faith to advance to Martial Emperor were weaker, there were too many of them. If they attacked at the same time, even a prime would fear them. Leng Zhenyang's expression turned serious as he said, "That is the trump card of my deity race. How can we use it so easily? I heard that the Corpse race has been raising several hundred Emperor-grade demonic corpses for the past tens of thousands of years. Why do I not see the Corpse race taking them out? There is also the Ghost race's Demon Soul Army and the 3 Holy Masters' Holy Beast Totems. I have not seen you use any of them." No one was a fool. The various races all had strong trump cards. However, they would definitely not use them so easily in the Haotian sect, a battlefield that had not reached its bottom yet. Once the various races lost their trump cards, the damage would be to the luck of their entire race. If things went wrong, they might even face extinction. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. It was clear that although the deity Dao Union was strong, the various races and factions might not be of one mind. They all held back from each other, each harboring their own little schemes. Humph. In any case, your deity race is the strongest. This deity Dao Union is also something that your deity race gathered. In this war, you should put in more effort, the Corpse race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor said coldly. Su Qianqing tried to smooth things over, saying, "Let's not talk about this anymore. After all, we are just minor characters and cannot really make any decisions. Even if Brother Leng wants to use more of the deity race's strength, he would have to get the deity sovereign's permission first. It is the same for us." The resistance of the disagreement still stemmed from the fact that the Haotian sect was simply too difficult to deal with. Even with the strength of the Greater Heavenly Martial Emperors present, they felt that breaking the 9th layer of formations would be somewhat difficult. If they continued fighting, the losses would only increase. The fall of every Emperor Wu was a heart-wrenching loss. My deity Dao union is so strong, breaking the other party's 9th layer of formations. It looks like the Haotian sect will be destroyed soon. Why is it that the more we fight, the less confident everyone seems to be? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside the room. Di Wuk led Tian Yushi, the 3 holy masters, Xing Ju, and Xie Zishuan in with large strides. Di Wuk looked radiant, his face brimming with smiles. His countenance brimmed with confidence. Greetings, Divine Son. The many greater heavenly martial emperors in the room quickly stood up and greeted him. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am here with the orders of the Alliance Chief and the various Vice-Alliance Chiefs. The great decisive battle will arrive soon. No matter how the Haotian sect resists, it will find it hard to escape destruction. Chapter 1367. The discussions in Meteor Trail City were somewhat dull, as most of them could not make any substantial suggestions. They knew very little about the deity Dao Union. However, in today's battle, the Haotian Exalt had defeated the heaven-punishing corpse god by half a move, causing everyone's morale to be higher. In addition, Shaoqin had killed 3 Emperor Wu in 2 days. Therefore, the group of people present were quite optimistic about defending the 9th formation circle. Xiao Chen's expression was calm and unruffled. He only listened quietly and didn't speak much. Xiao Chen's opinion was different from the others. Right now, the deity Dao Union had not truly displayed its might yet. The situation was not optimistic, even somewhat pessimistic. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Speak your mind. There's no need to keep silent. Fang Baiyu, who was sitting in the middle, smiled and pointed at Xiao Chen. After being called out by the vice-sect master in front of everyone, Xiao Chen had something he wanted to say. After organizing his thoughts, he said, in the past 2 days, although the battles at the various nodes were intense, I feel that the deity Dao Union is far from exerting its full strength. Be prepared to retreat at any time. Otherwise, you might be caught unprepared and lose several positions. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar and incessant discussion. Blue Dragon King, aren't you boosting their morale by saying that? During this period of battle, although our defense was dangerous, none of the nodes were breached. The deity Dao Union's losses are more than 3 times ours. It would not be wrong to say that they suffered heavy losses. That's right. Not to mention that our fellow demons have also arrived. Isn't that even more impregnable? Blue Dragon King, you are too humble. Now, there are only 9 formations left. If we retreat 1 formation, we'll have 1 less. When the final battle arrives, the Supremes and Great Emperors will be in a very passive position. That's right, we can't retreat. There were many opinions, but most of them shook their heads and disagreed with Xiao Chen's view. Bai blinked and said, everyone, don't be in a hurry to deny it. Let's listen to Big Brother Xiao Chen first. Big Brother Xiao Chen must have other ideas. Fang Baiyu was also astonished at Xiao Chen's opinion. Although he had guessed that the deity Dao Union would make a big move, he had never thought of retreating. This was because they no longer had any capital to retreat. After exchanging glances with the 2 people on his left and right, he smiled and said, Brother Xiao Chen, we are now at a critical juncture of war. You can't say such disheartening words. Let's end our discussion here. Everyone, please go back and guard your nodes well. As long as the node is not broken, no matter how strong the deity Dao Union is, we will wear them down. When Bai heard this, he immediately became anxious. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Kong Yuan and Yuan Su. Xiao Chen laughed bitterly in his heart, not giving him a chance to speak at all. However, he also understood Fang Baiyu's actions. At this juncture, retreating would greatly affect their morale. Right now, everyone still had some morale. If they took the initiative to retreat and that morale scattered, the consequences would be dire. Hence, Fang Baiyu did not argue. Then, the people in charge of the nodes walked out of the hall calmly, not revealing much on their faces. Junior brother Xiao Chen, wait for a moment. First senior sister Shui Lingling, Bai, and the others chased after Xiaochen. Xiaochen stopped and turned his head back. First senior sister, what's the matter? Shui Lingling sighed and said, don't take it to heart. Right now, the vice sect masters and the others are under a lot of pressure. They are not purposely not giving you a chance to speak. However, Bai was clearly dissatisfied. She said softly, what elder brother Xiaochen says is definitely right. Bai does not understand why elder brother Xiaochen is not given a chance to speak. Xiaochen said seriously, first senior sister, I understand what you are saying. However, it is fine if you don't say it. I will not get angry over such a small matter. There is no need to worry for me. After saying that, he looked at Bai and said, little lass, there is no need to complain about this. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world. It is just that the perspective is different. And Juanxi, who was at the side, said, actually, I agree with Xiaochen's view. However, right now, Haotian City does not have much capital to retreat. The first senior sister added, Haotian City's formation circles are in groups of 3. If we give up on the 9th layer, the 7th and 8th layer will have to retreat as well. In other words, we only have 3 chances to retreat. We simply cannot do so. Xiaochen nodded and said, there is no need to worry. No matter what, I will do my best to guard the node, Maple Leaf Lake. After the battle is over, we will find an opportunity to meet up. And Juanxi smiled and said, all right, it's a deal. We all have to live. Bai will work hard as well, Bai said seriously as she clenched her fists. Take care. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and bid farewell to everyone, then rushed to Maple Leaf Lake. Inside the Great Hall, the Fiend Race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor Jiang Chuan showed a somewhat grave expression. He rapped his knuckles on the table and said, this Xiaochen does not seem to know how to conduct himself. He is not like a greenhorn youth, speaking without thinking. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's Wang Su added, at the crucial moment, he said to make preparations to retreat in front of everyone. This is simply immature. Now, it is hard to take back what is done. The people in charge of those nodes are probably thinking of holding back. Fang Baiyu, who sat in the middle, appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, Xiaochen was still considered a member of the Haotian sect. Xiaochen did not know the rules. Even if he felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything. The 3 powerhouses immediately felt somewhat dissatisfied with Xiaochen. All this was because of a careless remark. Never mind, never mind. No matter what the people in charge of the other nodes are thinking, let us bear more responsibility. Young people are still somewhat inconsiderate. I apologize to the 2 of you. Fang Baiyu performed a cupped fist salute. When Wang Su and Jiang Chuan saw the situation, they could only accept it helplessly. However, they could not help but feel some dissatisfaction in their hearts. They had gone through so much trouble to come here to guard Meteor Trail City. Yet, their own people attacked them in front of everyone, saying to prepare to retreat at any time, completely ignoring their efforts in the past few days. After returning to Maple Leaf Lake, Xiaochen told his children about what happened in the hall. Mo Chen's and Yu Bingyun's expressions changed slightly, finding this somewhat strange. They exchanged helpless glances. The 2 girls were very intelligent. How could they not understand that Xiaochen had committed a great taboo? There were some things that could not be said in front of everyone, even if they were the truth. Fang Baiyu gathered everyone together to discuss countermeasures and boost morale. At this difficult moment, he wanted the people in charge of the other nodes to not be disloyal. However, Xiaochen said some things honestly. Naturally, the situation turned somewhat strange. Mo Chen consoled, Big brother Xiaochen, there is no need to overthink. This bit of grievance is nothing. Just remember your original intentions in coming to help the Haotian sect. You are indebted to the Haotian sect. Just do your best. Yu Bingyun added, Xiaochen, no matter what, we will support you from the side. Xiaochen felt a warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, a small matter could cause so many people to worry for him. He shook his head and smiled. Naturally, I understand the ways of the world. However, there are some problems that I can clearly see through. However, because of some external factors, I have to hold it in and not say anything. This is not in line with my character. If something really happens, I will find it hard to calm down. Even if I have to suffer some grievances, I will not feel bad about it. This was how Xiao Qin was. If it were a sect that he did not have a deep relationship with, no matter how much he saw through it, he would not say anything. However, Xiao Qian's feelings for the Haotian sect were too deep. Even if he knew that no one would accept what he said, he had to say it. Time passed day by day. However, Xiao Qian's words were not verified. The deity Dao Union attacked continuously. However, the Haotian sect, which still relied on the advantage of formations, could not do much. Instead, the deity Dao Union suffered losses, suffering unspeakable misery. While the intense battles continued in the other nodes, Maple Leaf Lake, where Xiao Qin was, became peaceful. For the past half a month, Maple Leaf Lake had not suffered any attacks, not giving Xiao Qin a chance to make a move. Meteor Trail City's side also did not summon Xiao Qin to help. Xiao Qin, who had been preparing to make a move, found peace instead. This vast battle that changed the color of the sky for thousands of kilometers around no longer had anything to do with him. However, Xiao Qin did not think too much about it. The more things were like this, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Amid this chaos, his heart became even more calm. He worked day and night, perfecting the flawless saber technique's second move, Dragon Subduing Stance. Chapter 1368. The second move of the flawless saber technique was derived from the Dragon Subduing Slash. However, this time, Xiao Qin had a new understanding and view of it. His main focus was on his own strength. When Xiao Qian's vital qi reached close to 1 million vital qi dragons, he could naturally turn into a dragon and move about in his body, roaring in all directions. This was a natural mysterious phenomenon that did not require much tempering. With a thought, he could produce a mysterious phenomenon, 100 dragons dancing wildly. This was especially so when Xiao Qin saw the heaven-punishing corpse god move his fingers slightly and drive out 1,000 vital qi dragons, easily subduing it with one palm strike. At that time, Xiao Qin wondered if it was possible to subdue 100 vital qi dragons with one saber strike. After a few more deductions, it became even more perfect and suited to him. First, Xiao Qin used his vital qi to form the most realistic mysterious phenomenon, materializing a soaring true dragon with an unparalleled berserk aura. Then, he used his strong mental energy to add the finishing touch, making this mysterious phenomenon indistinguishable from the real and fake. After that, he gathered primordial energy and infused it into the true dragon's body, turning the fake into the real mysterious phenomenon, making it even more tyrannical and ferocious than a true dragon's. Finally, he executed the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber to suppress and subdue the 100 true dragons. Xiao Qin used the might of the true dragons to strengthen his saber. The more ferocious the might of the true dragons, the stronger the saber technique would be. This simple saber strike brought out Xiao Qian's vital qi, mental energy, and primordial energy to the fullest. For the past half-month, Xiao Qin had a rare moment of leisure. He spent most of his time studying and perfecting this saber strike. Suddenly, explosions rang out on the calm lake surface. 5 huge dragons emerged from the lake under Xiao Qian's feet. The dragons roared, and another 5 huge dragons flew out from behind Xiao Qin. 10 dragons flew up and circled around Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin continuously simulated the many true dragons he saw in the distant sea dragon grave in his mind. At the same time, magic energy burned continuously in his sea of consciousness. 10 dragon souls made of pure mental energy suddenly formed. With a thought, Xiao Qin leaped out of his forehead and entered the 10 true dragon mysterious phenomena in front. Instantly, it was like adding a finishing touch to a dragon. The huge dragon that was formed from vital qi was like a huge finishing touch. In an instant, he had a soul, becoming very lively. This was especially so for his pair of eyes, which carried the natural might of a dragon, making people not dare to look directly at him. Xiaochen drove the primordial energy in his heart of an emperor. Then, he pushed his palms forward. Each of his palms contained 5 strands of primordial energy. Powerful primordial energy seeped into the true dragon manifestations like blood coursing through their bodies. Thump! Thump! The fish swimming in the lake leaped out of the water in a panic. With a splash, all the fish within 10,000 meters fled. Within the surging waves, there were even more enormous ones that shot up into the sky. That was the powerful spirit beast at the bottom of the lake, which had sensed the threat, and was fleeing as fast as it could. Roar! Suddenly, one of the 10 true dragons flew over and bared its fangs and claws at Xiaochen, roaring non-stop. Xiaochen squinted and saw that this true dragon mysterious phenomena was covered in dragon scales. Its mouth had dragon fangs and dragon tongues. Even though Xiaochen clearly knew that he materialized these true dragon mysterious phenomena, his mental state still fluctuated. He thought that a true dragon was going to swallow him up. Scatter! Xiaochen casually waved his hand, and the 10 true dragon mysterious phenomena instantly vanished, turning into strong winds that scattered. The berserk aura and horrifying dragon might disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Xiaochen muttered to himself, "I'm too slow. I have to execute the 3 steps at the same time. Finally, I have to turn into a saber and use the saber to subdue the dragon. Otherwise, the success rate will not be high." The progress was not very smooth. However, it was still fine. Over the past half-month, Xiaochen had already figured out the general direction. All that was left was the problem of familiarity. Now, there were only 10 dragons, and they already had such a strong aura. In the future, the might of the 100 dragons, 1,000 dragons, and 10,000 dragons would be unimaginably strong. When Xiaochen looked up, the night sky was dark. There were no stars or moonlight. A suppressive feeling lingered in his heart, lingering. Xiaochen was not in a good mood due to some worries in his heart. He was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating. He carried the sword box on his back and gently pushed off the lake with his feet. Then, he drifted away like a wild goose. Taking advantage of the night, he went to Yu Bingyun's room alone. Without knocking, Xiaochen just silently entered. Yu Bingyun, who was reading in the room, was startled. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing here so late at night?" The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she suddenly revealed a bashful expression. Sneaking in the middle of the night, a man and woman alone, it was like, with this thought, Yu Bingyun could not help blushing even more. She felt conflicted in her heart as she buried her head. It was rare for the holy daughter to show the bashfulness of a young girl. Unfortunately, Xiaochen was not in the mood to appreciate it. He said, "Miss Yu, sorry for disturbing you so late at night. Can you help me see how much time I have left?" This disappointment immediately appeared in Yu Bingyun's heart. So, that was the case. However, she quickly covered it up. The meaning behind Xiaochen's words was unclear. Others might not understand, but Yu Bingyun instantly understood. The first person to discover Xiaochen's physiological lifespan was Yu Bingyun. Now that the 5 years were almost up, it would be best for Yu Bingyun to help check again. At the mention of this, Yu Bingyun immediately dispelled those petty thoughts, her expression turning grave. Then, she placed her hand on Xiaochen's wrist and started to check it seriously. Xiaochen felt a cold aura penetrate deep into his bones, traveling everywhere in his body. When it finished traveling through his entire body, Yu Bingyun's expression turned somewhat unsightly. "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you only have 1 month left. If you still cannot advance to Martial Emperor in 1 month, you will not be able to do so. If you still cannot advance to Martial Emperor in 1 month, the hidden injuries deep in your bones will erupt, and your body will immediately decline. It will be very difficult for you to advance to Martial Emperor in this life." After thinking for a while, Yu Bingyun still said this, something that she was unwilling to say. 1 month? Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised. Originally, he estimated that he still had at least 2 months. Unexpectedly, he only had 1 month left. Fortunately, he was more cautious and asked Yu Bingyun in advance. I suggest that young master shall leave the Haotian sect now and undergo your tribulation in peace. Furthermore, right now, all the major characters are attracted by the Haotian sect. This is the best time for you to undergo your tribulation. After thinking for a while, Yu Bingyun gave her suggestion. Xiaoqin fell silent. Originally, he had intended to wait for the Haotian sect's crisis to pass before undergoing his tribulation in peace. However, right now, the Haotian sect's war seemed to be in a stalemate. It seemed like this would continue for a long time. I can't wait any longer. Xiaoqin closed his eyes, and a scene immediately appeared before him. The Emperor's bridge that spanned the chasm was already completed. The Emperor's door was in sight. Xiaoqin was just one step away from crossing the chasm and summoning out the Emperor's door. Yu Bingyun continued, as for the helpers of the oceanic world, you can hand the summoning token to Mo Chen. When necessary, younger sister Mo Chen can activate it. You should also know that after this war, your strength alone is not enough to change the entire situation. Xiaoqin was a decisive person. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. Xiaoqin opened his eyes, and determination flashed in them. He nodded and said, "It looks like that is the only way. I can only help the Haotian sect to this extent. I believe Big Brother Ing will understand me. I will speak to him tomorrow." Right. When Yu Bingyun heard that, she revealed a smile on her face. If Xiaoqin stubbornly insisted on staying, she would not be able to dissuade Xiaoqin. Buzz. 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 Just at this moment, the tea sets, porcelain, and other decorations in the room suddenly started shaking for no reason. Cassier. Cassier. Closely following that, all the tea sets shattered, turning into shards flying everywhere. Xiaoqin released his aura slightly, and the shards flying at the two froze in the air. Come, let's go out and take a look. The two's expressions changed slightly. After Xiaoqin said that, he immediately rushed out with Yu Bingyun. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant Xiaoqin opened the door, he was immediately blinded by a red light. When they got used to this intense light, they were shocked to discover that it came from the sky above Meteor Trail City. Elder Ma had said that such flames would appear only when Meteor Trail City was in great danger. Oh no! Xiaoqin, what you worried about probably happened, Yu Bingyun said with a worried expression. Yu Bingyun said worriedly. Coincidentally, just as Xiaoqin made his decision, this happened. Elder Ma and Mo Chen rushed over at the same time. They said in a fluster, Blue Dragon King, Meteor Trail City is in danger. We need to go and provide reinforcements. Chapter 1369. There was no need for Elder Ma to say anything. Naturally, Xiaoqin knew that Meteor Trail City needed reinforcements. All of you, withdraw. There is no need to guard Maple Leaf Lake. Retreat as far as you can. It would be best if you can retreat to Haotian City. Xiaoqin made a prompt decision, speaking calmly. Why? Elder Ma and the others looked at Xiaoqin in confusion. They could not understand why Xiaoqin did not want them to guard Maple Leaf Lake but wanted them to withdraw at this moment. Don't ask why. Elder Ma, lead the people and leave quickly. Xiaoqin looked straight at Elder Ma, and an invisible might erupted from him. Xiaoqin's tone was calm, but it exuded an irrefutable pressure. After looking at Elder Ma for 3 seconds, he helplessly made his choice. The Blue Dragon King has ordered us to retreat quickly. Under Elder Ma's call, the disciples guarding Maple Leaf Lake retreated helplessly despite feeling dissatisfied and confused. The main reason was that Xiaoqin's prestige was sufficient to convince these people. Even if the orders were strange, no one resisted. After a while, Maple Leaf Lake emptied, leaving only Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly. I knew that the two of you would not leave. However, if you really encounter danger, please retreat immediately. Promise me, and I'll bring you to Meteor Trail City. If not, I won't. Yu Bingyun and Mo Chen exchanged glances, apparently discussing something. Soon, Mo Chen smiled softly and said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, don't worry. Elder sister Bingyun and I are not stubborn people. We will not hold you back or cause you trouble. We will definitely take care of ourselves at crucial moments." "Don't say that. Don't ever think that way. Being able to get to know you is my greatest fortune, Xiao Chen. No matter when or where, you will not be a burden to me, Xiao Chen, forever." After Xiao Chen said that, he stretched out his hand and beckoned. The formation spirit of Maple Leaf Lake broke out of the water and turned into a huge bird shining with spiritual light. The three soared into the air one after another and landed on the back of the huge bird. The huge bird gave a sharp cry and quickly carried the three to Meteor Trail City. At the same time, the people at the node whereby was located in the 9th layer of formations also panicked. They all stared dumbfoundedly at the fiery light that shot into the sky, making the night more piercing than day. "Young miss, Meteor Trail City is going to provide reinforcements," Yuan Su said with a grave expression. Yuan Su said with a grave expression. He had not expected that the battle, which had been going very smoothly, would suddenly turn into a crisis for Meteor Trail City. Xiao Bai was no longer the same as before. She nodded and said, "You and Kong Yuan will accompany me. The rest of you guard here and prevent the deity Dao Yunyan's sneak attacks." After he finished speaking, he lightly waved the array plate in his hand. Strong winds gathered, and a ferocious tiger array spirit with wings appeared. The three rode the tiger and flew for Ji for Chen for spirit. Similar scenes were happening at the other nodes. And Juanxi, Shui Lingling, and the others also rushed to Meteor Trail City with the formation spirits in the shortest time possible. The hundreds of formation spirits gave off a flickering light as they tore through the air like beams of light. The light was like fire, as resplendent as the stars. The cries of all kinds of formation spirits resounded in the sky. Within a radius of 10 million kilometers, they all responded to each other. In that instant, the cries of the formation spirits rang out endlessly. In the inner hall of the Haotian sect, Ying Zongtian and the other greater heavenly martial emperors looked at the sand table in front with extremely grave expressions. The sand table showed the situation of the battle. Every move could be seen clearly. Not only were the formations of the impregnable Meteor Trail City broken, but most of the vast city was also destroyed. The fiery light that shot into the sky was exceptionally piercing. The allied army of the deity Dao Yunyan's 4 races gathered in the dilapidated city, massacring the Haotian sect disciples. However, the main force was the deity race. Occasionally, beams of golden divine light descended in the sky, looking like stars. Those were the deities of the deity race. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. Each deity was as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, 1/3 of them came to Meteor Trail City. When 1,000 Emperor Wu-level existences worked together, they immediately broke Meteor Trail City's formations. This instantly plunged Meteor Trail City into desperate straits. Everyone thought that the deity race would not use their trump cards in this battle. Unexpectedly, after the deity race numbed the crowd, they suddenly decided to make a move half a month later. This is truly unexpected. Now, even their retreat path is sealed. If we had made preparations to retreat in advance, we would not be as flustered as we are now. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's Vice Palace Master shook his head and sighed softly. The inner hall was filled with greater heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities, and there were quite a few of them. However, this force could not help Meteor Trail City, as they had their own opponents as well. The lesser heavenly Emperor Wu was in charge of defending, while the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was in charge of dealing with sneak attacks. They could be considered as 2 different battlefields, independent yet affecting each other. We have to think of a way to rescue Emperor Wu, who is trapped in Meteor Trail City. Otherwise, all of our formations will be lost. One of the monster race emperor analyzed calmly. On the side of the Haotian sect, most of the lesser heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities were gathered in Meteor Trail City. Once he was surrounded, the 6th and 3rd formations would be useless without Emperor Wu to guard them. If all of the outer formations were lost, the Haotian city alone would not be able to unleash the full might of the Heaven and Earth Mountain River formation. Furthermore, with the lesser Heavenly Emperor Wu being surrounded and killed, the situation would be even worse. The entire Haotian sect would be in grave danger. The emperors present shuddered at the thought of this, and were slightly flustered. This is so frustrating. If we head over, we will definitely be stopped by the three holy masters. We can only watch on helplessly. The god race is really insane. They even used their trump card. They want to exterminate us. Are they really not afraid that both sides will suffer? Damn it. If the Thunder King was still here, the celestial race would not be so arrogant. Brother Haotian, what should we do? You make the decision. All the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu-level deities turned their gazes towards the Supreme Being who could even win against the heaven-punishing corpse god. Ingzongtian looked at the scenes on the sand table and fell silent. After a while, he spoke, "Let's go. Whether or not we will be stopped by the three holy masters, we cannot just watch our brothers die. Everyone, follow me and kill our way over." After saying that, Shaochen looked at a fiend race Peacock King and said, "Brother Peacock, I'll have to trouble you to inform Brother Spirit Fox. The Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu and the Sovereign Martial Emperors who surpassed Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu could all sense the determination in Ingzongtian's words. Actually, it was still far from the time for the final battle. If they fought now, the deity Dao Union would have complete control of the tempo. The situation was extremely disadvantageous. However, out of concern for the safety of his subordinates, Ingzongtian decided to go all out. "We'll leave everything to Brother Haotian. This great me has long been sick of those traitors of the three holy masters." That's right. Before the Thunder King left, he clearly handed the martial god medallion to Brother Haotian. No matter how you look at it, Brother Haotian is the legitimate successor to the Bushin Palace. However, this group of people is not convinced. Let's go. Let's kill to our heart's content. Oftentimes, the attitude of the backbone could affect the morale of the entire team. If Ingzongtian cowered at this moment or did it out of self-preservation, the morale of the group of people in Meteor Trail City would plummet significantly. Whoosh! In merely a moment, the many major characters in the inner palace tore space and rushed towards Meteor Trail City. In the distance, the many major characters in the inner palace tore space and rushed towards Meteor Trail City at lightning speed. Far behind, Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the three holy masters immediately sensed this fluctuation. Behind them, the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu and the sovereign martial emperors of the deity Dao Union also gathered. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said calmly, "Indeed, it is as I expected." In the end, Ingzongtian still could not hold back. "Holy lords, it will be up to you to block them." The Phoenix's Passion Palace's Vermilion Bird Holy Lord nodded and said, "That's easy." Since the deity sovereign even mobilized 3,000 deities, naturally, we will not hold back either. With the three of us making a move, we guarantee that we will be able to block Ingzongtian and not let the three primes make a move. Based on Xiao Chen's tone, it sounded like he was going to use the trump card of the three holy masters, the holy beast totems. Emperor Forsaken nodded in satisfaction. Then, he watched as the three holy masters led half of the greater heavenly martial emperors away. A ghost race greater heavenly martial emperor present pointed to the water screen in front, at the image of Xiao Chen, and asked, "Deity Sovereign, what should we do with this variable, Xiao Chen?" Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and retorted, "How is he a variable? If I really want to kill him, I can squash him to death at any time. I just fear Ingzongtian using the same method to kill the Divine Sun. The only problem is the gathering token in this fellow's hand. However, it is fine. I naturally have a way to deal with that group of Emperor Wu and primes of the oceanic world." Xiao Chen's expression was calm, as if victory was in his grasp. This gave everyone a strong sense of confidence. The sudden attack of more than 1,000 deity race Emperor Wu had caused most of Meteor Trail City to fall. It seemed like the true decisive battle would start early because of this sudden attack. Clouds started to rise, signaling the arrival of a storm. Chapter 1370. The ant that Emperor Forsaken said could be easily squashed to death was currently riding the huge bird formation Spirit Bird, heading for Meteor Trail City with an indomitable will. Elder brother Shao Chen, promise us to hold back a little. You cannot unleash too much power. Please, do not undergo your tribulation here, Mo Chen pleaded as she grabbed the corner of Shao Chen's clothes from behind. Yu Bingyun had already told Mo Chen about Shao Chen's physical condition. These words were the two's shared thoughts. Right now, the Haotian province had already become the center of the entire Kunlun realm's storm. The risk of undergoing a tribulation here was easy to imagine. Young Master Shao, how about you give the convening token to younger sister Mo Chen and leave alone? Yu Bingyun suggested. Shao Chen did not know how to answer. After some thought, he said, let's go over and take a look first. Originally, Shao Chen planned to leave the next day. However, with such a situation happening, how could he leave? Boom! Just at this moment, a deafening sound came from an extremely distant place. Along with the voice, a terrifying spatial tremor appeared in the three's field of vision. The space in the distance moved like ripples on water, moving closer and closer as they surged over. The spatial tremor spread so fast that no one could resist it at all. The ripples quickly passed through. Even the towering flame in the sky above Meteor Trail City trembled intensely, looking like it would scatter. Intense pain assaulted them, and blood leaked out of the three's lips. Their complexions paled. Fortunately, this spatial tremor lasted only for an instant. Furthermore, it was just some remnant shock waves. The three only suffered some internal injuries and were fine. What's going on? The epicenter of the spatial ripples does not seem to be from Meteor Trail City. Clearly, it was not from Meteor Trail City. If the spatial ripples were so close, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Shao Chen stopped and opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. His vision immediately extended infinitely. 50,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, all the way until it reached 5 million kilometers. Everywhere Shao Chen's vision passed, he could see the cities, pavilions, mountains, rivers, plants, insects, and ants. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Meteor Trail City, which was 50,000 kilometers away. The city walls were in ruins, and most of the buildings in the city were destroyed. A huge golden deity race warship circled high in the sky. Diwuk stood at the bow of the warship, together with the other deity Dao Union members. He appeared very spirited, looking like he was in charge of everything. Rays of light would occasionally shine down from the giant warship, each ray containing a slight monarch might. That emperor's might wasn't pure, mixed with a lot of faith power, easily distinguishable. However, there were many of them. Light flickered about, and there were no less than 1,000 of them. When the emperor's might linked together, it was exceptionally frightening. More than 1,000 gods surrounded the sky-reaching flames and kept attacking. It seemed like the remaining martial emperors of Meteor Trail City and the other cultivators were all hiding in the towering flames, preparing to defend themselves. Seeing this, Shao Chen already knew why Meteor Trail City had been breached. 1/3 of the god race's 3,000 gods had come. However, this was not the focus of Shao Chen's attention. His gaze continued to extend. Finally, he saw a startling battle in the sky outside Haotian City in the distance. The deity Dao Union and the Haotian sect's sovereign martial emperors, Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, and the primes were all engaged in battle. Shao Chen's heart sank. The deity Dao Union had expected this long ago. The moment Big Brother Ying's group left the city, they were blocked. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was controlling the formation outside the city, this group of martial emperors directly tore space and blocked the group. Closing his heavenly eye, Shao Chen said sullenly, "That is a fluctuation from Haotian City. The sect master's group is blocked by the deity Dao Union's martial emperors. They probably won't be able to come." Upon hearing that, Mo Chen's expression changed slightly. Should we activate the convening token? It seemed like the decisive battle was about to start in advance. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "There's no need." None of the deity Dao Union's primes appeared. Perhaps they are just waiting for me to shatter the convening token. Let's speed up and rush over. As long as the Vice Sect Master and the others can retreat safely and stabilize the 6 formations behind, it will be fine. The situation looked extremely dangerous. However, the crux actually lay in the remaining Emperor Wu of Meteor Trail City, who was surrounded by the deity Dao Union. After a while, Meteor Trail City appeared before them. Before they entered the city, 3 beams of light headed for where Xiaoqin was like meteors. "Be careful," Xiaoqin said softly. Then, he stopped and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the 3 deity races, so-called deities, to arrive. From here, they could already feel the temperature of the flames in Meteor Trail City. The miserable state of Meteor Trail City was a startling sight. There was also the huge deity race warship and the surging emperor's might it gave off, which was very startling. Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun felt somewhat nervous, their palms sweating slightly. The situation in Meteor Trail City was much more severe than they had imagined. "Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, my clan's divine son would like to invite you on board to reminisce." The 3 deity races' deities gave off piercing golden light as they approached and spoke at the same time. Xiaoqin opened his eyes. His eyes looked very ordinary. However, the instant he opened his eyes, the light on the 3 deity races' deities dimmed. The 3 deity races' deities revealed extremely horrified expressions, feeling incredibly flustered. Indeed, someone who relied on faith to advance to martial emperor can only be called a false Emperor Wu. You are just some foolish mortals. To think that you dare to call yourselves deities. Xiaoqin said coldly, completely ignoring the 3's words. Then, he threw both palms, instantly executing 1,000-year death and 1,000-year flame. The 2 moons clashed with each other, hot-bloodedness and grief intertwining. This vividly displayed Xiaoqian's current emotions. This was Xiaoqian's strongest palm technique. When executed together with pure primordial energy, the brilliant emperors might press down on the 3 false Emperor Wus. They could only brace themselves and resist with all their might. Boom! The 3 deity race false Emperor Wu sustained severe injuries. Blood flowed continuously from their mouths as they fled in panic, frightened out of their wits. "Since you are here, there is no need to leave." Xiaoqian's figure flashed, moving like a fish in water. Thousands of changes occurred, flashing 3 times in a row. Every time he flashed, he sent out a palm saber. When he returned to the huge bird formation spirit, the 3 fleeing deity race false emperors had no corpses left, only a speck of divine light shooting into the sky. Rumor had it that as long as the deity race's deity statues still existed, they would have another chance to revive. One had to destroy the last strand of divine light before they could kill them completely. Whether the rumor was true or not, Xiaoqin could not be bothered to continue attacking. He still had more important things to do. Mo Chen felt it was strange. She asked, "These deity race cultivators clearly have Emperor's might. Why are they so weak?" Xiaoqin explained, they relied on faith to advance to martial emperor and did not undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. Naturally, they cannot compare to the true Emperor Wus. However, having too many of them is problematic. I would not be a match for even 100. Xiaoqin, the reinforcements from the other nodes seem to be under attack. I know. Right now, the most important thing is to gather these people together and see if we can break through the deity race's blockade, carving out a path for the people inside. On the huge deity race warship, Divine Sun, that Blue Dragon King did not know how to appreciate kindness. He killed the 3 deity race cultivators who sent the message, someone reported quickly. This Blue Dragon King is really too much. The Divine Sun gave him face, but he does not appreciate it. He is really bold. Why doesn't he look at his current situation? On the warship's bow, the deity Dao Union's various races Emperor Wu crowded around Di Wuk, fighting to be the first to speak. Di Wuk snorted coldly and said, how stubborn. Now that I invited you, you are not coming. Later, I will make you kneel before me. Chapter 1371. Oh no. The huge deity race worship is turning around. The expression of one of the node managers at Meteor Trail City's gates changed as he pointed into the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw that all the light on the god race's giant warship had converged and gathered together. The warship slowly turned around, pointing at the various node managers of Meteor Trail City. A moment later, everyone sensed a dangerous aura enveloping them. Suddenly, pillars of light shot out of the huge deity race warship. Each pillar of light had a white-haired deity race cultivator standing in it. A total of 1,000 pillars of light surrounded the divine daughter, Tian Yushi, like stars surrounding the moon. Tian Yushi held the divine halberd in her hand, looking like a goddess. She formed hand seals with one hand and continuously absorbed the surrounding divine energy. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He felt that something was wrong. Diwuk probably let them gather together on purpose. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this moment, wanting to use the might of the formation to kill them all in one fell swoop. This place was about 50 kilometers away from the huge deity race warship. For this formation to be able to maintain its might without scattering even after such a long distance, it was probably extraordinary. That is the deity race's world-destroying divine tribulation. Its might is extremely horrifying. I once saw it in the astral battlefield. This should be a simplified version. Its might is somewhat weaker, but it is equal to the peak strike of the 6th Heaven Emperor Wu. Shui Lingling said somewhat anxiously with a grave expression. No matter who was here, not even Xiao Chen, they could not withstand the peak strike of the 6th Heaven Emperor Wu. If it really landed, even if everyone here did not die, they would be severely injured. Let's go. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, we cannot leave. It has already locked onto us. No matter where we go, the world-destroying divine tribulation will descend. Shui Lingling had seen this world-destroying divine tribulation kill dozens of Demon Emperor Wu at the same time in the astral battlefield. It was extremely horrifying. In that case, let's end it early, Xiao Qin said indifferently. Then, he looked at the huge deity race warship in the distance and said, the plan will not change. You all go. Leave this huge deity race warship to me. Whoosh. After saying that, Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and shot off like an arrow. He tore through the sky and headed for the huge deity race warship. Xiao Qin. This sudden action caused Mo Chen and the other girls to cry out in a daze. Come, follow me. As Anjuanshi watched Xiao Qin fly towards the huge deity race warship alone, his heart felt somewhat heavy. However, at this moment, he had to race against time. Otherwise, the opportunity created by Xiao Chen would be sacrificed in vain. That wouldn't be worth it. On the bow of the deity race's warship, Diwuk's group watched the fleeing people in high spirits. Run? Where can you run to? You're enveloped by the divine might. No matter where you run, you'll have to accept the baptism of the divine tribulation. Divine Sun, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is flying towards us. Someone exclaimed in shock as he pointed at the white figure in the air. The expressions of the people on the warship changed at the same time as they quickly looked in the direction that Xiao Chen was rushing in. Should we send someone to stop him? A ghost race martial emperor asked with a frown. Xiao Hoju said, he probably wants to rely on his own strength to break the world-exterminating divine tribulation. No matter what, it is better to stop him. A brilliant light flashed in Diwuk's eyes. He laughed loudly and said, no one move. Let him come. Don't scatter the might of the world-exterminating divine tribulation. Focus it all on Xiao Chen. What a fool. You came at the right time. With so many people sharing the world-exterminating divine tribulation, it will not hurt you. However, since you are seeking death by charging over alone, don't blame me for being impolite. Murderous intent surged in Diwuk's eyes. He felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was a rare opportunity. If Shao Chen got struck by the world-exterminating divine tribulation, there would only be one result, not even dregs would be left. When the crowd heard what Di Wuk said, they no longer cared. Compared to the huge deity race worship that was as huge as a mountain, the deity race worship was much smaller. Compared to the massive deity race worship, Shao Chen was as insignificant as an ant. Trying to shake the deity race worship by himself was simply a pipe dream. Di Wuk pointed at Shao Chen and smiled in satisfaction. What do you mean by not seeking death? This is seeking death. At the same time, Shao Chen waved his hand and said, "Get ready. If this divine tribulation does not kill him, attack together. We must bury him here today." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Xing Ju and Xie Zishuan, the descendants of the two primes. As the few spoke, the divine halberd in Tian Yushi's hand above the deity race worship glowed increasingly resplendent. For a time, thunderclouds gathered above his head, and the shadow of a deity was faintly discernible between the thunderclouds in the sky. A brilliant divine might descended, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Tian Yushi's long hair fluttered wildly as his aura soared. Facing the approaching Shao Chen, Tian Yushi narrowed his eyes and brandished the divine halberd. The world-exterminating divine tribulation looked like it was about to descend. On the warship's bow, Di Wuk's group immediately felt incredibly nervous and expectant. However, just at this moment, the seemingly insignificant Shao Chen, who was 10 kilometers away, suddenly soared into the air. All of a sudden, it expanded out of nowhere. Before the group of people could react to what was going on, a shadow loomed over Daoist Dao's head. When Daoist Dao raised his head, it was an enormous hand. What's going on? The 1,000-odd people on the deck all panicked, not understanding what was going on. Whoosh! In the next moment, that colossal hand turned into a palm saber and chopped down from the sky. Without any resistance, this palm strike chopped off the entire warship's bow. The huge mountain looked like it had been chopped off by someone. A loud rumble rang out, accompanied by countless people's panicked, miserable screams. Saber chi immediately spread out, and the scene turned chaotic. Countless people tumbled in the air. Some of the deity Dao Union cultivators who happened to be struck by the palm saber ended up in an even more miserable state. They were chopped into meat paste on the spot, unable to even make a sound. The remaining huge deity race worship shook endlessly. The formations in it shattered, giving off loud noises as it swelled up. The 1,000-odd pillars of light that extended out instantly shattered. Tian Yushi, who was about to bring out the world-exterminating divine tribulation, was the most miserable. His formations broke, and the divine tribulation rebounded, blasting him into the air and causing him to vomit blood. The divine halberd fell from his hand, and his complexion paled. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the next moment, an even greater problem arrived. A colossal foot kicked out from the air. Most of the remaining huge deity race worship immediately exploded, kicking up dust and debris into the air. The deity Dao Union cultivators on the warship panicked and jumped off the warship. Dust filled the sky, and explosions rang out endlessly. All sorts of debris and the corpses of cultivators flew everywhere, spreading for more than 50 kilometers. All sorts of flames ignited each other, looking incredibly dazzling. The intense explosions startled the group of people charging towards the surging pillar of flame. When they turned their heads and saw the scene of the huge deity race worship exploding, they were all stunned. This was done by the Blue Dragon King. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. Shao Chen said that he could do it, and indeed, he did it. And Juanxi rejoiced in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "What a great Shao Chen! Indeed, he did it. Everyone, let's not lag behind. Let's open a path for the Vice Sect Master and the others." After a momentary daze, everyone's morale soared, their hot-bloodedness surging. Only Mo Chen and Yu Bingyun looked at each other in silence, feeling bitter in their hearts. Dermic World did not last for long. 3 seconds later, Shao Chen recovered his human form. As he stood high in the clouds, he looked at the deity Dao Union's people, who were in a mess. He did not show much emotion on his face. The instant Shao Chen executed Dermic World, he vaguely heard the intense howling of wind and fire. He even saw illusions of wind and fire attacking him. This was very dangerous. With just one more step, the great tribulation of wind and fire would descend from the sky. However, at this moment, Shao Chen could not care too much. More than 100 minor heavenly Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect were still trapped in the surging pillar of flame. He could not just leave them to die. Have you found the Divine Daughter? Quickly, find the Divine Daughter. Diwuk shouted amid the thick smoke and dust. When he was sent flying by Shao Chen's palm saber strike, he happened to see the Divine Daughter suffering from the rebound of the lightning tribulation. When he landed, he happened to see the Divine Daughter suffering the rebound of the lightning tribulation, vomiting blood and flying back. However, the current situation was chaotic. Shao Chen's saber intent, the shock waves of the Divine Might ritual array, and the explosion of the huge warship all mixed together. Everyone could not deal with them in time. Chapter 1372. There were not many warships at the back of the deity Dao Union's fleet, but all of them were Emperor-grade warships. This was the deity Dao Union's true main force, more than 30 Emperor-grade warships. Under normal circumstances, no race faction could gather so many Emperor-grade warships. Only when the Ghost race, the Corpse race, the Deity race, and the three Holy Masters worked together would they be able to do so. Compared to the fleet of warships at the front, this was the true force of the deity Dao Union's attack on the Haotian sect. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor were also gathered on the flagship in the middle. At this moment, a water screen appeared in front of the three primes on the flagship in the center. The image in the water screen stopped at the scene of Shao Chen executing Dermic World and chopping down the huge warship with one-hand saber strike. The three primes appeared somewhat shocked, especially Emperor Forsaken. Most of the people on that huge deity race warship were deity race cultivators. When the huge warship was destroyed, the deity race suffered the greatest losses. Even the Divine Daughter's fate was unknown. However, Emperor Forsaken did not care about this. The deity race was a large clan and did not care about an Emperor-grade warship. They could even afford to lose a Divine Daughter, as long as it was not the Divine Son. What Emperor Forsaken cared about was this small car that suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans. The previously inactive ant seemed to have turned into a variable. This person seemed to be ending this decisive battle that was about to start in advance. As long as Shao Chen rescued the Haotian sect's Emperor Wu from the surging pillar of fire, there would be no need for this decisive battle. The development of the situation seemed to be heading in this direction. He seems to be executing a major magic skill. Furthermore, he is already very familiar with it. Where did he get this magic skill from? Even some of the Penglai Sea's Dao Venerates do not have such a magic skill, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said softly with a frown. As primes, they were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they could make out Shao Chen's magic skill with one glance. As primes, they were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they could tell what Shao Chen's magic skill was with one glance. Furthermore, these three supremes were friends with the Dao Masters of the Penglai Sea and had seen many divine powers. From their point of view, Shao Chen's divine sense was already very powerful, even more powerful than the great divine sense of those Dao Masters. In reality, it was not just slightly stronger. As a Buddha, the Mahasvara Buddha had been a peak major character during the Immortal epoch. Although Shao Chen was being humble, the major magic skill that he passed on to Shao Chen was a peak magic skill, even during the Immortal epoch. The immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea only managed to gain some understanding of immortal cultivation after the Immortal epoch shattered. In the end, there wasn't a complete inheritance. How could it compare to a genuine top-notch divine ability by relying on the remnant copies of the predecessors and their own supplementation? The heaven-punishing corpse god's eyes flashed. That's not the point. The point is, how can this guy cultivate both immortal and martial arts? Although there were not many immortal cultivators in the Kunlun realm, there were still some. However, no one had ever heard of cultivating immortal Tao and martial Tao at the same time. This was a taboo, those who tried would undoubtedly die. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, I know a little about this. When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken heard that, they were stunned. Then, they immediately looked at Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken muttered, I do not know much. If we want to truly unravel this mystery, we still have to go to the Savage Battlefield's Blue Dragon Palace and investigate it. The moment Emperor Forsaken said that, the two primes stopped asking. It seemed like the Blue Dragon Palace had left behind some bad memories for the two primes. Let's not talk about this anymore. Qitian, just look at it. What should we do now? If there are no surprises, he should be able to come out of the group of people in the surging pillar of flame. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor brought the topic back to the battlefield before them. The heaven-punishing corpse god said, it looks like we still have to end things without any problems. We have to follow the old plan and slowly grind him down. Emperor Forsaken remained silent. After a while, he said, there is no turning back. If we give up halfway this time, it will have a negative impact on the deity Tao Union's luck. Now, even if we have to pay a higher price, we have to fight even if we do not want to. Emperor Forsaken's words revealed a determination to not give up. The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled and said, that is exactly what I was thinking. I said from the start that we should give it a good beating and directly flatten the Haotian sect. However, you all did not listen. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor thought more and felt somewhat worried. However, it was as Emperor Forsaken said, there was no turning back. Let's fight, then. I'll go and block the Fox King. Back in Haotian City, Shaoqin did not know that the powerhouses of the deity Tao Union were already determined to fight to the end. Whether he could save the many Emperor Wu in the surging pillar of flame or not, this battle was unavoidable. Shaoqin did not overthink. While the cultivators on the huge deity race worship were in chaos, unable to take care of themselves, executing the fish dragon step, Shaoqin turned into a dragon and flew towards Enjuanshi's group. Enjuanshi's group was already fighting with the many deities surrounding the surging pillar of flame. Their morale was high, and they wanted to open a path. However, there were simply too many deity race deities. It was not possible to open a path quickly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more serious the casualties would be. Shaoqin observed for a while. The most troublesome one blocking Enjuanshi's group was the deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu. The other deities were still manageable. Only the fake Emperor Wu could not block the combined attacks of this group of deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu. When the fighting spirit of this group of people was completely stimulated, they gathered together and became like an unstoppable flood. Enjuanshi, Shui Lingling, and Bai stood at the very front of this flood. However, the deity race's third heaven Emperor Wu blocked their way. If this dragged on for a while, reinforcements from other places would arrive. After they were surrounded, they would be surrounded and surrounded. Shaoqin could not care so much anymore. He narrowed his eyes and locked on to that deity race Emperor Wu. Shaoqin's long hair fluttered without any wind. As it fluttered, it gave off a graceful saber hum in the surroundings. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. The light disappeared for 1 kilometer around him. Shaoqin used his body as a saber, controlling the air with the saber as he chopped down at that deity race Emperor Wu. In the next moment, an incredibly resplendent saber light suddenly appeared before deity race Emperor Wu, who was locked in an intense battle with Enjuanshi's group. This saber light appeared very suddenly, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. There was no trace of it at all. Whoosh! Amid the resplendent saber light, a light that was even brighter and more piercing than this saber light shot out. That light was astonishingly fast. This deity race Emperor Wu vaguely seemed to hear the sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed. Keng Chang! The saber struck deity race Emperor Wu's chest. Cracks appeared in his emperor's body, and he went flying back. Big brother Shaoqin. The Blue Dragon King is back. Immediately, everyone's morale soared. No one expected Xiao Chen to deal with the huge deity race worship so quickly and rush back. Given that every second mattered, Xiao Chen could not say much. The huge deity race worship will not be able to care about us for now. I'll lead everyone out first. With Xiao Chen leading the way, this flood attacked even more ferociously. In merely 15 minutes, a hole appeared in the impenetrable encirclement. When Xiao Chen arrived before the surging pillar of flame, he waved his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. What's wrong? And Juanxi, who was at the side, asked. Xiao Chen pointed to the front and said, they sense this opening and are already rushing over. Boom! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the flaming wall in front exploded. Fang Baiyu's group walked out in a sorry state. This group of several hundred people was all injured. Their complexions were pale and fatigued. Several of them were covered in wounds and extremely weak. They did not have the air of Emperor Wu at all. Instead, they looked like a group of refugees at the end of their rope. Just this scene alone showed how much damage this group suffered from the sudden attack of 1,000 respected deities. What kind of hardship did they experience in breaking out of the encirclement? If Xiao Chen and the others had not come, they would have been surrounded and killed. Although the surging pillar of flame could block some attacks, the deity race's mental energy martial techniques were not. How come it's you? Did the sect master and the others not come? When Fang Baiyu and the other two martial emperors saw Xiao Chen waiting for them, they revealed extremely shocked expressions. They had not expected that the one who opened a gap for them would be the previously dissatisfied Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you are right. This time, we were wrong. The three thought back to when Xiao Chen said that they should be prepared to retreat at any time. Now that they saw Xiao Chen again, the three felt somewhat guilty. Chapter 1373. Little brother Xiao Chen, I really misunderstood you last time. The vice sect master, Fang Baiyu, stepped forward, feeling deeply ashamed. Xiao Chen had a pure heart, speaking his mind bluntly. However, because Fang Baiyu felt uncomfortable, he misunderstood Xiao Chen instead, not even giving him a chance to speak. However, now that a great disaster was upon them, and Xiao Chen was the first to lead a team to save them, he did not care about the grievances he suffered earlier. Vice Sect Master, you are too serious. The most important thing now is to retreat. Xiao Chen smiled. He did not care about the earlier matter in the first place. Why would he care about it now? The Fiend Race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor, Jiang Chuan, said, Little brother Xiao Chen, come with us. As long as our group retreats to the 6th layer of formations, the situation of the battle will calm down. As long as they activated the 6th layer of formations, they would be prepared and defend with all their might. The deity Dao Union would not be able to break through quickly. This was because the closer they got to Haotian City, the stronger the defenses of the formations would be. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't go with you. Someone has to stay behind and bring up the rear. Otherwise, if the deity Dao Union continues to chase us, we will suffer heavy casualties. Fang Baiyu and the other two greater heavenly martial emperors turned their heads to look. The hundreds of respected deities surrounding the surging pillar of fire were slowly gathering. Farther away, Di Wuk was currently sorting out the chaotic situation on the huge deity race warship. Once the two sides gathered, they would be a huge force. If they truly gave chase, at least half of the 200-odd people here would not be able to return. The expressions of surviving a calamity on the three's faces faded. They knew that this was just the beginning. Whether they could escape this group of respected deities, as well as the pursuit of Di Wuk and the other deity Dao Union experts, was still unknown. Xiao Chen was right. Someone did need to bring up the rear. However, this person could not be Xiao Chen. Fang Baiyu and the other two exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions. Fang Baiyu said, That's right. There is indeed a need to bring up the rear. However, the three of us will be responsible for bringing up the rear. Xiao Chen, you will be responsible for bringing them to the rear. Xiao Chen still shook his head and said softly, That won't do. Diwok's killing intent towards me has reached the pinnacle. Even if you want to stop him, he won't fight you. If I bring them along, I'll be harming them instead. What did you do? Mo-chan asked curiously. Xiao-chen recalled the scene of the divine daughter suffering the backlash of the lightning tribulation. He said softly, perhaps I was careless and killed the divine daughter, Tian Yushi. Although his words were light, the ripples it created were no less than a depth charge. Ah! Everyone who heard this was startled. Who in the Kunlun realm did not know about the relationship between Diwok and Tian Yushi? If Xiao-chen really killed Tian Yushi, Diwok would definitely go crazy. Feng Baiyu and the other two greater heavenly martial emperors did not know what to say, unable to rebut. Xiao-chen said softly, all of you, let's go. I was planning to bring up the rear in the first place. Nothing deviated from my plan. However, his plan had deviated slightly. He had not thought of killing the divine daughter. However, that did not matter. Diwok wanted to compete with him for the position of luck. The two sides were already like fire and water, mortal enemies. In the heavenly starry ocean, the divine daughter had provoked the 5 poison sex elders to kill Xiao-chen. Today, she wanted to use the world-exterminating lightning tribulation to kill Xiao-chen. Even if Tian Yushi really died, Xiao-chen's mental state would not change much. Everyone served their own masters and followed their fates. On the path of cultivation, life and death were the most common thing. At this moment, every second mattered. The earlier they left, the greater their chances of survival. Naturally, Feng Baiyu understood this principle. He shook his head helplessly and said, come back alive. This time, the 3 of us owe you too much. Without saying anything more, the group quickly left, heading for Haotian City at lightning speed. Mo-chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls turned their heads back 3 times with every step, watching Xiao-chen's lone figure. They wanted to stay several times, but they knew Xiao-chen's temper. If they stayed, Xiao-chen would definitely persuade them to leave. At this moment, the love between men and women seemed somewhat extravagant. They could only pray in their hearts that Xiao-chen could return safely. Suddenly, yellow sand filled the air in front. Beams of divine light soared into the clouds amid the dense yellow sand, turning into a surging battle hunger that spread in the sky. It turned into a torrential battle will that filled the sky, manifesting many mysterious phenomena that surged along with the clouds. When Xiao-chen looked up, the many mysterious phenomena materialized the most ancient war banners of the deity race. The war banners contained glory, faith, and boundless killing intent. When Xiao-chen saw this scene, he understood. He finally understood why Meteor Trail City lost so quickly. One or a few gods on their own wouldn't be much of a threat, but when they regrouped and combined together, however, when they merged, the power that they could erupt with would be something that even sovereign martial emperors would not dare to clash with. The deities were very strong. However, Xiao-chen did not fear them. Xiao-chen slowly stretched out his right hand, and a Buddhist lamp slowly appeared in his palm. A saraira hovered above the Buddhist lamp. The saraira gave off a bright light, and the image of the Mahasvara Buddha chanted scriptures amid the light. With the support of this saraira, the wondrous effects of the Buddhist lamp immediately magnified significantly. The heavenly snow divine flame nourished in it had already advanced from rank 1 to rank 2, reaching a level where it could kill a peak 6th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. Xiao-chen opened his mouth and sucked in the heavenly snow divine flame, sending it to the heart of an emperor in his dantian. After that, he put away the Buddhist lamp and saraira. Then, he took out a flask of wine and sat down cross-legged. As he looked at the flying yellow sand in front, he started drinking alone. Amid the flying yellow sand, Xiao-chen's vision passed through the countless deity race deities and arrived at the very center. Diwok carried the faintly discernible Tian Yushi, who was on the verge of death. His face filled with grief and self-blame. Faint tears flickered in his eyes. The guilt in Diwok's heart could not be described with words. Earlier, he had acted on his own. Earlier, he had been stubborn and did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to kill Xiao-chen. However, he was extremely smart and should have thought of it long ago. Since Xiao Chen charged over, he naturally had a trump card. He could only blame himself for being overconfident. There were many experts on the deity race's worship, so he did not fear that Xiao Chen could do anything. However, when Xiao Chen truly revealed his trump card, everything was over. Before Xiao Chen, who used his dermic incarnation to execute a martial technique, the huge deity race worship crumbled at the first blow. The divine might formation broke, and the lightning tribulation rebounded. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation, which should have struck Xiao Chen, rebounded and injured Tian Yushi. Wuck, don't cry. You are the divine sun. In the future, you will be the bearer of the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. How can you cry? Wuck, don't cry. You are the deity sun. In the future, you will be the Kunlun realm's luck sun. How can you cry? Tian Yushi looked at Di Wuck's face and stretched out her hand as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in Di Wuck's eyes, not letting them fall. She stretched out a hand towards Di Wuck's face as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in his eyes, not letting them fall. However, when Tian Yushi extended her hand halfway, she suddenly fell back down weakly, like a flower withering and losing its color. Di Wuck's heart sank. He quickly pulled Tian Yushi's hand and brought it to his face. He cried out hoarsely, I won't cry. I won't cry. Tian Yushi, wake up. Wake up. The surroundings fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone could sense the sorrow and pain in Di Wuck's words. Tian Yushi, look at me. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. However, that peerlessly pure and holy face had already lost all signs of life. No matter how much Di Wuck screamed, he could not wake up. The world-exterminating lightning tribulation was a consummate technique that could instantly kill a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. How could Tian Yushi endure the might of the rebound? Di Wuck's eyes were misty, and tears were already streaming down his face. However, he kept shouting, I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Xiao Chen, Di Wuck, will never be able to live under the same sky as you. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Chen, who was drinking wine, heard a hoarse roar filled with killing intent and pain coming from the yellow sand filling the air. Then, the sky and earth shook, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Heavy footsteps rang out from the yellow sand. Step by step, the rumbling sound got closer to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he guessed something. Tian Yushi was probably really dead. He stood up and poured the half-empty bottle of wine on the ground. Xiao Chen muttered, you protected him for life. This promise is worth it. Although our paths are different, I'll still give you half a bottle of wine. Have a safe journey. Pa! Xiao Chen let go, and the bottle made of fine jade shattered all over the ground. It was like the goddess Tian Yushi had passed away. Chapter 1374. As the yellow sand approached, the war banners formed by the surging mysterious phenomena in the sky fluttered noisily in the face of the strong wind. The wind and sand made it hard to open one's eyes. When the momentum arrived, it was like a ferocious beast opening its huge maw, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chen in one gulp. Xiao Chen, who was standing upright, faced the boundless yellow sand. He looked incredibly faint, even more wobbly than a small boat in the eye of the storm. It looked like in the next moment, the formation of hundreds of deities would blow him away. Dang! A dull sound rang out, and the bronze sword box on Xiao Chen's back landed by Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen held the sword box with one hand, and a mysterious phenomenon materialized behind him. Winds blew, clouds churned, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and berserk dragons roared. Finally, all the mysterious phenomena turned into a saber that pierced through the sky. As the dull sound of the sword box reverberated endlessly, it burst out with a dazzling saber light and a saber wind. As the saber light flew over, it drove a boundless aura and blew away all the yellow sand in front of Xiao Chen. This aura revealed the 800-odd deities, as well as Di Wuck and the others. The 800-odd deities gave off a bright light that connected with each other. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the frequency at which these deities flickered was exactly the same. It was like they had already merged into one. As the light flickered, the 800-odd deity race wore banners in the sky fluttered endlessly, flickering with golden light. Diwuk stood behind these 800-odd deities with a cold expression. Together with Xiao Hoju, Xie Zishuan, Xing Ju, and the other deity Dao Yunyan's Emperor Wu, they looked at Xiaochen coldly, their eyes devoid of any emotion. Xiaochen, you are really bold. To think that you dare to bring up the rear alone. However, this is good as well. It saves me the trouble of searching for you. After I kill you, I will kill everyone you care about one by one. Diwuk said coldly and aloof as he shook his head at Xiaochen. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the 800 gods. He narrowed his eyes and said, let's see if you have what it takes to kill me. If you really wanted to run, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. But since you overestimated yourself and came to cover our retreat, it would be hard for me not to kill you. Attack! Diwuk's words were extremely cold. The 800 gods immediately took action. They soared into the sky and prepared to gather together. With a combined attack, they killed Xiaochen directly. Back then, this attack of theirs had directly broken through the defensive array formation of Meteor Trail City. Xiaoju and the others looked at Xiaochen with mixed feelings. His courage was praiseworthy. He blocked them single-handedly, giving Fang Baiyu's group a chance at survival. He had also prevented the great decisive battle from breaking out prematurely. However, he had placed himself in a desperate situation. If it were them, no one would have had the courage to do so. In their eyes, Xiaochen was already a dead man. Even if he could block the combined attack of these 800 gods, he would not be able to dodge. If their group followed up, Diwuk would not even need to make a move. He could just watch Xiaochen die in front of him. If Xiaochen had not killed Tian Yushi, Diwuk would not have lost his rationality and used 800 gods to deal with Xiaochen alone. Given Xiaochen's strength, he could move about freely with the deities scattered. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Xiaochen would die today. Whoosh! The temperature suddenly plummeted, and snowflakes drifted down from the sky. What's going on? Diwuk was the first to feel that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand, and a snowflake melted in his hand. However, it did not scatter. After it melted, it turned into a burning flame. Diwuk's expression changed slightly as he quickly looked up. He saw Xiaochen's head of white hair fluttering in the wind. His entire body seemed to be bathed in a layer of frost. Xiaochen raised his right hand and gently pushed forward. A flash of cold light appeared in his palm, looking like pale white lightning. It dazzled everyone. In the next moment, the 800 deities that were about to gather were covered in a strange white flame. Not only was the flame bone-chilling, but it also continuously swallowed the primordial energy in these deities, causing their strength to plummet. Bang! The many deities fell from the sky, in so much pain that they wished they were dead. This sudden change in the situation caused the divine light on the deities and the formation banners in the sky to shatter and scatter on the spot. How cold! How cold! What kind of flame is this? I can't get rid of it. The many deities endured the intense pain and sat down cross-legged, trying to expel the heavenly snow divine flame. However, they discovered that the flame was very gentle. The ice and snow melted into their flesh, nearly entering their bones. They could not expel it quickly. Originally, the heavenly snow divine flame was a primal chaos level flame. When it rose to rank 2, it could instantly severely injure the 6th heaven Emperor Wu. Facing a deity alone, the deity would not even be able to resist before getting burned into ice shards. However, when the deities were scattered among the 800 deities, its might was undoubtedly reduced significantly. This was the only result. This, Emperor Wu, who was beside Diwuk, was greatly startled, showing extremely flustered expressions. They had not expected that Xiaochen alone could defeat the 800 deities that they relied on the most. This is the legendary primal chaos level divine flame. A ghost race old man said after some thought. He found it hard to believe that such a legendary flame would appear in Xiao Chen's hand. It was not because the 800 deities were too weak. Instead, it was because the flame in Xiao Chen's hand was too strange and strong. As Xiao Chen watched the 800 deities recuperate on the ground, he shook his head slightly, clearly not particularly satisfied. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he could burn at least half of these 800 false emperors to death. Unexpectedly, not a single one died. It looked like the might of a rank 2 divine flame was still too weak after being scattered. However, it was already sufficient. Without these 800 deities, they were much more confident of blocking Diwuk's group. Diwuk's group had more than 100 people. There were 4 greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, and the rest were minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. There were also heaven-defying geniuses like Diwuk. Let's see how many trump cards you have. Diwuk's expression did not change, as if he did not care about the 800 deities' lives at all. The deity races Leng Zhengyang, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Su Qianqing, and the ghost races and corpse races Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu slowly walked out. End the battle quickly. Do not show any mercy, Diwuk said indifferently. Whoosh! The 4 Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu's figures flashed, and they spread out, surrounding Xiao Chen from 4 directions. Their respective emperors might spread out, and a formless aura rushed into the sky. 4 different mysterious phenomena materialized. The image of a deity appeared above Leng Zhengyang's head, covering the sky for 50 kilometers around. Above Su Qianqing was a huge flaming vermilion bird flapping its wings. Flames surged, and heat waves assaulted everyone, dyeing half the sky red. The mysterious phenomena materialized by the ghost race and corpse race old men were even more frightening. Black clouds filled the sky, spirits gathered, and death qi rushed into the sky. 4 auras intertwined with one another, causing the sky within 500 kilometers to turn restless. It was as if the sky had been split apart. Numerous cracks appeared in the sky, as if a huge spider web had been laid over it. When Mo Chen and the others, who were retreating, saw the mysterious phenomena above them, they were greatly startled. When they looked back, they saw 4 indistinct figures standing in the air, firmly surrounding Xiao Chen. They completely buried Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomena, preventing him from raising his head. It's over. The deity Dao Union's 4 Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu are preparing to attack Xiao Chen at the same time. And Juanxi exclaimed worriedly. Vice Sect Master, let's charge back. Some people felt dissatisfied in their hearts. They simply could not bear for Xiao Chen to cover the retreat alone, facing such danger alone. Indeed. Vice Sect Master, let's charge back and fight it out with these bastards of the deity Dao Union. At worst, we will just die. Let's charge back, Vice Sect Master. The crowd was agitated. Everyone looked at Fang Baiyu, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit and rage. Fang Baiyu felt conflicted in his heart, showing a complicated expression. After a while, he said, let's go. Don't look back. The Blue Dragon King is covering the retreat and saving our lives. He wants us to activate the 6th layer of formations and not let the decisive battle start now. He is not sending us to our deaths. Without the mountain and river great formation, we have no chance of victory if we fight now. Clang! Right after Fang Baiyu spoke, the 4 Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu suppressed Xiao Chen. Suddenly, an earth-shaking saber hum erupted. Closely following that, a saber light soared into the clouds and scattered the mysterious phenomena in the surroundings. This saber hum affected the wind shadow sword on Yu Bingyun's back, causing it to tremble endlessly. Her face lit up in joy as she said, the Cloud Moon Saber merged with the Lunar Shadow Saber. This is a brand new transcendent divine weapon. Young Master Xiao only needs to bring out 30% of its might to block these 4. Chapter 1375. What a strong saber light. The saber light was piercing, forcing Fang Baiyu to squint. However, he felt doubtful about Yu Bingyun's words. Was this really a transcendent divine weapon? A transcendent divine weapon was not something that could be forged so easily. Based on this might, it seems somewhat lacking. However, the matter at hand was urgent. This was not the time to consider this. Fang Baiyu calmed himself down and said, "It looks like the Blue Dragon King has no problem protecting himself. Let's retreat first and not let down the Blue Dragon King's efforts. Let's go." When everyone saw this saber light soaring into the sky, they relaxed slightly. Then, they perked up and rushed back. In the sky above Haotian City's city gates, the three holy masters, who were leading the many greater heavenly emperor Wu to fight Zongtian and the others, were attracted by this saber light as well. What is this? It seems like the holy might of a divine weapon. However, it is much stronger than that of an ordinary divine weapon. Could it be a transcendent divine weapon? That's not right. It is still weaker than the divine might of a transcendent divine weapon. With the help of the holy beast totems, the three holy masters' strength soared. They even held the upper hand. When the three holy masters saw this scene, they were somewhat surprised. This was because the deity Dao Union did not have such a divine weapon. Zongtian looked into the distance. After he saw it clearly, he could not help laughing loudly. What a variable! Three holy lords, let's go. If you do not, when the worldly mountain river Great Sun formation reactivates, you will be within the range of the formation. Even if you want to leave, you will not be able to. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord and the others quickly sent out a strand of perception. In the end, they discovered that Fang Baiyu's group was rushing towards the sixth layer of formations. Once these people on the level of Emperor Wu returned to the various nodes of the formations, their group would suffer great losses. The three holy masters looked further away. The deity Dao Union's army, which was supposed to be chasing after this group of people, focused all their attention on Shao Chen. Is this Diwuk crazy? Why is he still pestering Shao Chen at this time? The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord cursed angrily. He looked at Zongtian and said, "You want us to leave? Zongtian, you better show us what you've got." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged toward Zongtian. Accompanying him was a vermilion bird sacred beast that was covered in flames. That's right, it was a genuine vermilion bird, transformed from a holy beast totem. This was the trump card that the three holy masters used to establish their sect. At this moment, in order to prevent Zongtian from having the slightest chance to make a breakthrough, the three holy lord had to use it. Zongtian snorted coldly and said, "Stubborn." The great battle continued. The sky had long since been torn apart, and even the barrier of the sky had been broken. Vaguely, one could see the aftershocks of the starry heaven storm occasionally bringing down countless meteors from the stars in the universe. The Haotian sect was no longer a stage for this group of people. If they continued fighting, they would have to enter the starry heavens. In Meteor Trail City, the instant the bronze sword box opened, Shao Chen used that flash of saber light to charge out of the encirclement of the four greater heavenly Emperor Wu cultivators. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the brand new lunar shadow saber. He felt a surging, boundless energy. Compared to before, the might of the lunar shadow saber was at least 10 times stronger. It was so strong that Shao Chen found it hard to grasp. Ao Jiao, has it reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said somewhat embarrassedly, "The quality and might of this saber have indeed reached the level of a transcendent divine weapon. However, my strength as an item spirit has not increased yet. It is not a true transcendent divine weapon yet. It's fine. It is enough to deal with these four people." Shao Chen stood in the air, facing Leng Zhenyang, Su Qianqing, and the others from a distance. Normally, it would be somewhat taxing for Shao Chen to face a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This was especially so when he had already used Dermic World and the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. However, now that he had the divine weapon, the Lunar Shadow Saber, Shao Chen was confident of fighting these four. To Shao Chen, not having a saber in his hand and having a saber in his hand were two completely different situations. Leng Zhenyang and the others looked at the Lunar Shadow Saber in Shao Chen's hand at the same time. Their expressions turned exceptionally grave. With a divine weapon, you think you can block the four of us? Su Qianqing shouted coldly and took the lead to charge over. A sword appeared in his hand. A flame danced on the sword. As it trembled, it gave off the cry of a phoenix. As Su Qianqing swung his sword, a scarlet fiery light dyed half the sky red. The flames for thousands of kilometers in the sky condensed into feathers, looking like the wings of the vermilion bird. As Su Qianqing swung his sword, it covered the sky. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky flapped ferociously, kicking up a strong wind and sending down an overwhelming heat wave. Its aura was incredibly shocking. How horrifying! This startled Xiao Chen. This was the peak strike of an older generation greater heavenly Emperor Wu. This sword strike shook the entire space. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen flew back into the air. His long sleeves and long hair fluttered in the wind. Every time he spun around, a saber light would shoot out from Xiao Chen's body. Saber hums resounded endlessly in the air. Instantly, the sky filled with flickering saber images. It was unknown how many thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of saber lights shot out. Xiao Chen used his flawless saber Dao to bring out instant of glory to its limits. Xiao Chen wanted to draw out the most glorious painting since he made his Dao. This painting did not have beautiful mountains and rivers, 10,000 dragons soaring, 500 kilometers of ice, or 50 kilometers of peach blossoms. There was only a saber, just one saber. After spinning 100 times, when the thousands of kilometers of vermilion bird wings were about to sweep over, Xiao Chen drew his saber. Xiao Chen drew his saber, and in an instant, countless saber images merged together. A vast painting appeared in the sky. There was nothing on that painting except a treasure saber pointing angrily at the sky. However, it depicted the glory of the world, the vicissitudes of life. Space condensed, and the sword in Su Qianqing's hand happened to block the tip of the treasure saber in the painting. The thousands of kilometers of wings in the sky stopped as well. Break! Xiao Chen shouted, and the painting shattered. The entire space crumbled, turning into countless shards. However, the saber in the painting leaped out and knocked Su Qianqing back. The flaming wings in the sky and the might of the holy beast scattered as well. Pu Ci. Su Qianqing vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was in disbelief. His peak strike actually got blocked by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I got lucky. If not for the might of the divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, no matter how glorious that saber strike was, it would not have been able to block Su Qianqing's peak sword strike. Attack together. The divine weapon in his hand is already infinitely close to a transcendent divine weapon. Do not be careless. 100 thoughts flashed in the deity race martial Emperor Leng Zhengyang's mind. Then, he called out to the two old men from the ghost race and corpse race and charged over at the same time. They were no longer as careless as Su Qianqing. They carefully dodged the sharpness of the divine weapon and launched all sorts of attacks at Xiao Chen. After resting for a while, Su Qianqing charged into the battle. Immediately, four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time, fighting an earth-shattering battle with Xiao Chen. After 100 moves, the entire meteor trail city turned into rubble, a barren land. When Diwuk's group saw this scene, they were incredibly shocked. The four greater heavenly Emperor Wu attacked at the same time. However, even after 100 moves, although they held the upper hand, they still could not take down Xiao Chen. Is the saber in his hand a divine weapon or a transcendent divine weapon? Xiao Chen had already drawn his saber. Even though he was far away, the might of a divine weapon that he radiated made Xiao Hoju and the others cry out in shock. They were greatly shocked by Xiao Chen's endless trump cards. Dermic World and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame could allow one to move unhindered. However, Xiao Chen had several of them. Divine Sun, should we make a move and help? A ghost race martial emperor suggested, sensing that the situation was not good. Diwuk looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the middle of a chaotic battle. His expression flickered as he clenched his right hand tightly. His body trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. "Brother Wuk, what's wrong?" Xing Ju asked worriedly when he sensed that something was wrong with Diwuk. The divine daughter's death was a huge blow to Diwuk. Xing Ju's worry was not without reason. "Damn it! Why? Since I, Diwuk, made my debut, no one has been able to defeat me. I am resplendent and blessed by great luck. Why? Why? This darn heavens let you, Shao Chen, appear. I refuse to accept this." Diwuk, who had been suppressing himself for a long time, burst out with dissatisfaction when he saw that 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu could not kill Shao Chen. "I refuse to accept this. I, Diwuk, refuse to accept this." Diwuk shouted at the sky, and a boundlessly horrifying aura burst out of his body, releasing a dazzling light. Xing Ju and the others quickly moved away, lest they get injured by Diwuk's aura. "He is one of the older generation," Emperor Wu said with some horror, seeming to have guessed something. Right after Shao Chen spoke, a simple and mysterious door suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through space. A boundless multicolored light descended from the sky, hovering in midair. Emperor's door. Diwuk is crazy. He does not have sufficient accumulations. To think that he wants to forcefully undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. The deity Dao Union's group was startled into a fluster. At this moment, no matter who it was, all of them wanted to run as far as they could. Chapter 1376. The deity Dao Union's group soared into the air and fled far away. However, before they could get far, that emperor's door completely stabilized and hovered in midair. Buzz! The entire ground of Meteor Trail City caved in and cracked. Even the lava in the depths of the ground spewed out. It was like a heavy strike. All the people flying in the air felt like they got hammered down. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. After they got up, they did not even look back, continuing to flee quickly. The sudden appearance of the Emperor's door also knocked down the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors, who were fighting Shao Chen. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shao Chen's lips. Just as he was about to land, he pushed the tip of his saber against the ground and flipped over to stabilize himself. Shao Chen looked at Diwuk, whose long hair and clothes fluttered, gathering all the auras in the surroundings. This was simply too surprising. To think that Diwuk wanted to forcefully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The risks of forcefully clearing the tribulation were unpredictable. This was something that Shao Chen had been avoiding. The great tribulation of wind and fire already had a slim chance of survival. Forcefully clearing it was no different from suicide. It was impossible for Diwuk not to understand this simple principle. Furthermore, his accumulations were still far from sufficient. Normally, he would need at least a year before he could clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. While Shao Chen was surprised, the 4 greater heavenly Emperor Wu emperors were even more surprised. Divine Son, what's going on? The deity race greater heavenly martial Emperor Leng Zhenyang looked at Diwuk in a daze. Is it because the divine daughter's death dealt a huge blow to him, so he seeks death as well? Brother Leng, what should we do now? Su Qianqing asked. The 2 elders from the ghost race and the corpse race also looked at Leng Zhenyang. They were confused by this sudden turn of events. Leng Zhenyang muttered to himself for a while. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "The plan remains the same. Continue to kill Shao Chen. This fellow destroyed the Divine Son. We absolutely cannot let him live." Obviously, he believed that the chances of Diwuk successfully overcoming the tribulation were almost 0. They had already given up completely, placing all the blame on Shao Chen. That is exactly what I was thinking. This brat clearly lacks stamina. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, he will not be able to bring out much of the divine weapon's might. The 4 great emperors quickly finished their discussion and surrounded Shao Chen again. Fang Baiyu's group had already successfully entered the 6th ring of the formation. At this moment, Shao Chen already had thoughts of retreating. However, the four martial monarchs were determined not to let him go. Shaoqun wasn't in a hurry. This accident was beneficial to him, and it wouldn't take long. Emperor Forsaken would definitely not give up on Diwuk. It wouldn't be long before everyone returned to protect Diwuk. In the sky above Haotian City, Yingzongtian and the three holy masters, who were fighting, immediately sensed the arrival of the emperor's door. At first, Yingzongtian thought that it was Shaoqun undergoing his tribulation, so his expression turned extremely grave. When Yingzongtian saw that it was Diwuk undergoing his tribulation, his expression relaxed slightly. At the same time, he felt some doubt in his heart. What kind of blow did this Diwuk suffer? Why did he forcefully undergo his tribulation for no reason? Oh no! This fellow Diwuk is crazy. The White Tiger Holy Lord cursed in anger. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord glanced at the worldly mountain river Great Sun formation below, which was about to reactivate, and Diwuk suddenly went crazy. He immediately made a decision and said, "Retreat." The Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu of the Deity Dao Union's group immediately withdrew, not lingering. The Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect's group immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of the three holy masters, who brought out their holy beast totems, was simply too great. The Peacock King and the others quickly gathered around Yingzongtian. As they looked at the emperor's door in the distance, their faces filled with shock. "Brother Haotian, do you think this Diwuk has really gone crazy?" the Peacock King asked Yingzongtian. Forcefully undergoing his tribulation was something that this group of older generation Emperor Wu did not even dare to think about. Yingzongtian's gaze pierced through the boundless distance and clearly sized up Diwuk. Looking into his eyes, he said, "Diwuk is also an outstanding genius. This move of his looks certain to die. However, if there is a 1 in a billion chance that he actually runs into it, it will not be good. Brother Haotian means to say that he is trying to advance to martial emperor before Shaoqun, putting himself in a perilous situation and making one last attempt." Yingzongtian nodded and said, "However, the chances are slim. Even if the chances are slim, there is still a chance. We should completely eliminate this chance." Everyone here was a powerhouse of a region. They were very decisive in killing. Many of them expressed the same thoughts. If Diwuk really succeeded in his tribulation, he might be able to defy the heavens and change his fate, directly becoming the bearer of luck. The deity Dao Union's side would obtain the favor of the heavenly Dao. To them, this would be a devastating blow. A light flickered in Yingzongtian's eyes. He looked even further and thought even deeper. Then, he shook his head and said, "There's no need. Since he wants to risk it, I will give him this chance. Come, let's go and take a look first." Behind the deity Dao Union, Emperor Forsaken and the heaven-punishing corpse god, who were preparing for the final battle, were both stunned when they saw the scene on the water screen. Winds blew and clouds churned above the water screen. An emperor's door stood upright in the air. This emperor's door gave off a supreme might, mysterious and filled with temptation. Emperor Forsaken was stunned for a moment. Then, he stood up with a whoosh. At this moment, some ripples appeared in his calm heart. Emperor Forsaken frowned heavily, his expression turning grave. After a long time, he sighed softly, "Wuk, why do this to yourself? Once the Haotian sect is destroyed, your path will be smooth sailing. Qitian, what are your plans now?" The heaven-punishing corpse god asked as he looked at Emperor Forsaken. This unexpected turn of events had indeed surpassed the two's expectations. A grave look flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He said, "Protect Diwuk with all your might as he undergoes his tribulation. Don't let anyone disturb Wuk." The heaven-punishing corpse god's lips curled up as he said, "Is there a need for that? No one in history has ever survived a forceful tribulation. From the desolate antiquity era to the ancient era to the present era, all of them died without exception. Even if they managed to survive, they would be half dead, crippled for the rest of their lives." When Emperor Forsaken heard this, he raged, "Xing Tian, don't anger me. What he said is the truth." Just at this moment, another voice rang out. It was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had been sniping at the Fox King, rushing back because of Diwok's matter. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor continued, "Qitian, the Emperor's door has already descended. Soon, his Emperor's road will descend. You can no longer change this. You should also understand that the Divine Daughter will be his heart tribulation. The path he walks is a path of certain death." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought for a while before saying, "There is no need to go through so much trouble for a sacrificial pawn. I think the deity Dao Union should be disbanded." The heaven-punishing corpse god's words were out of helplessness. Since ancient times, no one had succeeded in forcefully clearing their tribulation. Furthermore, Diwok was now completely crazy. Just at this moment, the scene on the water screen changed again. The clouds in the surroundings of the Emperor's door gave off a bright light. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, they changed into 9 colors before stopping. Whoosh! A staircase made of 9-colored glass extended from the bottom of the Emperor's door all the way down. There were a total of 9,000 steps, giving off a dreamy light like an immortal's road. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor both showed stunned expressions at the same time. They did not dare to believe what they saw. A 9-colored Emperor's Road. This was an existence of a higher grade than a Golden Emperor's Road. This was a mysterious phenomenon that only appeared when a supreme powerhouse underwent a tribulation during the peak of the martial epoch. Ha ha ha. It is a 9-colored Emperor's Road. 9 is the limit of numbers. 9 is venerated. 9 is king. This is the true Emperor's Road for kings. Emperor Forsaken reared his head back and laughed. Diwok had put his life on the line, forcefully clearing his tribulation. However, in the end, he managed to obtain an Emperor's Road for himself. Chapter 1377. The heaven-punishing corpse god said, "Qitian, back then, you walked the Golden Emperor's Road, right?" Emperor Forsaken nodded and said, "Yes. Back then, I had many competitors. However, after I finished walking the Golden Emperor's Road, no one in the deity race dared to challenge the position of deity emperor." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor muttered, "The Golden Emperor's Road can make one a prime? Could it be that the 9-colored Emperor's Road can surpass prime? Everything is possible. The existences above prime in history have always been a mystery. This has always been a mystery. Quite a few powerful senior existences have completely disappeared from the traces of history. It is very likely that they surpass supreme beings, leaving this land of exile." Emperor Forsaken looked at the two and asked, "Is a powerful genius that can summon a 9-colored Emperor's Road worth another bet?" The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor exchanged glances and said, "Let's bet. I'm willing to protect Diwok. I'm willing as well." The appearance of the 9-colored Emperor's Road changed the minds of the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. The reason was very simple. It was for that faintly discernible opportunity. If Diwok really cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire, he might surpass prime. To them, this was an unavoidable temptation. "What is that?" Suddenly, the heaven-punishing corpse god pointed at the water screen in front of him, showing a flustered expression. Suddenly, large patches of red clouds gathered in the sky opposite Diwok on the water screen. The clouds were scarlet like blood, looking very startling. They looked like pools of blood hanging high in the sky. Such a scene was incredible, unheard of, and unseen before. The instant Diwok's 9-colored Emperor's Road landed in Meteor Trail City, Xiao Chen, who was fighting with the 4 greater martial emperors, felt that something was wrong. The energy that Xiao Chen had been deliberately controlling completely went out of control. In an instant, all of it burst forth. 100 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands of dragon vital qi, and the magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness burned. The peak will of thunder flickered with light. The saber intent all over Xiao Chen's body burst forth. A strong wind howled. The sky and the ground were filled with Xiao Chen's sharp saber intent. Countless rare phenomena burst out from his body, including a blue dragon, lightning, frenzied saber, and so on. The four martial monarchs who had the upper hand and were suppressing him were shocked. Startled by this phenomenon, the two of them retreated at the same time to avoid it. "There's something wrong with this kid," Leng Zhengyang said with a serious expression. Su Qianqing had a strange expression on his face. He felt a drop of rain falling on his forehead. He reached out and touched it, only to discover that it was a drop of blood. Raising his head, he saw that the clouds in the sky were as thick as ink and as red as blood. It was as if an endless sea of blood had appeared in the vast sky. Hua! The blood rain poured down, instantly drenching the clothes of the four. The oppressive atmosphere deterred the four from remaining. They retreated frantically, retreating 50 kilometers. Only when they were above Diwuk's side did the blood rain stop. Amid the blood rain, Xiao Chen's white robes became covered in blood. As Xiao Chen looked at the dense blood clouds in the sky, he entered a daze, feeling somewhat confused. This is my great tribulation of wind and fire. The instant Diwuk's 9-colored emperor's road descended, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. Then, it turned out to be so. The suppressed energy completely erupted. The great tribulation of wind and fire, which could descend at any moment, was completely drawn out. Diwuk's 9-colored emperor's road had completely lured them out. However, Xiao Chen had not expected that the mysterious phenomenon triggered by his great tribulation of wind and fire would cover 500,000 kilometers, blood clouds covering the sky. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, this scene attracted the attention of Yingzongtian, the Fox King, the other primes, and the sovereign martial emperors. They stopped and looked into the distance, feeling confused. They had never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon before. Since ancient times, there had never been any records of a person's tribulation triggering 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. On the other side, the three primes of the deity Dao Union were also startled by this mysterious phenomenon, no longer able to sit still. They brought all the factions of the deity Dao Union from extremely far away and quickly rushed over. Firstly, they feared that Yingzongtian and the others would disrupt the Divine Sun's tribulation. Secondly, they wanted to see the movements of the blood clouds above Xiao Chen's head. Immediately, all the sovereign martial emperors and hidden experts of the deity Dao Union moved out. Behind Diwuk was a faction even vaster than the sea. When Yingzongtian's side saw this, they felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the deity Dao Union was still hiding so much strength. The Fox King, you are very knowledgeable. What is going on with Xiao Chen? Yingzongtian could not get an answer from such a situation. Feeling helpless, he could only ask the Fox King, who was beside him. The other party was a fiend race prime, someone who became famous 1,000 years before Yingzongtian. He definitely knew a lot more. Who knew? The Fox King shook his head and said, I have never seen or heard of such a mysterious phenomenon during a tribulation. In the ancient records, a 9-colored emperor's road is already the highest level. Yingzongtian felt a trace of worry. He said sullenly, we can't care so much now. Focus on defense. We will protect Xiao Chen. We absolutely cannot let the deity Dao Union's people interfere with Xiao Chen's tribulation. Half of the sky of Meteor Trail City, which spanned millions of kilometers, was now filled with 9-colored light. Colorful clouds floated in the sky for millions of kilometers, glistening with divine light. On the other hand, blood clouds covered the sky, thick like ink, and heavy rain poured down. The three primes on the deity Dao Union's side looked at the blood cloud above Xiao Chen's head, speechless. Naturally, Diwuk also saw the phenomenon that Xiao Chen created. The two of them stood facing each other, separated by millions of kilometers. However, Diwuk had no time to think too much, as he had to continue on his emperor's road. Just as everyone was captivated by Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomenon, Diwuk's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a loud shout, he leapt onto the colorful road of Emperor and began to walk upwards. Diwuk had just ascended the Emperor's road when a strong wind turned into many icy whips. The whips quickly lashed at him. Pa! Pa! Everywhere the whips passed, space froze. After one step, when Diwok reappeared, he had 10 wounds on his body. This was especially so for the bloody wound on his face. It contained a cold energy, and his blood was tinged with purple. It was so painful that Diwok's lips twitched continuously. Such a scene made Emperor Forsaken and the other 2 primes suck in a deep breath. The difficulty of the 9-colored Emperor's road was even more difficult than they had imagined. This was just the first step, and Xiaochen was already so injured. In that case, how were he going to complete the remaining 8,000-odd steps? Brother Qitian, now is not the time to worry about that. Look, that brat's Emperor's door is about to descend as well, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he pointed into the distance. Emperor Forsaken squinted and saw a whirlpool in the 500 kilometers of blood clouds. It looked like the Emperor's door was about to descend from the end of the whirlpool. We absolutely cannot let him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. Such a mysterious phenomenon is unheard of. If he really clears it, no one will be able to stop him. Emperor Forsaken enunciated every word, each one filled with boundless murderous intent. The 3 holy masters, Holy Lord, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god all felt this intense murderous intent. He deserves to die. If he clears it, he will definitely become the 2nd Qing Emperor. Even if we use up all our resources, we have to bury him on the Emperor's road. Soon, all the upper echelon of the deity Dao Union reached a consensus. They absolutely could not let Xiaochen clear his tribulation. Amid the blood rain, Xiaochen entered deep thought as he looked at the scarlet whirlpool descending from the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a jade strip appeared in his palm. This jade strip was used to gather the various holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean. Originally, it was meant to be used on the Haotian sect. Unexpectedly, it ended up being used on Xiaochen. Never mind. Let me see what exactly my Emperor's road is like, Xiaochen said coldly. Xiaochen said coldly. Then, the jade strip in his hand shattered into pieces. Instantly, the many martial emperors in the distant heavenly starry ocean all received the notification. Boom! Just as Xiaochen crushed the jade strip, the emperor's door slowly descended from the whirlpool. A significant amount of blood leaked out of the cracks in the simple and unadorned emperor's door. After a while, a scarlet staircase appeared in front of the door. Then, it extended all the way until it reached Xiaochen. There were a total of 10,000 steps. Xiaochen raised his head and looked. What appeared before him was clearly a path of blood. Chapter 1378. In the oceanic world, within the Black Sea, the 18 great bandits gathered together. Xiaochen looked in the direction of the Kunlun continent. There was a patch of red clouds there. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, he could clearly see the eye-catching color. That wisp of blood cloud was horrifying, and the shock it brought to everyone had already surpassed the distance of space. At this moment, it was not just them. Every Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm felt fear in their hearts. Like the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea, they stood on high ground and gazed into the distance. Blood Shark King, what's going on with these blood clouds? I can actually feel the stench of blood rain and wind from so far away. How strange. It's not like we've never seen blood clouds before. However, compared to this one, it feels completely different. Even with our cultivation bases, we're still affected. Perhaps it's an ominous sign. Blood clouds cover the sky, indicating that a disaster is about to descend. This was something that even a prime could not explain, so naturally, the 18 great bandits of the Black Sea could not. The Blood Shark Monarch pondered for a long time before saying, I can't say for sure. This is unheard of, so it's really hard to explain. Should we go and take a look? Based on the direction, it seems to be in the Tianwu domain. Who knows, it might be related to the Blue Dragon King, someone said excitedly as his eyes lit up when he thought of something. Bang! At that moment, a jade slip flew out from the Blood Shark Monarch's chest and exploded. Blood Shark Monarch said leisurely, it seems that I have to go. The Blue Dragon King is in trouble. Everyone, are you willing to join me? What are you talking about, Blood Shark King? You're not the only one who agreed to the Blue Dragon King. That's right. The Blue Dragon King is extremely graceful and loyal. Helping him today is the same as helping ourselves. How can we not go? Why not? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The 18 great bandits of the Black Ocean did not hesitate at all. This group of people had always been passionate people. Most of the time, when they agreed to do something for someone, as long as they saw eye to eye, it would be fine. Unlike some people of the righteous path who were overcautious and indecisive, calculating again and again, planning again and again before making the final decision. At the same time, the others who had an agreement with Xiao Chen also received the news. The cyclic astral lord revealed a smile on his face as he looked at the jade strip before him shattering. He said indifferently, "You are finally here. It looks like you have something to do with these 500,000 kilometers of blood clouds. Men. Tell the Holy Sun Chu Yang to come out of closed-door cultivation. I'll bring him to witness the grand scene that the Kunlun realm rarely sees in 10,000 years." Similar scenes took place on the Myriad Fiend Island, the Five Poison Sect, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Yin-Yang Utopia, and the other sacred grounds. Suddenly, the great emperors all came out, and the entire oceanic world was affected by this aura. Tsunamis rose to the sky, and the waves did not stop. Even the ordinary people felt that something was wrong. It was as if something big had happened. As for the Kunlun continent, even ordinary people could see the strange scarlet clouds. This startled the surroundings. Several cultivators could not suppress their curiosity and rushed over to the scarlet clouds. 9-colored 1,000 steps and blood cloud 10,000 steps. The tribulations of the two affected the hearts of all the experts of the Kunlun immortal realm. Several of the hidden Emperor Wu felt unsettled by this mysterious phenomenon and had to come out of closed-door cultivation in advance. When they saw the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds clashing with the 9-colored tribulation clouds, their expressions changed drastically. Then, they rushed towards Meteor Trail City. Mo Chen and the others, who had already retreated to the 6th layer of formations, could no longer sit still when they saw such a strange change. They all rushed out. In Meteor Trail City, the heaven-punishing corpse god looked at the descending Scarlet Emperor's road and muttered, "That brat seems to have crushed the convening token earlier. That group of Holy Lord and Primes of the oceanic world should be making a move now." Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I made preparations long ago. It would be fine if they do not come. However, if they do, I will make sure that they never return." The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor felt startled. They wondered what trump cards Emperor Forsaken had. To think that he was so confident. Were the accumulations of the deity race that horrifying? "Emperor Forsaken, how about we have a gentleman's agreement? Let these two juniors undergo their tribulations on their own. As seniors, we will not make a move." Ingzongtian and the Fox King, the two primes, soared into the air and happened to stand guard above Xiao Chen's emperor's door. Then, they looked at Emperor Forsaken in the distance. Emperor Forsaken smiled and retorted, "A gentleman's agreement? Ingzongtian, you are too hypocritical. If not for Xiao Chen undergoing his tribulation as well, would you have made this agreement with me?" When Ingzongtian heard that, he could not help feeling disappointed. He opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. The Fox King frowned and said, "Qitian, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a vile person." Before Xiao Chen underwent his tribulation, Old Brothering already restrained his fellow cultivators from interfering with Diwuk's tribulation. It does not matter who is the vile person and who is the gentleman. Whoever is stronger is the king. Just like now, it is the two of you begging me, not me begging you. Emperor Forsaken remained unmoved. He smiled coldly with disdain in his eyes. Ingzongtian looked worriedly at Xiao Chen's blood-red emperor's road. He said sincerely, "Brother Qitian, now is not the time to show off. You should know that if we are not careful, the two most promising outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm will end up dying. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "You are too naive. You are not a threat to me. No matter what, the deity Dao Union absolutely will not let Shaoqin succeed in his tribulation today. Big Brother Ing, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. If he wants to fight it out, let's fight it out with him. This old man cannot take this lying down. He is too much of a bully. Big Brother Ing, there is no need to beg him. That's right. We will stand guard here today. Let's see who dares to interfere with the Blue Dragon King's tribulation." The various greater heavenly martial emperors and sovereign martial emperors soared into the sky, enraged at Emperor Forsaken's despicable attitude. "Humph! You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If not for the fact that I do not want to expose my trump cards, I can destroy your Haotian sect with a wave of my hand. Do you really think that you can fight against the deity Dao Union? Attack!" Emperor Forsaken snorted coldly, his expression turning completely cold. Right after Emperor Forsaken spoke, the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor led the group of greater heavenly martial emperors to charge at Ing Zongtian and the others. The three holy masters each stood on one side, controlling their holy beast totems to protect Diwuk. An intense battle immediately unfolded under the blood clouds. Primes against primes, Sovereign Emperor Wu against Sovereign Emperor Wu, and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu against Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Immediately, the already intense blood rain became even more intense. The entire world trembled. The ground cracked, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The blood clouds shattered, forming many horrifying scarlet tornadoes howling everywhere. The number of greater heavenly martial emperors the Haotian sect had did not hold an advantage over the allied army of the deity Dao Union's four races. Many of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu stared coldly at Xiao Chen, who had yet to step onto his emperor's road, preparing to make a move at any moment. As Xiao Chen watched the bitter battle in the sky, he vaguely understood why his emperor's road was scarlet. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held his saber, trembled slightly. His left hand clenched into a fist. Xiao Chen's fingernails dug into his flesh, and blood seeped out, turning the place incredibly scarlet. He temporarily buried some rage in the depths of his heart. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and gently pushed off with his feet, leaping onto his emperor's road. A strong wind blew. The martial emperor, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly made his move. Immediately, many ghostly figures, skeletons, and demonic seals appeared in the wind. They were faintly discernible and contained killing intent. These greater heavenly martial emperors did not dare to get too close to the emperor's road. They could only attack from afar. However, this was enough to threaten Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as he quickly swung his saber. Whoosh! 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 Miserable cries rang out by Xiao Chen's ears. It was like the ghostly figures in the wind were real. The 300 afterimages merged. The instant Xiao Chen stepped onto the Emperor's road, a scarlet skull appeared on the distant Emperor's road and charged at him. The scarlet skull had empty eyes, leaping flames, and leaping scarlet eyes. With just one look, it triggered all the fear in one's heart. This was especially so for the 10,000 scarlet steps. As the skull slowly approached, it magnified the fear in one's heart. This was a test of Xiao Chen's will. If his will was not firm, he would not even be qualified to step on this road. Whoosh! The scarlet skull grew increasingly larger. As it got closer, it pierced through Xiao Chen's body like the wind. All sorts of fear immediately magnified in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen's body wobbled at the edge of the Emperor's road, looking like he would fall at any moment. No! Mo Chen, who had already rushed over with the others, could not help crying out when she saw this scene. Tears immediately flashed in her eyes. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stretched out his finger from 500,000 kilometers away and gently tapped. Whoosh! The sky shattered, and a huge finger pierced through the sky like a deity, pressing towards Xiaochen. Chapter 1379. When Emperor Forsaken, the strongest prime under the Thunder King, made a move, it would naturally be extraordinary. The timing of this finger strike was very precise. The Haotian Prime and the Fox King happened to be delayed by the Corpse God and the Ghost Monarch, so they could only watch as this finger strike landed. Bang! This finger strike landed on Xiaochen's already tottering body. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the Scarlet Road. Xiaochen's blood looked exceptionally eye-catching. No! Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls all cried out in shock, unable to accept this result. Success. Falling off the Emperor's road was equivalent to failing the tribulation. When many people saw this scene, they all thought that Xiaochen would fail the tribulation. However, the Emperor's road did not collapse. The Scarlet Emperor's door still hung in the sky, showing no signs of disappearing. Emperor Forsaken frowned slightly. Although this finger strike of his was not very powerful for the sake of pursuing absolute speed, it was still a casual strike. Even so, it would have been more than enough to deal with Xiaochen, easily knocking him into the air. What went wrong? Why has this Emperor's road not collapsed yet? Everyone had this question in their hearts. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. He looked around and saw a few unremarkable fingers at the edge of the Scarlet Road. He did not go down. Xiaochen is still there. At the edge of the Scarlet Road, a wound appeared on Xiaochen's chest. One of his hands hung on the Scarlet Road with some difficulty. Xiaochen's body was like a catkin, drifting with the wind. However, no matter how he drifted, his 5 fingers remained firmly on the Scarlet Road. Xiaochen's heart remained calm. Speaking of which, he had to thank Emperor Forsaken for this strike, the red skull that fell from the peak of the Emperor's road. This caused the fear in Xiaochen's heart to expand infinitely. Even with his mental state, this fear was somewhat unbearable. However, Emperor Forsaken's finger strike allowed Xiaochen to quickly extricate himself from the brink of life and death. Xiaochen pulled with all his might. He spun in the air and landed on the bloody path again. Emperor Forsaken's face darkened. Without another word, he pointed his finger at Xiaochen. Let's see if you'll have such good luck again. The giant finger tore through the sky once again and pointed at the place where Xiaochen was standing. Everywhere it passed, the space would shatter. All sorts of poems of the god race were sung in the air. It was like an epic that had existed since time immemorial. This finger was like the wrath of the god of heaven. Qitian, don't go too far. In the sky, Zongtian, who was entangled with the heaven-punishing corpse god, was enraged. He let out a loud roar and paid the price of taking a palm strike from the heaven-punishing corpse god. Then, he threw a palm strike at the sky. A great sun appeared in his palm, looking like the rising sun. Brilliant golden light illuminated half the sky as the great sun soared. The divine spirit image in the sky that had pointed out its finger was directly shattered. The giant finger shattered on its own, turning into countless strands of divine light that fell around the bloody path like flowers. Bang! However, the price of this strike was a solid palm strike. How could one be distracted when fighting primes? The heaven-punishing corpse god took advantage of this opportunity to clench his fist and use 10,000 dragon force to strike Zongtian's chest. Pu Ci. Zongtian was immediately knocked back 10 kilometers, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. As he retreated, several of the martial emperors that were fighting were knocked back, severely injured. When Xiaochen landed and looked up, he happened to see this scene. Big brother Ing. Xiaochen's heart bled, but he could not do anything. Emperor Forsaken was too much of a bully. Little brother Xiaochen, focus on your emperor's road. Don't get distracted. The pale Zongtian smiled casually at Xiaochen. Then, he charged at the heaven-punishing corpse god. Xing Tian, you are only a so after all. You used your physical body to substantiate your Tao. You merely tickled me. Ha ha ha. Humph. How dare you look down on me? The heaven-punishing corpse god was extremely hot-tempered. He immediately increased his strength by 10% and started fighting Yingzongtian. Boom! The shockwaves of the two's battle instantly doubled. The other martial emperors and sovereign martial emperors could not avoid them in time. Shao Qin stopped getting distracted. He took a deep look at his emperor's road before taking the first step. In a split second, gusts of cold wind whistled over like blades. Unable to dodge, Shao Qin brandished his saber and brandished it wildly. The air rang out incessantly. Di Wuk, on the other hand, was undisturbed and protected by the three holy masters. Although he was covered in wounds, he had already walked more than 100 steps and was far ahead. In comparison, Shao Chen's monarch's road was much more difficult. Not only did he have to face all sorts of strange winds, but he also had to deal with them. On top of that, Shao Chen had to face the occasional harassment of the deity Dao Union's martial emperors and Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken wasn't in a hurry either. From time to time, he would make a move, forcing Yingzongtian and the Fox King to take a hit from the supreme martial artist, helping Shao Chen to block the fatal attacks from Emperor Forsaken. In an instant, the two supremes were severely injured by the Ghost Emperor and the Corpse God. The other Haotian sect martial monarchs were in an even worse state. They had to fight at least 1 against 2, or even 3. Whoosh! Suddenly, Emperor's essence and boundless spiritual energy filled the air, spreading out with the wind. One of the Haotian sect's martial emperors fell. The many cultivators watching the battle in the periphery of Meteor Trail City all sucked in a breath of cold air. A bona fide greater heavenly emperor Wu fell. Based on the situation, it seemed like there would be a second and third, perhaps even a sovereign martial emperor. Two powerful outstanding talents undergoing their tribulations at the same time. This is probably the first time such a scene has happened since ancient times. What's even more incredible is that one is the legendary peak 9-colored Emperor's Road, and the other is the unheard-of Soaring Blood Road. I wonder which one is more incredible. Most likely, the Kunlun continent's Emperor Wu has been startled. I wonder how many Emperor Wu will fall in this battle. The Blue Dragon King is probably in some danger. If this continues, the deity Dao Union will defeat the Haotian sect sooner or later. Outside Meteor Trail City, the cultivators rushing over were all stunned by this scene. Such a scene deterred some of the Emperor Wu from entering Meteor Trail City. They could only watch from afar lest they get caught up in the shockwaves. The situation was already clear. The peak forces of the Haotian sect were routed. This was reflected in Shao Chen's Emperor's Road. He had only taken 100 steps, but Di Wuk had already taken 1,000. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Just at this moment, a relaxed voice rang out in the distance. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned pitch black. As the starlight filled the sky, the handsome cyclic astral lord rushed over with Chu Yang in tow. With one finger, he extinguished the divine finger that Emperor Forsaken was still brewing. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the cyclic astral lord arrived so quickly. The cyclic astral lord is here. Mo Chen and the others cheered. They could only feel anxious in this huge battle. There was no chance for them to interfere at all. The arrival of the cyclic astral lord, a prime, gave everyone a glimmer of hope of turning the tide. 3 holy masters, block him. Emperor Forsaken ordered expressionlessly. With the strength of the 3 holy lords and the holy beast totems, blocking the cyclic astral lord was nothing. Why the trouble? A drawn-out sigh resounded. The myriad law fiend master suddenly appeared, and the aura of a prime spread out. Immediately, the 3 holy lords no longer dared to move. Once they left, no one could block the attacks of a prime on Di Wuk. The myriad law fiend master is here as well. Another prime. Startled cries rang out. The myriad law fiend master narrowed his eyes and threw 3 palm strikes, causing the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu, who was sneak attacking Shao Chen, to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Whoosh! 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 A black cloud flew over from the distance in the sky. The Blood Shark Sovereign led the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea over. These are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. What a fellow! How many people did the Blue Dragon King invite to protect him? Before the many Emperor Wu could exclaim in shock, the Holy Lords of the Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, and the Yin-Yang Paradise appeared one after another. Under the pressure of the strong auras, the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu no longer dared to make a move. He revealed horrified expressions as he retreated. What's going on? The powerhouses of the oceanic world are all rushing over. The Emperor Wu of the deity Dao Union's side all retreated, gathering behind the ghost monarch and the corpse god with somewhat grave expressions. They knew that Shao Chen had convinced some people in the oceanic world. However, they had not expected that he had moved all the peak characters of the entire oceanic world away. They knew that Shao Chen had convinced some people in the oceanic world. However, they had not expected that he had moved away nearly all the peak characters of the entire oceanic world. Qitian, didn't you say that you have a way to stop these people? Why did they still come? What are we supposed to do? 4 primes, 18 sovereign martial emperors, and 3 holy lord. The heaven-punishing corpse god sent a voice transmission to Emperor Forsaken while suppressing his rage. However, the rage in Emperor Forsaken's heart was even greater than his. The treasure master had clearly promised him that he would help block half of the great martial emperors and primes. However, he did not manage to block a single one, and all of them rushed over. Heavenly Star Treasure Master, after this is over, I will definitely kill you. Emperor Forsaken's eyes were filled with dense murderous intent. He wished that he could rush over and tear the treasure master into 10,000 pieces. Without the Thunder King around, he was the strongest expert of the Kunlun realm. However, a heavenly starry ocean's treasure master played him for a fool. Qitian, if you stop now, I can let bygones be bygones. The gentleman's agreement is still valid. Ing Zongtian said as he stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at Emperor Forsaken. Emperor Forsaken laughed loudly and said, Ing Zongtian, when I became a prime, you were not even worth a fart. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? Stop pretending to be righteous. Today, Shao Chen will die. No matter who comes, it will be useless. Emperor Forsaken held up the sky with one hand, and space shattered. A terrifying aura came from it. Ing Zongtian and the other primes frowned slightly as they looked at the mysterious existence in the crack. At the same time, they felt startled. There seemed to be an existence surpassing prime in there. Chapter 1380. The aura that leaked out from the pitch-black spatial tear put heavy pressure on everyone. Everyone within several million kilometers of Meteor Trail City felt like there was a dagger pressing down on their backs, not daring to move at all. Even Di Wuk and Shao Chen, who were walking on their Emperor's Road, felt some pressure. However, the two of them could not afford to be distracted. Their great tribulations of wind and fire were each more ferocious than the other. Di Wuk glanced around and saw that Shao Chen had only taken a few steps. He calmed down slightly. However, when Shao Chen raised his head and looked at his 9-colored Emperor's Road, he, who had just taken 100 steps, immediately felt some despair. Of the 9,000 steps, Shao Chen had not even walked a tenth of them, and he was already injured to such an extent. Can I really finish walking the legendary Emperor's Road, which is said to be the highest level? No, I cannot feel despair. I have to finish walking this Emperor's Road. This is my, Di Wuk's, last chance. The despair in Di Wuk's heart only lasted for a moment before vanishing without a trace. Shao Chen's gaze turned resolute and stubborn once more. His determination and desire for this Emperor's Road were no less than Shao Chen's. Shao Chen had only just started walking the 10,000 steps. This path was filled with many uncertain factors. Shao Chen did not even know what would happen after he finished walking it. However, Shao Chen's mentality was much better than Di Wuk's. He did not have any messy thoughts. There was only one goal in his heart, to finish walking this bloody path. It did not matter if he became a demon or attained the Tao. On Haotian City's side, because of that mysterious energy, Ingzongtian, the myriad law fiend master, and the other primes gathered together. They all showed extremely grave expressions. Is that an aura surpassing prime? Ingzongtian asked uncertainly. The Fox King frowned and said, it is impossible for the Kunlun realm to have an existence surpassing prime. That is impossible. What exactly is this? That was right. The Thunder King was very strong. However, he did not surpass prime. Whether or not there was a pinnacle above the Supreme Being realm was still a question. However, the Kunlun realm did not have any existences that surpassed prime. Or rather, if one surpassed prime, they would not be able to remain in the Kunlun realm. This was 100% certain. The myriad law fiend master's normally calm expression turned somewhat grave at this moment. He sighed softly and said, what if the existence in here came from the Kunlun realm in the first place? The other primes suddenly recalled that the deity race was not a race of the Kunlun realm in the first place. They came from the mysterious outer domain. However, more than 100,000 years had passed, and the first generation of the god race had already died out. Could it be that the god race powerhouses of that generation still had a chance of survival? Shio. Suddenly, a gaze shot out from the crack. The four primes sensed it at the same time and instinctively looked in the direction of that gaze. Within the curved, pitch-black crack, there was a world of its own. A dignified old man of the god race sat on a golden throne. He wore a crown on his head. There was an extremely ancient aura in that gaze. With just one look, one would believe that the old man on the throne was in existence on the level of a living fossil. Although the old man's aura was strong, the four primes could not feel any life force from him. It was like he was somewhere between life and death. Just as the four primes felt suspicious, they saw the old man on the throne wave the divine halberd in his hand. Scatter! The four primes sensed extreme danger at the same time. Their figures flashed, and they moved thousands of kilometers, rushing into the sky, wanting to fly into the starry heavens. Ever since they became supreme beings, the four of them had never felt such a dangerous feeling. It was inconceivable to the extreme. How did the primes move? Others could not even see their trajectories clearly. Just like that, these four primes ran into the sky. Pa! However, a huge, formless golden palm smashed down from the starry heavens. The four supreme beings each spat out a mouthful of blood as they were forcefully smacked down. Such a scene was very shocking. Four primes were sent flying at the same time. No one could imagine such a scene. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor were stunned. Primes were practically undefeatable in the Kunlun realm. However, today, four primes were sent flying at the same time, severely injured. Was this the trump card of the deity race? This was simply too horrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly, bolts of black lightning appeared in all directions in the sky for 5,000 kilometers around, roaring ferociously as they charged at the deity race old man in the crack. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. He had expected this long ago, so he quickly stopped summoning. The crack quickly mended and mended. However, several bolts of black lightning still charged in before the crack mended. This was the divine punishment of the heavenly Tao. The Kunlun realm could not allow existences surpassing primes to exist. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Several bloody holes appeared on Emperor Forsaken's body. Blood gushed out like fountains, and his complexion paled. Brother Xing Tian, hurry up. Ingzongtian's group of four are already severely injured. Just one of you is enough to suppress them. Don't let them have any chance to counterattack. Emperor Forsaken said quickly and anxiously as he pressed on the acupoints of his body. Clearly, he paid a huge price this time. The heaven-punishing corpse god ignored the doubts in his heart. When he heard how anxious Emperor Forsaken was, he pushed off with his feet and chased after the four primes that were sent flying. Brother Qitian, make another move and directly break that Xiao Chen's Emperor's road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor suggested after seeing the strength of that deity race old man. Emperor Forsaken shook his head. That is the body of my deity race old ancestor. After receiving the energy of millions of believers, he barely managed to leave behind a strand of his soul to live until now. His strength already surpassed that of a prime long ago and is not compatible with the heavenly Tao. I cannot endure the lightning of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment a second time. Only now did the Dongyue Ghost Emperor notice Qitian's injuries. He asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. All members of the Deity Tao Union, heed my orders. Fight with all your might and kill Xiao Chen on his Emperor's road." With this command, the entire Deity Tao Union's attack, which had stopped, ferociously charged over again, heading for Xiao Chen's bloody Emperor's road. Immediately, the sky became densely packed with figures. All the Deity Tao Union cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, charged over. Block them. Although the 4 primes of the Haotian sect were not here, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Holy Lord were. When they saw this scene, they immediately blocked the flood-like cultivators above the Emperor's door. At this moment, Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and Juanxi, Bai, and the others soared into the air as well, joining the group blocking the Deity Tao Union. Under the 500,000 kilometers of bloody clouds, the largest chaotic battle since the fall of the Qing Emperor immediately unfolded. That was right. It was indeed a chaotic battle. Emperor Forsaken gave the order. All the cultivators of all sizes in the Deity Tao Union participated in the battle. The Haotian sect's side was broken. Everyone fought. With so many people, the scene turned chaotic, completely uncontrollable. On the other hand, the 3 holy masters each guarded a side under the 9-colored clouds, preventing Diwuk's great tribulation of wind and fire from being interrupted at all. When Diwuk saw this scene, he felt even more confident on his Emperor's road. His cultivation seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. On the bloody Emperor's road, Xiao Chen was in a miserable state. Not only did he have to face the various wind tribulations on the bloody Emperor's road, but he also had to dodge the attacks of some Deity Tao Union cultivators. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Even so, he continued to advance step by step, not feeling dispirited at all. The long-awaited bloody rain fell again. However, this time, it was a true bloody rain. Along with the bloody rain were countless corpses falling from the sky on both sides of the bloody Emperor's road. There were corpses from the Deity Tao Union's side and the Haotian sect's side. This chaotic battle was extremely intense. On the other side, the heaven-punishing corpse god fought 1 against 4. Indeed, it was as Emperor Forsaken said. The heaven-punishing corpse god held a great advantage, fighting to his heart's content. He laughed maniacally without end, completely suppressing the 4 primes. Ing Zongtian and the other 3 felt extremely sullen in their hearts. However, that heavenly deity's hand had shattered their hearts of an emperor, severely injuring them. The battle under the blood clouds was intense. Although the Haotian sect had fewer people and no primes, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the many holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean barely maintained a balance. The battle under the blood clouds was intense. Although the Haotian sect had fewer people and no primes, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the many holy lords of the heavenly starry ocean barely maintained a balance. This did not cause the defensive line to crumble, resulting in large-scale attacks landing on the bloody Emperor's road. However, this balance would soon be broken. This was because the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who was beside Emperor Forsaken, was about to make a move. When Emperor Forsaken saw the corpses continuously falling from the sky and the scattering Emperor's essence after Emperor Wu died, Emperor Forsaken sighed. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign sighed somewhat. He said softly, "Ghost Monarch, make your move. It is time to end all this." Void Scarlet Heaven Sword. Coiling Monarch Time Saber. Just at the most dangerous moment, a saber and a sword flew over from the distant sky. The saber and sword pierced through the sky. Everywhere they passed, they pierced through the corpses of countless deity Tao Union cultivators, heading for Emperor Forsaken. Saber sword 2 sovereigns. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's expression turned stern, startled by his current condition. Given his current situation, it was not good for him to face two transcendent divine weapons at the same time. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor had to make a move to help. However, would the Ghost Emperor make a move? Even though they were on the same side, Emperor Forsaken did not feel confident. After all, this was a rare opportunity for him to fall. Chapter 1381. Summoning the deity race ancestor resulted in Emperor Forsaken suffering from the lightning of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment. Based on the hole in his chest that had yet to close, it was clear how severe his injuries were. The physical body of a prime was already incredibly strong, even if one did not focus on cultivating the physical body. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. Even now, Emperor Forsaken still had not recovered. Clearly, he was severely injured. The saber sword two sovereigns' timing was very accurate. Emperor Forsaken could no longer dodge the attacks of these two transcendent divine weapons. Even if he did not die, he would lose his combat prowess and fall into extreme danger. At the crucial moment, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor stepped forward and shielded Emperor Forsaken, helping him receive the saber and sword. Dang! Amidst the deafening rumble, the space distorted and refracted. Strange cracks appeared, sending some of the people in the vicinity flying. Although the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who caught the saber and sword, did not move back at all, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He was significantly injured. The Scarlet Heaven sword and the Time saber quickly bounced back. Two figures streaked across the sky and caught them, charging into the back of the nine-colored clouds. This was the first time outsiders barged into the area covered by the nine-colored clouds. Although the chaotic battle was intense and rumbling, it took place under the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds. The three holy masters guarding Diwuk only took one look and did not move. This was because the saber sword two sovereigns were not looking for Diwuk. Instead, the saber sword two sovereigns charged into the back, targeting Emperor Forsaken. The saber sovereign Wu Shaotian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun were the sovereign martial emperors closest to primes in the Kunlun realm. When the two worked together, in addition to their transcendent divine weapons, they could suppress a prime. The appearance of these two people caused the situation to return to a balanced state once again. This also made the many neutral Emperor Wu and the cultivators watching the excitement outside Meteor Trail City breathe nervously. The saber sword two sovereigns are here. Their tribulations really attracted the attention of the entire world. The number of major characters of the Kunlun realm who did not come can be counted on one hand. I wonder who will succeed in the tribulation first. Amid the rather calm discussions, Wu Shaotian and Lu Xiaoyun pointed their transcendent divine weapons at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken. The Ghost Monarch said coldly, "Are the two of you tired of living?" The Ghost Monarch said coldly, "Are the two of you tired?" Lu Xiaoyun said calmly, "Ghost Monarch, the two of us do not have any other intentions. We just want to force the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign to stop here. If we continue, the Kunlun race world demon emperor will spirit, we will realm, demon god spirit realm, and race, world emperor king will demto world." Wu Shaotian continued, "Don't forget about the 100 race war 100,000 years ago. It caused the Kunlun realm to fall from its peak to its current state." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor scolded, "Foolish. It is precisely because of the war with the deep abyss demonic world that we need to consolidate all our strength. This is the purpose of establishing the deity Dao Union. The Haotian sect is the first step for the deity Dao Union to unify the Kunlun realm. The two of you are really short-sighted. To think that you are not embarrassed to call yourselves the Saber Sword Two Sovereigns. Help me delay for 4 hours. I'll personally make a move and suppress these two reckless fellows." Emperor Forsaken's cold voice came from behind. Right after he spoke, black electric light suddenly leaped out of his body. The electric light exploded in the distant sky, blasting a huge hole in the sky. This was Emperor Forsaken seriously treating his injuries, trying to force out the heavenly Tao divine lightning in his body. As Emperor Forsaken sat down cross-legged, many small worlds appeared behind him. countless believers prayed in the shrines in each small world. At this moment, the hundreds of lower realms that the deity race controlled and the shrines in the various parts of the Kunlun realm started pouring the power of faith into Emperor Forsaken. This was the strongest prime under the Thunder King. When Emperor Forsaken got serious, anyone would tremble in fear. Attack! The saber sword two sovereigns exchanged only one glance and immediately came to a tacit understanding. Xiaochen absolutely could not let the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign successfully treat his injuries. This was a great opportunity to get the deity Dao Union to stop. Working with the saber and the sword, the two quickly started fighting the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor fought 1 against 2. As he faced the two's storm-like attacks, he immediately felt heavy pressure. After the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken were dragged into the battlefield, the entire Meteor Trail city descended into complete chaos. No one could remain unscathed. Xiaochen walked the bloody path with much difficulty. Unknowingly, he had already taken 1,000 steps. Of the 10,000 steps, there were still 9,000 steps left. It looked like he still had a long way to go. When Xiaochen crossed the 1,000 steps, a warm current appeared in the blood and marrow in his body. It felt warm and extremely comfortable. Invisibly, Xiaochen felt that the bloody path under his feet had improved his physical body significantly. His vital qi increased explosively. He gently clenched his 5 fingers, and his joints and bones crackled as dragons roared endlessly. Xiaochen's control of his vital qi was much easier than before. Before he even used his full power, he could already drive 100 dragon force. Could it be that with every step I take, my physical body will improve? After taking 1,000 steps, I will complete a cycle of accumulation. Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, he looked at the bloody Emperor's road again, and excitement appeared in his eyes. There were still 9,000 steps left. That was to say, there were still 9 more chances for a metamorphosis. After the 9 metamorphoses, when I push open the Emperor's door and reconstruct the golden body, I wonder how much stronger I will become. With this thought, Xiaochen's fighting spirit became even stronger. Advance to Martial Emperor. Advance to Martial Emperor. I have to complete this bloody path. At the same time, Di Wuk, who had completed 1,500 steps, also felt the benefits of this 9-colored Emperor's road. Xiaochen's entire body gave off a 9-colored light. When he punched with his full power, he actually scattered a wind tribulation. How strong! My body actually underwent a metamorphosis. It turns out that this 9-colored Emperor's road has such benefits. My physical body has always been my weakness. After completing this Emperor's road, I will be able to contend with Xiaochen's physical body. Di Wuk rejoiced in his heart. The remaining Emperor's road would allow him to metamorphose another 5 more times. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the Emperor's door. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Be it for himself or for the dead divine daughter, he needed to push open that Emperor's door. The 9-colored Emperor's road, this is heaven taking care of me. As long as I finish it, I will be able to personally kill Xiaochen. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. Bolts of divine punishment lightning were forced out of Emperor Forsaken's body. The saber sword two sovereigns worked together to suppress the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Several saber wounds appeared on his body. However, Wu Xiaotian and Lu Xiaoyun could not bring themselves to smile. This was because Emperor Forsaken's complexion was turning increasingly better. The divine light on Emperor Forsaken's body had already condensed into a pillar of light soaring into the sky. The resplendent divine might caused winds to blow and clouds to churn, creating many mysterious phenomena. Boom! The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign finally forced out the final bolt of heavenly punishment lightning. Divine weapon Great Palm Imprint. Die! Emperor Forsaken, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, suddenly stood up. He formed hand seals with both hands, and boundless mental energy spread out. Emperor Forsaken narrowed his eyes, and his strong mental energy turned into countless weapons flickering with divine light. They looked solid and surrounded the saber sword two sovereigns. Xiao! 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 Countless tiny holes immediately appeared in space. The saber sword two sovereigns brandished their transcendent divine weapons and continuously blocked, giving off clanging sounds. The sound waves traveled far into the distance. Outside Meteor Trail City, several mountain ranges that rose and fell were shattered by the shock of the sound waves. Just the sound waves emitted were already so powerful. From this, it could be seen how powerful the psychic weapons that contained divine light were. Pa! While the two sovereigns defended, Emperor Forsaken and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor attacked together, each landing a palm strike on the two sovereigns. The two vomited blood as they flew back. The divine light weapons immediately pierced through their bodies, riddling them with wounds. The two primes stood side by side, looking coldly at Wu Xiaotian and Lu Xiaoyun. Even if you have transcendent divine weapons, you are still far from being able to fight with primes. Emperor Forsaken mocked. After exhausting the power of faith from tens of thousands of deities Templars for 4 hours, he had mostly recovered from his injuries. I'll go and kill Xiao Chen. I'll have to trouble Brother Qitian with these two, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. The East Mountain Ghost Monarch said. I'll kill Xiao Chen personally. This time, I have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I'll personally chop off his Emperor's road. Decisiveness flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He had already lost his patience long ago. Right now, Yingzongtian and the other 3 primes were being suppressed by the heaven-punishing corpse god in a sorry state. Now that the saber sword 2 sovereigns were injured, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor could deal with them. It looked like no one could stop him from making a move on Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chen had gone through a lot of hardships and walked 3,000 steps. Now, he was experiencing the fire tribulation. Xiao Chen already found it hard to walk in the dense blazing divine flame. Furthermore, he still had to deal with the attacks of Emperor Wu. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. However, an even greater danger had arrived. A prime without any fear was about to make a move on Xiao Chen, wanting to personally kill him on his Emperor's road. After taking another step, before Xiao Chen could relax, he suddenly felt an extremely bad premonition. Xiao Chen's heart sank. When he looked up, he saw another huge finger piercing through the sky, heading for him. Dang! Xiao Chen did his best to block with his saber. However, the difference in strength was too great. Although he managed to block that finger by a hair's breadth, Xiao Chen's footing was unstable. However, his footing was unstable, and he fell, tumbling down the burning, bloody path. Chapter 1382. Xiao Chen's physical body had already undergone 4 metamorphoses. Now that he faced Emperor Forsaken's gigantic finger again, he could already resist it somewhat. This strike was not enough to kill Xiao Chen. However, the impact was too great. Xiao Chen tumbled on the Scarlet Emperor's road covered in flames. The flames burned, and the pain of all sorts of injuries assaulted him, inflicting unbearable pain on Xiao Chen. He clenched his teeth and did his best not to cry out. Dang! The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the Emperor's road, stopping the rapidly falling Xiao Chen. As though he had a premonition, Xiao Chen suddenly moved to the left. The instant his feet left the ground, a figure suddenly appeared. Just as his foot left the ground, that gigantic finger descended again, landing right where Xiao Chen was originally. When the gigantic finger landed, it generated a strong shock wave. However, the entire Emperor's road did not move at all, not trembling at all. He dodged. Emperor Forsaken exclaimed in shock. For the sake of maintaining absolute speed, he had already sacrificed a significant amount of offensive power. However, Xiao Chen actually managed to dodge. In reality, Xiao Chen could no longer see the trajectory of the other party's attack. He dodged purely based on his instincts. Amid the fierce flames, Xiao Chen spread out his Taiji saber domain and executed the fish dragon step. His figure flickered as he continued forward step by step, not feeling discouraged at all. Xiao Chen had only one thought in his heart, keep going. No matter how bad the external situation was, he could not give up hope. In a breath's time, Xiaochen returned to the steps he had taken before he fell. When he looked up, he had already traversed more than a third of the 10,000 steps. If there were no external interference, Xiaochen would have been able to go very far. Raising his leg, Xiaochen dragged his crippled body and decisively headed for the next step. The instant he took his first step on the scarlet steps, a boundless flame immediately ignited. Boundless flames immediately ignited, and within the flames, 3 ferocious fire spirits emerged. These fire spirits were as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, they did not have a physical body and were extremely difficult to deal with. As Xiaochen resisted the burning of the flames, he fought with the 3 fire spirits. At the same time, he had to raise his focus, paying attention to the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's gigantic finger that could descend at any moment. His stamina and mental strength had been greatly depleted, causing him to be extremely exhausted. Bang! Bang! Saber intent surged. After killing the 3 fire spirits with much difficulty, Xiaochen was about to take the next step. Damn it! The giant finger descended again. Xiaochen frowned and was forced to take 3 steps back. Thud thud thud. This time, Emperor Forsaken attacked continuously, forcing Xiaochen to retreat a full 500 steps. Immediately, Xiaochen advanced and retreated with great difficulty. The speed of his Emperor's road slowed down completely. F***K, this is too shameless. A celestial emperor using such a method to deal with a junior's tribulation. However, you have to admit that this method is brilliant. There is no need to worry about getting too close. He does not have to worry about getting too close to Xiaochen's great tribulation of wind and fire. At the same time, he can exhaust Xiaochen and easily drag Xiaochen to death on this emperor's road. Indeed, a person's physical strength is not limitless. Under such pressure, Xiaochen's mind and body could collapse at any moment. On the bloody emperor's road, Xiaochen's simple actions actually put him under tremendous pressure at every moment. Many of the cultivators watching in the periphery of Meteor Trail City spoke up, feeling pity for Xiaochen. They seemed to empathize with Xiaochen's difficulties, shaking their heads and sighing. Mo Chen had been paying attention to Xiaochen's tribulation at all times. When she saw this scene, she became somewhat anxious. Dang! A melodious sound rang out. It was Yu Bingyun flying forward and blocking a saber strike for Mo Chen. Don't get distracted. All we can do now is help him push back some of the deity Dao Union's Emperor Wu. If he dies, his mental state will fall into chaos. Yu Bingyun, who held the Wind Shadow Sword, showed worry on her face. However, she still tried to explain things to Mo Chen. In a chaotic battle, one could not afford to get distracted. Mo Chen nodded and thanked Yu Bingyun, then stopped watching. However, she still could not avoid the worry in her heart. Emperor Forsaken revealed a calm smile. Right now, he was no longer in a rush. This feeling of having everything under control was always the best. As long as this dragged on, Xiaochen would definitely burn to death on his emperor's road in another half an hour. No matter how strong one's will was, the body of flesh and blood was not made of steel. Who could block the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign? Ingzongtian, the myriad law fiend master, the cyclic astral lord, and the fox king attacked again, trying to break through the heaven-punishing corpse god's blockade. Alas, that god race old ancestors' peak strike that surpassed a prime being's had seriously injured them. Even if they worked together, they were not a match for the heaven-punishing corpse god in his peak state. When the heaven-punishing corpse god saw the scene on the bloody road, he smiled calmly and said, "The 4 of you, you should just let go. If you continue fighting like this, your cultivation will be affected. The cracks in the heart of an emperor should have been fixed immediately." However, the 4 who were fighting did not stop. If this continued, the cracks in the heart of an emperor would only grow larger until they could no longer be fixed. The cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. Hesitation appeared in his star-like eyes. What should we do? Xiaochen can't hold on for much longer. The cyclic astral lord said somewhat anxiously to Ing Zongtian, quickly think of something. Did the Thunder King not give you any trump cards before he left? Ing Zongtian showed a complicated expression. After some thought, he replied, he did. However, we cannot use it now. It is not time yet. The cyclic astral lord also hesitated in his heart. Should he use the trump card that the Thunder King left behind now? However, the Thunder King had repeatedly instructed him not to use that trump card until the very last moment. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said indifferently, if we cannot use it, then don't use it. Whether we succeed or fail, everything depends on fate. We just have to do our best. That's right. Even the junior Xiaochen did not give up. We cannot give up either. Heaven punishing corpse, don't be arrogant. Infected by Xiaochen's spirit, the Fox King shouted and revealed his true form. A jade-green nine-tailed spirit fox radiating overwhelming fiendish chi appeared. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at the heaven-punishing corpse god as it roared. The cyclic astral lord hesitated for a while before finally making up his mind to continue fighting. He had already invested so much. He could not bear to give up now. A resplendent star chart slowly floated out of his palm. Ing Zongtian waved his hand, and a radiant Haotian sword appeared in his palm. The heaven-punishing corpse god's expression changed slightly. He said gravely, it looks like you are serious. In that case, I will not show mercy. After saying that, a huge black axe appeared in the heaven-punishing corpse god's hand. Boom! The mysterious phenomenon in the sky underwent a startling change. The heavy clouds scattered and churned. When one looked up, one could see the stars, sun, and moon. When the saber-sword two sovereigns, who were fighting with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, saw this scene, they exchanged glances and said, let's do our best as well. Right after they spoke, the Void Sword and the Time Saber Sword intersected. The strong saber domain and sword domain merged, forming a unique comprehension of the saber and the sword. Damn it! Do you really think that I'm afraid? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark spirit pearl. Inside the transparent bead, there were countless ghosts floating around, exuding terrifying resentment and anger. Whoosh! This was the 10,000 spirit pearl. It contained the aggrieved spirits of more than 10,000 experts. With a thought, it could gather 10,000 spirits and form a clone with the same cultivation as the user. This was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's absolute trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Go all out. Emperor Forsaken is too much of a bully. When the people of the Haotian sect, who were fighting under the blood clouds, saw Xiaochen's situation, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they went somewhat berserk. Even the normally docile Bai had tears in his eyes. His killing intent spread out, looking extremely terrifying. The chaotic battle, which was already cruel in the first place, became even more intense. Blood splattered everywhere, and the rain of blood became even more intense. Is there any use? Before absolute strength, no matter how unwilling you are, you will have to accept your death. Die. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said coldly and emotionlessly. Then, he waved his finger and suddenly brought out his full power. In an instant, a divine might soared into the sky. He had predicted that Xiaochen would no longer be able to receive this finger attack. Despair flashed in the eyes of the exhausted Xiaochen. He could no longer dodge this finger attack. Crack! Xiaochen was sent flying. His body shattered like glass, and his life aura quickly disappeared. Chapter 1383. Am I going to die? At this moment, Xiaochen did not feel any pain or hear any sound. The scene before him turned black and white. He saw the tears in Mo Chen's eyes, Yu Bingyun crying, and Bai charging over without a care for anything else. There was also Fang Baiyu, and Juanxi, Yi Chen, and the other good friends and seniors who fought for Xiaochen. All of them revealed incredulous expressions. All along, Xiaochen had been blessed with great luck. He had survived many calamities and survived until now. However, this time, when facing Emperor Forsaken's attack, Xiao Chen, who was on the Emperor's road, could not dodge, no matter how great his luck was. This journey was simply too difficult. From the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm. From an unknown Haotian sect disciple to the white-robed bladesman, then the famous Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired. He still remembered that when he first came to the Kunlun realm, he was just a nameless nobody. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain were aloof existences. Just one by Wuxue alone placed immense pressure on him. Xiao Chen also remembered the first time he met Di Wuk in Kunlun Mountain's Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, the other party's arrogance and strength. There were too many things of the past that appeared vividly in Xiao Chen's mind. At this moment, before he died, time seemed to pass very slowly. All sorts of scenes flashed in his mind. There was his beloved Lu Riyue, his most beautiful friend, Mo Chen, and his father, Xiao Xiong, whom he had already reconciled with. Dissatisfied, truly dissatisfied, falling at the final step, dying on this emperor's road. As Xiao Chen looked at the blood-paved emperor's road and the not-too-distant emperor's door, too much dissatisfaction gathered in his heart. Some wanted to cry, while others wanted to laugh. When the deity Dao Yunyan's side saw Xiao Chen's life force continuously diminish, they revealed expressions of wild joy. He revealed an expression of wild joy. They won. With Xiao Chen dead, the Supreme Sky Sect's morale would plummet, losing all their fighting spirit. The reason was none other than losing a goal to strive for. Who could still fight with conviction? Before he died, Xiao Chen saw everything. His heart, which had always been calm and indifferent, was now boiling with excitement. Did he still remember his dream? Did he still remember the promise he made in Qingyun Peak? Should he give up? No. Never. The road to heaven, the Emperor's door, our blood will last forever, and we will not rest until we die. The never-fading brilliance buried in the bottom of his heart flowed through his body, the never-extinguishing hot blood. Xiao Chen couldn't make a sound, but he used his actions to prove his determination. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the Scarlet Emperor's road with a clang, stopping its falling body. His body was already broken like glass. His flesh, blood, and bones danced in the air like fragments, and then were eroded by the flames. The life force in Xiao Chen's body was slowly disappearing. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen was a dead man. However, despite being in such a state, Xiao Chen dragged his crippled body and continued walking forward on the bloody Emperor's road. Emperor Forsaken hesitated for a while before stopping in the end. He had not fallen to the point of making a move against a dead person. Xiao Chen's consciousness grew increasingly blurry, and the scene turned increasingly hazy. After a while, all the life force in his crippled body vanished. Plop! Plop! Xiao Chen's body fell over, landing on the blazing scarlet path. No! Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the other girls lost control of their emotions as they cried out in a daze. Many figures rushed towards the Emperor's road involuntarily. However, before they could get close, an invisible force knocked them back. The bloody Emperor's road was a place that even Emperor Forsaken could not get close to. How could others barge in? Dead. Xiao Chen is thoroughly dead. Under the scarlet clouds, the intense chaotic battle stopped. Everyone turned their gazes towards the road of Emperor. As they looked at the corpses on the road of Emperor, their gazes were complicated. Even the Blue Dragon King's opponents and enemies could not help but admire Xiao Chen. He was indeed a man. Xiao Chen's luck was overwhelming, and he was startlingly talented. However, he was surrounded by enemies. This bloody Emperor's road was simply too difficult. The death of the Blue Dragon King marked the end of an era, the fall of a legend. Chapter 1384. Kill. The rage of all the outstanding primes of the Haotian Sect's Emperor Wu all turned into the word, kill. An overwhelming killing intent spread out in the blood clouds. This made the thick blood clouds even more viscous, looking like a sea of blood with countless waves. The sea of blood hung upside down, materializing boundless mysterious phenomena, lightning, aggrieved spirits, lotus flowers, sword chi, saber intent, and many others. An even crazier battle than before started. The Haotian sect's side completely forgot about life and death, sinking into some sort of frenzied state. The strong aura frightened the deity Dao Union's cultivators into not daring to clash head-on. Emperor Forsaken frowned slightly. He did not make a move, coldly watching these crazy people. Be it Ing Zongtian, Mo Chen, or the others, in his opinion, their efforts were futile. No matter how strong one's aura was, it was only temporary. When the divine Sun Di Wuk pushed open that emperor's door, this farce would slowly come to an end. After that, the deity Dao Union would expand its factions step by step until it unified the entire Kunlun realm. This was a dream that the deity race's ancestors had not been able to accomplish for hundreds of thousands of years. However, for some reason, Xiaoqin kept feeling that something was wrong. However, he could not put his finger on what exactly was wrong. Xiaoqin was already dead. On that bloody emperor's road, he turned into ashes, utterly dead. Di Wuk had inherited a great luck and gained an epiphany. His chances of completing his emperor's road immediately increased significantly. However, Xiaoqin still felt that something was wrong. He frowned heavily, unable to relax. Finally, Xiaoqin knew what was wrong. That bloody path to the heavens had not been severed. The Scarlet Emperor's door still existed in the world. The deity Dao Union's side continuously retreated. The battle spread from the blood clouds to the nine-colored clouds. However, Emperor Forsaken did not care. His gaze narrowed to a line. Xiaoqian's strong mental energy broke through the obstruction of the Emperor's road and saw the final step of Xiaoqian's corpse turning into ashes. There was a saber stabbed into the ground, and beside the saber were two rings. One of them was the universe ring that Xiaoqian always wore. Emperor Forsaken recognized it. The other one was old and plain. Even in the midst of the flames, it was not eye-catching. What is this ring? Emperor Forsaken whispered to himself. Apparently, he had noticed the strangeness of the ring. He released his spiritual energy with all his might. Hua! It was as if the scene on the Emperor's road had appeared in front of him, down to the finest detail. He finally saw a trace of suspicion in the simple and unadorned ring. Dragon. The inner ring was engraved with a blue dragon. It looked ordinary on the outside, without any luster. However, within the inner ring, the blue dragon was shining brilliantly, its radiance even more dazzling than the surrounding flames. He sent out a strand of his divine sense into the inner ring and saw a treasure hall inside the ring. Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken could not help exclaiming excitedly. The Blue Dragon Palace contained the greatest secret of the Qing Emperor. It was mysterious and unfathomable, even more mysterious than the Qing Emperor. It was a forbidden land that primes like them wanted to set foot in. Unfortunately, the outer formation involved the changes of time and space. Even Emperor Forsaken did not dare to barge in. If it were just a spatial formation, it would be fine. Given Emperor Forsaken's attainments in the state of space and his strong strength, he could barge in. The difficult part was the time formation. That was not something that Emperor Forsaken could understand. However, this ring clearly had something to do with the Blue Dragon Palace. If Emperor Forsaken could obtain it, he might be able to enter unscathed and obtain the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, Emperor Forsaken withdrew his gaze and glanced at the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Greed flashed in his eyes. Emperor Forsaken did not want to tell anyone this secret. That's not right. I forgot about the proper matter. Why did the Emperor's road not break? Distracted by the ring, Emperor Forsaken did not notice that aside from the lunar shadow saber and the two rings, there was a weak heavenly snow divine flame there. The heavenly snow divine flame merged with the blazing flames. A mysterious seed was wrapped in the divine flame. Emperor Forsaken swept his gaze over again. However, he did not discover the mysterious phenomenon of the divine flame. A clump of divine flame was not rare on the Emperor's road. Never mind. As long as Wuk can finish his Emperor's road, everything else does not matter. The reason why the Emperor's road did not break might be because this bloody Emperor's road is too strange. Emperor Forsaken shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He attributed the reason why the Emperor's road did not break to Xiao Chen's Emperor's road being too special. On the 9-colored Emperor's road, Di Wuk was currently in high spirits. His sudden epiphany suddenly allowed his strength to soar explosively. Xiao Chen's original weakness, which was lacking in accumulations, immediately made up for it. His injuries also completely healed. As Xiao Chen walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. 9-colored auspicious clouds surrounded him, and divine music continuously rang out. With every step he took, he punched, shattering all sorts of flames. When Xiao Chen punched, there was a resonant divine music singing immortal songs echoing in the sky, recounting the glory, and legend of the ancient deities. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "This sudden epiphany really came at the right time. I have completely grasped the myriad heaven divine fist. I can borrow the power of the deities and gather it in my fists. With the help of my deity race's deity ancestors, I have nothing to fear from this great tribulation of wind and fire." Di Wuk's aura turned increasingly sharp. As his white hair fluttered, he looked very handsome and sharp. As Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, after 6,000 steps, the mysterious phenomenon around him, the thousands of deity images, turned increasingly realistic. How fast! Di Wuk's wind tribulation and fire tribulation are coming together. He will probably have to slow down a little. This Di Wuk is really good. At first, no one thought highly of him. However, he managed to reach this step without anyone noticing. I see an era coming to an end. Di Wuk's future is limitless. Just as the cultivators in the periphery of Meteor Trail City discussed whether Di Wuk should slow down a little, the various mysterious phenomena around Di Wuk directly materialized a divine kingdom. The various mysterious phenomena around Di Wuk directly materialized a divine kingdom, the vague form of a small world. Countless believers lived in the divine kingdom. Billions of believers sang at the same time, praising the deities. The light looked like ribbons fluttering behind Di Wuk. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! As the ribbons fluttered, the poems of praise swayed in the wind, making everyone's mind dance along with them. Whoosh! The Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire came first, then the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. Di Wuk experienced 3,000 kinds of wind and 3,000 kinds of fire before finally welcoming the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, the wind and fire merged into a formless demonic creature that launched itself at him. Bang! Xiao Chen punched, and the billions of believers in the divine kingdom sang in unison. Xiao Chen directly shattered this formless demonic creature, turning it into wind and fire and vanishing into the air. Such a scene was very shocking. No one expected Di Wuk to still be so strong even after the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire arrived together. He can't block it anymore. Di Wuk's current strength is too horrifying. He will not have any problems completing his Emperor's Road. How unfortunate. If Xiao Chen had not died, and he had not inherited Xiao Chen's great luck, given his accumulations, he would have burned to death on his Emperor's Road. There is no need to say anything. The dead cannot be revived. In the end, Di Wuk will have the last laugh. After Di Wuk brought out the might of the myriad heaven divine fist to its limits, he was simply like a deity descending to the world. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he advanced rapidly. Xiao Chen approached the peak step by step, approaching the Emperor's door that all cultivators dreamed of. Just as everyone's attention was on Di Wuk, on a mountain peak several million kilometers away from Meteor Trail City, two figures suddenly descended. Suddenly, two figures descended. They were a man and a woman. The man carried a sword on his back and had a relaxed expression. He was handsome and had an innate aura of calmness. However, when he stood next to the woman, his elegance was completely overshadowed, making him unremarkable. There were no words in the world that could describe the woman's appearance. That was a face that would move any man. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the man did not even glance at the woman out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 1385. A man and a woman stood on the summit. They were none other than Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Leng Yu. Leng Yu's charming air seemed to have improved imperceptibly again. This resulted in Chu Chaoyun not daring to get too close to her, even hiding his peripheral vision. Are you sure that Xiaoqin is not dead? A murderous intent slowly surged in the demon monarch Leng Yu's cold eyes. An overwhelming storm brewed. Chu Chaoyun nodded and said, naturally. If a cultivator dies, the emperor's road will definitely collapse. No matter what emperor's road it is the same. The reason why I cannot sense Xiao Chen's aura of life now is that he must be using some other method to survive on the emperor's road. What method? Chu Chaoyun smiled helplessly. I just arrived and need to observe for a while. I really don't understand you. I'm not even in a rush, yet you are in such a rush, directly rushing to the Kunlun realm from the battlefield. If the other demon monarchs find out, there will be big trouble. It's none of your business, Leng Yu said indifferently. Leng Yu said indifferently. Her gaze had been searching for something on the Scarlet Emperor's road. However, she could not find anything. Found it. A golden flame danced in Chu Chaoyun's eyes as he revealed a smile on his face. A flame was reflected in his eyes. A seed was slowly sprouting in the flame, looking like it would bloom at any moment. Where is it? Leng Yu asked somewhat excitedly, somewhat unable to suppress her emotions. Diwuk gave her a strange look. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The scene of the heavenly snow divine flame enveloping the mysterious seed appeared before the two. The Adumbra flower. Leng Yu said softly. Her anxious heart relaxed somewhat. However, the worry on her face did not lessen. When the Adumbra flower bloomed, a holy king would appear. The instant the flower bloomed, a powerful holy king would undergo a nirvanic rebirth, appearing in the world while bathed in a Buddhist light. However, it would be extremely difficult for the flower to bloom. Only a true holy king could make the Adumbra flower bloom and shed its leaves. Could Xiaoqin do it? Unlike Leng Yu, Chu Chaoyun's gaze was focused on the heavenly snow divine flame. At a glance, he could tell that this was a primal chaos flame that was on the same level as the heavenly flame. It was just that it was too weak right now and could not be compared to the terrifying heavenly flame. However, given time, this flame would grow stronger, and its might would not be much weaker than the heavenly flame. Chu Chaoyun retracted his gaze and said, let's go. This place is too close. We have to be careful. Wait a moment. Leng Yu felt resentment in her heart. Her eyes suddenly turned blurry. Her eyes, which were filled with temptation, bloomed with thousands of beautiful flowers. Chu Chaoyun glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly looked away. Myriad flower eyes, what are you doing? Leave a gift for Emperor Forsaken. In the distance, on the nine-colored Emperor's road, the white tiger Holy Lord, who was protecting Diwuk, felt a gaze on him. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to see this gaze, so he turned his head back to look. With just one glance, he could no longer look away. His entire mind was drawn to it. Leng Yu's complexion slowly paled. Thousands of flowers bloomed continuously in her eyes, their colors changing without stopping. Boom! Under the nine-colored clouds, the white tiger Holy Lord suddenly burst out, bringing along the white tiger totem Holy Beast and smashing a palm strike at Emperor Forsaken. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken's attention was focused on the bloody Emperor's road. He had not expected the white tiger Holy Lord to attack him. Caught off guard and at such a close distance, this palm strike, which could roar the mountains and rivers, landed on Emperor Forsaken in the blink of an eye. Emperor Forsaken went flying, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The peak strike of the ninth heaven Emperor Wu was not easy to deal with. What's wrong with me? After the palm strike, the white tiger Holy Lord immediately came to his senses. When he saw what he had done, he immediately felt his hair stand on end, not daring to believe it. Emperor Forsaken showed a sullen expression as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. He said, "Someone charmed you." Emperor Forsaken felt depressed in his heart. The instant he saw the White Tiger Holy Lord's eyes, he understood what was going on. The White Tiger Holy Lord's expression changed. Someone who could charm him, even if it was just for an instant, had to be a demon monarch. Emperor Forsaken turned his head back and spread out his vast mental energy. When Xiao Chen landed on that mountain, he immediately sensed the auras left by Leng Yu and Chu Chaoyun. He could not help frowning slightly. After a while, he muttered, "Demon Monarch Leng Yu." Although the Ninth Heaven Emperor Wu's palm strike was not easy to deal with, it was not enough to injure Xiao Chen. After the Demon Monarch Leng Yu made her move, she immediately vanished. What was she trying to do? Why does it feel like she simply has resentment in her heart and wants to vent it? Emperor Forsaken was not surprised that the people of the demonic world made a move. He had even prepared several backup plans to deal with the appearance of a demon monarch. However, he was puzzled by what the Leng Yu Devil Queen had done. "Don't let me catch you," Emperor Forsaken said coldly, no longer thinking about it. Whoosh! Just at this moment, 9-colored spiritual rain suddenly fell from the sky. Dense spiritual energy and 9-colored light drifted around. Wonderful music rang out in the world, moving and ethereal, moving one's heart and enjoying it. It was Diwuk taking the final 100 steps on his Emperor's road. Heaven and earth sang praises for him. Every step he took during the final 100 steps would be accompanied by countless hymns of praise and raindrops of 9 colors. Praises of heaven and earth. It truly lives up to being a 9-colored Emperor's road. Such a mysterious phenomenon can appear. This is an eye-opener. There are only the final 100 steps before he can push open the Emperor's door. I really want to know what kind of scene it will be after the 9-colored Emperor's door opens. Amid the discussions of the crowd, the praises of the divine kingdom behind him, and the wonderful music of the world, Diwuk walked forward step by step in high spirits. Advance to martial Emperor. A stubborn light flickered in Diwuk's eyes. He suppressed his excitement and quickly walked forward step by step. Right now, Xiao Chen's aura was extremely sharp and unparalleled. He was like a living deity, so strong that it was scary. As he underwent his tribulation, he actually grew stronger. When the Haotian sect's people saw this scene, despair appeared in their eyes. Ingzongtian, are you still going to continue fighting? Of the 4 primes, although the cyclic astral lord held back, the remaining 3 primes fought him with all their might, putting immense pressure on him. The cyclic astral lord's body was already covered in wounds. Right now, his injuries were significant. Seeing that Diwuk was about to advance to martial emperor, the heaven-punishing corpse god spoke up again. The cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something. However, he did not say anything in the end. Boom! Just as Ingzongtian was about to reply, Diwuk happened to finish the final step of his emperor's road. He gently pushed, and the 9-colored emperor's door suddenly opened. Immediately, resplendent 9-colored light came from the world behind the door. Bathed in the 9-colored light, Diwuk looked like the sun, giving off a light that no one dared to look directly at. Everyone was attracted by the 9-colored light. They all looked over and sighed in amazement. Behind the emperor's door, there seemed to be the vague existence of a deity, emitting a 9-colored glazed light. Whoosh! However, just as Diwuk was about to enter the emperor's door, a scarlet light suddenly descended from the sky. The scarlet light filling the sky was incredibly dense. When it shone on Diwuk, it completely overshadowed the 9-colored light of the emperor's door. The emperor's door lost all its splendor, losing all its brilliance. What's going on? Such a mysterious phenomenon startled everyone. Even the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign was stunned. To think that there would be a scarlet light that completely overshadowed the resplendent light behind the emperor's door. At Diwuk's most glorious moment, this scarlet light overshadowed all of his brilliance. Zongtian thought of something and immediately looked at the Scarlet Emperor's road. At some point in time, scarlet flower petals drifted up, looking holy and flawless, strange. Scarlet Adumbra Flower. Chapter 1386. Blood-red light descended from the sky, blotting out the sun. The Emperor's door that belonged to Diwuk should have shone brightly, receiving everyone's attention. But at this moment, he was completely submerged in the red light. He couldn't even see his figure clearly. He didn't even know where the Emperor's door was. What's going on? Big brother Shao Chen has come back to life. Mo Chen, whose eyes were red from crying, felt somewhat excited and expectant. Even her voice trembled. The dead can be resurrected. That's impossible, right? That's definitely not it. Something strange must have happened to the Emperor's road. A dead person is like an extinguished lamp. How could he come back to life? It's impossible. The Haotian sect's people all appeared excited. They cast aside the deity Dao Union's cultivators and looked in the direction of the bloody Emperor's road. Countless blood-colored flower petals fluttered on both sides of the 10,000 steps leading to the Emperor's road to heaven. A pure and holy aura flew out from the petals. Faintly, one could even hear some Buddhist scriptures floating along with the petals. Adumbra flower. Emperor Forsaken frowned and asked in confusion. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had stopped fighting the saber and sword twin sovereigns due to the appearance of the bloody light, landed beside Emperor Forsaken and nodded. It is indeed the petals of the Adumbra flower. However, according to the records, this Buddhist sacred flower is white. It is a little strange. Buddhism's three great sacred flowers. The lotus flower cultivates the Taoist divine powers, the Bodhi tree comprehends the Tao, and the sage king is born. Can this Adumbra flower really allow a person to undergo nirvanic rebirth after blooming? There's a saying in the Buddhist scriptures that the Adumbra flower is an auspicious saying. Once every 10,000 years, a sacred king would be reborn. The Buddhists regard virtue as sacred, and this flower is for people who have great merit and virtue. Could it be that Shao Chen is one of them? Unexpectedly, Emperor Forsaken's mood did not fluctuate much at this moment. He mumbled to himself as if he was answering his own question, but at the same time, he seemed to be talking to the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. At this moment, his emotions were indescribably complicated. Shao Chen had brought him too many surprises. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was numb. After so much effort, he finally killed this person. But who would have thought that the Adumbra flower, one of the three holy masters of Buddhism, would actually be on Shao Chen, and it seemed like it could really bloom for him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor remained silent. At this moment, he felt a little tired. He had thought that conquering the Haotian sect was just a small matter. He had never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. In the end, the situation went out of control, attracting the attention of the entire Kunlun realm. The battle with the saber and sword two kings was even more exhausting, and it consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Facing two peak sovereign martial emperors who wielded transcendent divine weapons and did not fear death was truly tiring. Even a prime would feel mentally fatigued. Qitian, let's take a look at his emperor's road first. Get the deity Dao Union's people to withdraw. Too many people have died already, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. In the chaotic battle, it was unknown how many experts of the various races had died. A sea of blood covered the entire astral river city. This was all Emperor Wu's blood, a terrifyingly thick one. After a long silence, Emperor Forsaken revealed a hesitant expression in his complicated eyes. Withdraw, then. The will of this powerful expert, the strongest existence under the Thunder King, finally wavered. Furthermore, Diwuk had already advanced to Martial Emperor, and Shao Chen's situation was still unknown. Indeed, the deity Dao Union should not have any more casualties. With the deity Dao Union's order, all the cultivators of the deity Dao Union heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly retreated like the receding tide. In merely a few breaths, they had all retreated far away. The speed of this retreat was very strange. This showed how much pressure this group of people was under. The strange change this time surpassed all the previous ones, no matter who it was. Even those primes and sovereign martial emperors felt their heads buzzing. The legendary flower appeared in reality. The scarlet light it brought actually eclipsed the light of the 9-colored Emperor's Gate. The neglected Diwuk felt very depressed at this moment. There was no need to think to know. However, it did not matter. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the bloody Emperor's Road. No one remembered that there was still someone pushing open the Emperor's Gate. Suddenly, something strange happened again. All the drifting flower petals on the bloody Emperor's Road quickly gathered together. They headed for the heavenly snow divine flame and merged, forming a huge flower bud. An ancient Buddha image appeared in the sky, forming a hand seal with one hand. Then, a Buddhist light descended and landed on that flower bud. Such a wondrous technique. All the Buddhas speak of it when they come. Just like the Adumbra flower, when a sage king appears, the epiphyllum flower will bloom. A series of Buddhist scriptures rang out in the sky, reverberating in the air. With a thought, the flower bloomed. As the scriptures faded, the flower bud quietly bloomed. There were no words in the world that could describe the beauty of this flower. The flower bloomed for an instant and disappeared in an instant. However, the holy and beautiful appearance of the Adumbra flower imprinted itself in everyone's mind. The epiphyllum flower appeared for an instant, its beauty fleeting. This beautiful scene made one sigh, youth is fleeting, time fleeting. Beautiful things were always fleeting. An instant was truly just an instant. However, the instant this flower bloomed, another scene appeared, immediately filling up the disappointment of the epiphyllum flower's destruction in everyone's hearts. A Buddhist light shone from where the Adumbra flower was. Within this Buddhist light, a figure wearing the azure dragon battle armor sat cross-legged. This figure had delicate features, a cold expression, and calm eyes. Who else could it be but Xiao Qian? Xiao Qian opened his hand. There was a seed in his palm. This was the seed left behind after the Adumbra flower died. Xiao Qian's gaze focused on this seed. After coming back to life, Xiao Qian looked at this divine flower seed with many emotions. He had not expected that the Adumbra flower would bloom for him. This holy flower of the Buddhist sect would only bloom for people with great virtue in the Buddhist sect. Xiao Qian was very clear that he would not sleep with people of the Buddhist sect. The Mahasvara Buddha was the reason why this flower could bloom. As the Sky Dome Immortal Lord in Xiao Qian's previous life, he definitely had some karma with the Mahasvara Buddha. However, this was not the time to think about this. Completing this Emperor's Road was the most important. Xiao Qian drew the lunar shadow saber and picked up the 2 rings on the ground. Then, he held them tightly in his hand and looked to the front. The scarlet light filling the sky shrank and condensed. Then, it turned into a piercing and dazzling scarlet light encasing him. Whoosh! The scarlet light scattered, and everyone saw Diwuk, who had already completed his Emperor's Road. Everyone saw 4 indistinct wheels of light behind Diwuk. Xiao Qian's eyes gleamed with sharpness. His gaze was as sharp as a treasure sword, deterring others from looking directly at him. As Xiao Qian stood in the sky, he looked like a deity, showing extraordinary might and an overwhelming aura. 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. It really is the 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Diwuk actually underwent 4 lightning tribulations after pushing open his emperor's door, becoming a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. What a horrifying aura and emperor's might. Even if someone said that he could compete with a sovereign martial emperor now, I would believe it. Cries of astonishment rang out. Everyone was shocked by the strength that Diwuk erupted with after pushing open his emperor's door. However, Diwuk, who should have been excited and joyful, showed a sullen expression. The rage that he suppressed in his chest was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. He was angry. How could he not be angry? After completing this 9-colored Emperor's Road, Xiao Qian was already the strongest person to come to the Kunlun realm since the ancient era. However, the scarlet light filling the sky drowned him. All the glory and attention were gone. No one could understand such depression. There was also the death of the divine daughter and many other things. All of this was because of the person on that bloody emperor's road. Why? Why am I, Di-Wuk, after experiencing so much hardship and completing this 9-colored emperor's road, still not comparable to him? Even if you die, you still have to trample on me, Di-Wuk? Di-Wuk said through clenched teeth, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Chapter 1387. Seeing Di-Wuk clenching his teeth, Xiaoqun shook his head slightly. This person was too headstrong and self-opinionated. It was like everything had to be his. However, in the world, as long as one worked hard, everyone would have a chance. Before an opportunity, everyone was fair. Just because one was the divine son and felt that something was yours, it did not have to be. For too many things, Xiaoqun had just walked his own path. He had not deliberately targeted anyone. Xiaoqun had not intended the divine daughter's death. However, Xiaoqun did not regret it. Even if he had another chance, he would still make the same decision as before. Xiaoqun withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Xiaoqun. Then, he continued on his emperor's road. You want to finish walking this emperor's road? Not a chance. Di-Wuk roared ferociously and flew over. His speed was startlingly fast. He left behind many afterimages in the air. As the afterimages lingered, space tore open. As Xiaoqun approached his emperor's road, the divine kingdom appeared behind him. Then, he punched at Xiaoqun, who was illuminated by the red light. Wonderful praises rang out in the world. A bright divine light encased Di-Wuk's body, shining brightly. Bang! Ripples appeared in the scarlet pillar of light. Xiaoqun paused for a moment. It was not because of Di-Wuk's punch that he stopped. Instead, it was because Xiaoqun discovered something else. There was a Buddhist sect light image under Xiaoqun's feet. It flickered continuously, reflecting the scarlet light. The scarlet pillar of light blocking Di-Wuk's incredibly tyrannical punch definitely had something to do with this Buddhist sect lotus imprint. Xiaoqun raised his foot and took a step forward. The lotus light image under his feet moved with him, remaining under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Xiaoqun took a step forward, a boundless flame surged towards him. The fire tribulation was ferocious and powerful. However, Xiaoqun, who was shrouded in the blood-colored beam of light, was unable to withstand it. Before Xiaoqun could do anything about it, the flames were split into two by the blood-red light pillar, while Xiaoqun remained unscathed. What's going on? There's actually someone on the Emperor's road who can interfere and protect him. Such a situation was something that no one had ever seen or heard of before. It must be known that even Emperor Forsaken was unable to help Di-Wuk resist the great tribulation of wind and fire, but Xiaoqun now clearly had an external force helping him. This could only mean that the person helping Xiaoqun was far more powerful than Emperor Forsaken. Xiaoqun thought to himself, was it the Mahasvara Buddha who did it? If that were the case, everything would be easy to explain. The Mahasvara Buddha was an existence equal to the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords, the last immortal to survive the immortal epoch. His strength was unfathomable. Even if it were Emperor Forsaken or that deity race ancestor, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could kill them with a flick of a finger. No, we absolutely cannot let him succeed in his tribulation. Heaven Punishing Corpse Ghost Sovereign, Dongyu, attack with me and shatter his emperor's door. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken could no longer maintain his calm. For the first time, he felt some fear in the depths of his heart. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God clearly sensed the horror of the situation. Their expressions turned grave, and with a few flashes, they flew above the Emperor's door. It was hard to say whether one prime could shatter the Emperor's door. However, when three primes worked together, it might be possible with a peak strike. Is this the Great Tribulation that the Thunder King mentioned? Ing Zongtian muttered to himself, deep in thought. Shattering the Emperor's door, such a crazy thing was too crazy. Even if the emperor's door really shattered, the shock wave from the explosion would be sufficient to severely injure the three. This was truly for the sake of ruining Xiao Chen's tribulation, ignoring everything else. At the critical moment, a medallion appeared in Ingzongtian's hand. The words, Martial God, were written on the front and a flickering golden word, Command, was on the back. This is the Martial God medallion? The other three primes asked. The Martial God medallion was the inheritance medallion of the Bushin Palace. As long as one possessed the Martial God medallion, they would be the palace master of the Bushin Palace. It was because of this medallion that the three holy masters felt dissatisfied. Right now, the four were injured and could not stop Emperor Forsaken and the other two primes. They could only use the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. Ingzongtian thought to himself, the Martial God medallion was forged by the first master of the Bushin Palace. Using this medallion, one can summon out the clone that the first master left in the medallion. How strong can a clone be? Could it be that one clone can block three primes? The cyclic astral lord said with a frown. The auras of the three primes in the sky grew increasingly stronger. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. In a rare sight, a divine halberd appeared in Emperor Forsaken's hand. Many divine wheels appeared behind him. As the divine wheels spun, many small worlds appeared. Countless believers contributed an endless stream of faith to the heaven-punishing corpse god. Dragon tattoos appeared on the heaven-punishing corpse god's exposed body. They looked like they came to life, swimming around continuously. The heaven-punishing corpse god's body turned into a vast sea with many huge dragons swimming around happily. The 10,000 soul pearl in the Dongyue ghost emperor's hand directly entered his forehead. An Azura hell materialized in his eyes, filled with countless malicious spirits. Seeing that the three primes were about to unleash their strongest attacks, the cyclic astral lord no longer held much hope for this martial god medallion. Now, he started to feel some regret. The peak strike of the deity race ancestor was incredibly strong. No one could think of defeating it. Fortunately, that ancestor would not appear for a while. Clearly, Emperor Forsaken did not dare to suffer the consequences of the heavenly Tao's divine punishment again. Otherwise, he would have turned around and left. However, the myriad law fiend master smiled and said, "So, this is the trump card that the Thunder King left behind. If he can really summon out the clone of the first palace master of the martial god realm, even if it only has 10% of the main body's strength, there is no need to fear the three primes." What do you mean? That is a legend. You will see it for yourself very soon. The myriad law fiend master did not elaborate. Ingzongtian tossed the martial god medallion in his hand into the sky. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and beams of holy light struck that martial god medallion. The martial god medallion in the air started spinning quickly. The light it gave off became increasingly intense. Eventually, it shot out thousands of strands of light. As the light flickered, it shot out in all directions. When the light struck the ground, incomparably deep pits appeared. Shock waves surged out endlessly. Many cultivators within 500 kilometers of Meteor Trail City were affected by the shock waves, all of them knocked back. Amidst the panic, many martial artists hurriedly retreated, their faces pale with fright. The martial god medallion. The Thunder King actually handed the method to activate the martial god medallion to Ingzongtian. Damn it! That old fogey, the Thunder King. Why is he unwilling to hand over the inheritance of my three holy masters for tens of thousands of years to us? When the three holy masters saw this scene, they suddenly stood up with extremely unsightly expressions. When the last hand seal was completed, the bright light gathered, and a figure appeared. That person held a saber. The light was too intense, obscuring his appearance. All that could be felt was an unruly and proud saber intent. The saber intent filling the air was like the wind or lightning, drifting through the sky and piercing through the clouds. With just this saber intent, everywhere it passed, the wind was no longer the wind and the clouds were no longer the clouds. The wind and clouds between the heavens and the earth disappeared. Only the prideful saber intent filled every corner of the place. As a bladesman, Xiaochen felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart as he stood on the Emperor's road. His body trembled, unable to move. That's not right. I should have seen this person before. Xiaochen sighed softly and frowned heavily. Although he could only see the silhouette of the saber image that came out of the martial god medallion, Xiaochen believed that he had seen this person before. However, Xiaochen believed that he must have seen this person somewhere before. Who is this? How come he has strength surpassing Prime? Emperor Forsaken asked in a trembling voice, his eyes blinded by this light. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The three primes found it difficult to speak. The saber intent filling the air turned into a boundless aura, surging over like a huge wave. The three primes found it difficult to speak. Never mind it. Let's shatter the Emperor's door first. Otherwise, we won't even have a chance to make a move. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said with much difficulty through clenched teeth. There is already no chance. Ing Zongtian said indifferently. Right after the Dongyue Ghost Emperor spoke, the mysterious figure of light drew its saber and sent out a resplendent saber light. Chapter 1388. Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen drew his saber, the sky, the ground, everywhere he looked was filled with the shadows of saber lights. It seemed like there were boundless saber lights in the world, appearing from every angle, every direction, everywhere. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not dodge at all. Regardless of whether it was what they saw, heard, or imprinted in their minds, all they could hear was saber light and saber hum. The saber light turned into a beam, and saber hum resounded, like surging waves or surging thunder. Bang! The Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master raised his hand, and the saber light he sent out knocked the three primes into the air. Pu-ci. The three all vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions turning incredibly pale. The small world of the divine kingdom behind Emperor Forsaken shattered. The miserable screams of his believers reverberated in the world. A terrifying saber wound appeared on the chest of the heaven-punishing corpse god, who had dragon motifs carved on his body and turned into a vast body that looked like it had countless huge dragons. That saber mark was like a vast ocean, splitting it into two halves, slaying countless evil dragons. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was in an even worse state. He nearly went blind in his eyes. The Azura hell materialized in his eyes was completely destroyed, and his eyes felt an incredible piercing pain. The clone of the Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master turned into a beam of light and entered the martial god medallion. Ing Zongtian waved his hand slightly, and the rapidly spinning martial god medallion stopped and quickly landed in his hand. At the side, the cyclic astral lord's eyes flickered. Intense desire appeared in the depths of his eyes. Surpassed Prime. It turns out that the first-generation Bushin Palace's palace master is this strong? Ing Zongtian, what's going on? Is the Bushin Palace's first-generation palace master an existence that surpasses Prime? The cyclic astral lord asked anxiously. Ing Zongtian shook his head and replied, no. That's impossible. If he's this powerful, how could he not surpass the utmost being realm? Ing Zongtian said, the Thunder King didn't surpass the Supremes, but he could still intimidate Kunlun. He doesn't have to surpass the Supremes to defeat Emperor Forsaken and the other two. After this, I'll tell you in detail. Now, follow me and continue to intercept and kill Emperor Forsaken. How about that? Now that Emperor Forsaken and the other two were also injured, they were in a much worse state than the four of them. If they were to fight again, they wouldn't be defeated by the heaven-punishing corpse god alone. It doesn't matter. We've already fought for so long. I'm not afraid of fighting a little longer. Don't worry. Seeing the myriad law fiend master and the fox king agree, the cyclic astral lord had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. He said, I have no objections. Whoosh! The figures of the four flashed, immediately charging at the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign and the other two. Come, let's go and protect big brother Xiaochen as well. The figures of Mo Chen and Juanxi, Fang Baiyu, and the others flashed, blocking Di Wuk, who was about to continue attacking. The remaining deity Dao Union cultivators and the Haotian sect cultivators started fighting with the Sky Dome realm cultivators again. This chaotic battle was truly never-ending. Di Wuk looked coldly at Fang Baiyu, Mo Chen, and Juanxi, Yu Bingyun, Shui Lingling, and the rest of Xiao Chen's friends and seniors. You want to block the current me with just the likes of you? Fang Baiyu stood at the very front with Jiang Chuan. He said sullenly, Di Wuk, now that you have advanced to martial emperor, you even underwent 4 heavenly tribulations. Your future accomplishments will be limitless. Why must you continue making things difficult for Xiao Chen? Make things difficult for him. When Di Wuk heard this, he laughed loudly. Since when did I make things difficult for him? He is the one going against me everywhere. Starting from Kunlun Mountain's Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, he has been making things difficult for me. In the end, he even killed the woman I love the most. I cannot swallow this. If you all move aside now, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. I cannot hold back. Mo Chen berated angrily, don't go overboard. From the start to the end, Big Brother Xiao Chen never made things difficult for you on purpose. How can you say that? You? I know you. You are Xiao Chen's closest confidant. That's fine. I will make my move on you first. I will let Xiao Chen have a taste of what it is like to see a loved one die. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. When Di Wuk punched, he directly executed his consummate move. Countless sagely songs rang out, praising the deity race's most ancient and distant legend. The glory and legends of the past appeared in reality. Heaven and earth rippled, forming a magnificent picture. The moment Xiao Chen punched, he displayed the tyrannical and peerless aura of the deity race reigning supreme in the world. The momentum of this punch was very strong. It advanced ferociously, breaking through Fang Baiyu's and Jiang Chuan's defenses and instantly arriving before Mo Chen. Die! Di Wuk roared ferociously. A golden light flickered on his fist. A surging emperor's might spread out, vast and endless. Mo Chen felt shocked. In the time it took for a spark to fly, she summoned out the Book of Heavenly Works. 300 different flames came out of her body and formed a refining cauldron. Then, she held it across her chest. Bang! The refining cauldron in front of Mo Chen shattered, and the fist struck her body. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the Book of Heavenly Works sent down another flame, weakening the might of this punch. However, Mo Chen's body did not shatter on the spot. She only flew back and fainted. Not dead. Sensing that Mo Chen still had a breath, Di Wuk frowned slightly and was about to punch again. Pa! Crackling sounds resounded in the sky. It was Juanxi's true dragon lightning whip. It turned into a dragon and swept over. Paltry tricks. Di Wuk casually grabbed the dragon's head. Then, he pulled hard, and the force flowed through the true dragon lightning whip and flung Juanxi away. Shadowless and windless. There was clearly no wind, but Di Wuk's hair blew messily. At this moment, Yu Bingyun charged over with the wind shadow sword in her hand. Where are you hiding? Come out! Di Wuk shouted, his voice containing surging mental energy. Xiao Chen directly used force to break through technique. The sound waves shook Yu Bingyun's sea of consciousness. She vomited a mouthful of blood and revealed herself. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew over like meteors. Shui Lingling raised the Emperor Yi shooting sun bow and fired from a distance. Di Wuk smiled in disdain and punched. He executed the second move of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Radiance of Deities. A divine light descended from the sky, encasing Di Wuk. As his long hair fluttered, he punched from a distance. Explosions resounded, and the 3 arrows shattered in the air. However, the fist light did not lose momentum, knocking the distant Shui Lingling down from the profound bird. These outstanding talents of the same generation who could fight with Di Wuk in the past were no match for Di Wuk after he advanced to Martial Emperor. They could not even receive one move, no, not even half a move. At the crucial moment, Feng Baiyu and Jiang Chuan, the two greater heavenly martial emperors, arrived and worked together to charge at Di Wuk. However, the situation was still not optimistic. In just 3 moves, the two greater heavenly martial emperors showed signs of being no match for him. Di Wuk's strength surpassed expectations. Among the greater heavenly emperor Wu, no one was a match for him. However, now, a chaotic battle ensued. Even sovereign martial emperors were dragged into an even larger battlefield. Furthermore, there were strong enemies like the 3 holy masters to deal with. No one could block the current Di Wuk. His aura was so strong that it could not be blocked. On the Bloody Emperor's road, Shao Qin showed a sullen expression. He clenched his fists tightly and started running quickly on the Emperor's road. Everywhere he passed, a scarlet pillar of light split the great tribulation of wind and fire in half. The various wind and fire tribulations could not stop Shao Qin at all. Faster! 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 At this moment, Shao Qin had only one thought in his mind, to quickly finish this Emperor's road that ascended to the heavens and stop the somewhat crazy Di Wuk. If he delayed, who knew what would happen? Shao Qin ran wildly. Soon, only 10 steps remained of the final 3,000 steps of the 10,000 steps. As long as he took these 10 steps, he could push open the Emperor's door. Then, he would reforge his golden body and become a martial emperor, ending this chaotic battle. Pu Ci. Just at this moment, Feng Baiyu and Jiang Chuan both vomited blood and went flying back at the same time. Mo Chen and the others, who came to stop Di Wuk, could no longer remain standing. Di Wuk revealed a cold smile as he swept his gaze across the ground, shifting between Yu Bingyun, Shui Lingling, Mo Chen, and the other girls. Finally, Shao Qin fixed his gaze on the unconscious Mo Chen. Di Wuk, how dare you? On the Bloody Emperor's road, only one step remained. Shao Qin turned his head back and shouted coldly as he stood high in the sky. The Emperor's door was only 1 step away. However, 10 kilometers below, Mo Chen and the others hung on the edge of death. Ha! Why would I not dare? Di Wuk did not care. He reared his head back and laughed. On the ascending heavens road, Shao Chen's expression turned extremely sullen. Di Wuk, I, Shao Chen, swear to heaven that I will kill you in this lifetime. Even if you can kill me, you will not be able to stop me from killing all the people you care about. Di Wuk laughed in disdain. He did not care about Shao Chen's threat at all. He soared into the air and flew towards Mo Chen. Shao Chen's eyes turned cold. The moment the divine daughter died, he made up his mind to personally kill all the people that Shao Chen cared about. You are seeking death. A ferocious roar came from Shao Chen, who was only 1 step away from the Emperor's road and the Emperor's door. Shao Chen made a decision that no one expected. He gave up on the Emperor's road and jumped down. Boom! The Emperor's road shattered, turning into blood that dyed the sky red, looking even more beautiful than the setting sun.